Chapter 240. A ray of red light flew out, and the panting fire Grand Magus Marceau finally managed to escape with great difficulty. Her wrinkled face was filled with dejection as she looked around with flickering eyes, wanting to get a clear picture of Tanai's current situation. After being tormented by the four behemoths, the beautiful scenery and flower-filled valley was completely destroyed. The ground was filled with ravines and streams of magma flowed everywhere. Inside the holes that were full of potholes, raging flames were burning, and the air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Marceau looked around and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the golden dragon, Cyclops, and silver ape weren't there. When she discovered that Han Shuo and Sophie were coldly looking at her from afar, she forced out an ugly smile and explained apologetically, "Congratulations on regaining a new life. The situation just now was special. I hope you can understand. I had no choice." Sophie's pretty face was full of disdain and disdain. She snorted and didn't look at Marceau again. She said to Han Shuo, who was hovering in the air, "Let's go. There's nothing to say to this kind of person." "Yes, I think so too." Han Shuo agreed with Sophie's suggestion and looked coldly at Marceau from afar. A fiendish aura naturally overflowed, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he took the lead and flew out of the valley. Sophie chanted a strange summoning incantation, and the white and beautiful Pegasus once again appeared in the scorching hot valley, naturally carrying Sophie on its back. The fiery clouds in the sky above the valley gradually dissipated after losing the control of the Lord of the Flames' terrifying power. The mountain wind blew down from above, and the raging flames were slowly extinguished. The formation of the Fire Elite Zombie definitely didn't take a day or two. It would be a slow process. From the Yin Demon's observation, not only did the Lord of the Flames not have the slightest bit of malice towards the life within the Fire Lotus, it even carefully protected him like a child. The Fire Elite Zombie's safety was definitely not an issue. Once the Fire Elite Zombie had absorbed enough energy, it would certainly emerge from the Fire Lotus. At that time, this place of extreme fire would also become the Fire Elite Zombie's Kingdom of Fire. Using his connection with the Fire Elite Zombie, Han Shuo could use the Fire Elite Zombie to sweep away all the fire attribute spiritual stones that had been bred in the surrounding place of extreme fire. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry to collect them. As Han Shuo flew out of the valley, Sophie rode on her beautiful Pegasus and followed behind Han Shuo unhurriedly, disappearing into the valley with Han Shuo. Fire Grand Magus Marceau watched as Han Shuo and Sophie left. Her expression was uncertain, but she didn't make any moves. She only looked at the sky where the burning clouds had receded after Han Shuo and Sophie had disappeared for a while. She then used the levitation spell to quickly rise into the sky. As soon as they left the valley, Han Shuo immediately communicated with Dark Dragon Gilbert through his mind. Little Skull had already been sent back to the other dimension. A Yin demon that had stayed in the fire lake also flew out of the crack in the ground and converged on Han Shuo's side. When the Yin demon returned to Han Shuo's side, Han Shuo also sensed Dark Dragon Gilbert's position. Behind him, female knight Sophie rode on a Pegasus and followed Han Shuo unhurriedly. A pair of beautiful eyes focused on Han Shuo's body and shone with a faint luster. No one knew what she was thinking. Han Shuo had a very good impression of this female knight named Sophie. When Han Shuo had flown up from the Fire Lotus and pretended to be injured, it was Sophie who had persuaded the hesitant Marceau to let him enter the boundary. When Han Shuo walked into the boundary, Sophie didn't mind the horrible and unpleasant smell on Han Shuo's feet and helped Han Shuo to sit up. Sophie's kind behavior won Han Shuo's favor. So much so that when Marceau let go, Han Shuo immediately enveloped Sophie in his protective barrier and expended even more magical yuan to protect Sophie. "I think we should split up." Sophie, who had been following Han Shuo silently, finally spoke faintly after they were a distance away from the valley. Turning around, Han Shuo looked deeply at Sophie and revealed a radiant smile, saying, "You are a kind and righteous knight. It's a pleasure to meet you." Their separation was imminent. Sophie also stared deeply at Han Shuo with interest, as though she wanted to memorize Han Shuo's appearance in her heart. After a while, she smiled sweetly and said, "Brian, if you have time to visit Kasi Empire, I can be your guide." Oh! Han Shuo was delighted. He then asked with interest, "Then how should I find you?" Sophie glared at Han Shuo reproachfully and said strangely, "Could it be that you've really just made your debut? You don't even know who I am." Shaking his head, Han Shuo said amusedly, "Are you very famous? Kasi Empire's sacred knight Solo is my father. I'm the only Earth knight in Kasi Empire who rides a Pegasus. As long as you come to Kasi Empire and want to find me, you will definitely be able to find me. Goodbye, interesting scoundrel." Sophie left behind a string of bell-like giggles and left in another direction on her Pegasus. She flew into the horizon like a little fairy and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She was actually the daughter of a sacred knight. Han Shuo was greatly shocked. Only now did he truly care about Sophie's identity. He didn't expect her to be born into a wealthy family and have such a terrifyingly powerful father. In the current profound continent, only the strongest experts would add the word sacred to their professions. Regardless of whether it was a sacred magus, sacred swordmaster, or sacred knight, they were all publicly recognized as the most powerful figures on the continent. No matter which country they were in, these people would have an illustrious position and be revered by all citizens. Such a figure possessed terrifying strength. Such a figure could even reverse the outcome of a war. They existed as the protector of a country and possessed strength that even the king had no choice but to treat with caution. Sophie's father was actually a sacred knight. No wonder she was so confident. When Han Shuo expressed that he had never heard of her, she rolled her eyes fiercely at Han Shuo. However, in the legends, there was another kind of existence that surpassed the boundary of sacred and possessed the title of God. They were an existence closest to the gods and were known as demigods in the secular world. They were the pinnacle of their professions. In hundreds and thousands of years, only a few characters had appeared. They were known as magic gods, sword gods, and divine knights. Such demigod existences possessed the destructive power to destroy the heavens and earth. They had strength comparable to the gods. If they could break through their limits and take another step forward, they would be able to break through the shackles and become true gods. It was a pity that the current profound continent didn't have such legendary figures with the word God. Those with the word sacred were already the pinnacle existences on the continent. Sophie flew away on her Pegasus. Han Shuo only gasped in surprise at Sophie's identity for a moment before flying in the direction of Gilbert's location. Along the way, there were huge footprints and traces of an intense battle everywhere. The 2-meter-wide footprints were obviously from the Cyclops. The towering ancient trees in the surroundings were broken and toppled in rows, and some of the small hills were left with bombardment marks. With just a few glances, Han Shuo was certain that the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon must have left the valley from here while fighting. Gilbert must have secretly tailed the two enormous beings. Even now, Gilbert was still following the two powerful beings. Han Shuo could sense his constantly shifting position. Without taking a closer look at his surroundings, Han Shuo followed his connection with Gilbert and activated the art of the demonic ninth heavens with all his might, chasing after Gilbert like a rainbow. Previously, Tunai had been a sea of fire. Only after leaving the valley did he realize that it was already late at night. The stars shone brilliantly and the moonlight sprinkled down like flowing water. It was a pity that the scenery along the way wasn't as beautiful as it seemed due to the battle between the two powerful beings. As Han Shuo flew at full speed for a great distance, he could already hear a tremendous rumble in the distance. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. The earth seemed to be trembling from the tremendous sound as the distance between him and Gilbert gradually decreased. Just as Han Shuo was flying at high speed, thinking that he would be able to see Gilbert soon, the tremendous rumble in the distance suddenly disappeared. Even the connection between Han Shuo and Gilbert was severed at the same time. Han Shuo couldn't sense his existence no matter how hard he tried. Greatly alarmed, Han Shuo didn't understand what had suddenly happened. He was bewildered by this sudden turn of events. He once again increased his speed and flew towards the location of the black dragon he'd just sensed. The speed of a shooting star allowed Han Shuo to arrive at the scene in a matter of minutes. The traces of the battle between the two enormous beings were still there, and there was a wide area shrouded in black fog in front of him. This area took up a large area. Han Shuo stopped in the air and gazed down. He discovered that the black fog covered an area of 10 miles. The moonlight was completely obscured by the black fog and couldn't shine in at all. Han Shuo couldn't see anything with his eyes either. Waves of fierce and thick evil aura filled the area shrouded in black fog. It seemed to contain some sort of terrifying danger. Han Shuo couldn't sense the existence of any living beings within, as if he was completely blocked by the thick black fog. Hovering in the air for a while, Han Shuo released a Yin demon and had it descend towards the area below. The shapeless Yin demon slowly descended and dove into the area shrouded in black fog with a whoosh. Suddenly, Han Shuo's connection with the Yin demon was completely severed. The Yin demon that entered the black fog disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Han Shuo couldn't sense the Yin demon's location in the slightest. By now, Han Shuo was truly shocked. His connection with Gilbert was due to the power of the contract, so it was understandable that it was blocked by that area. However, the three Yin demons had been refined by Han Shuo through his blood essence, and had disappeared without a trace after entering that area. This was truly a bit frightening. The area 10 miles in radius below was completely covered by thick black fog. He couldn't see anything at all. Han Shuo could only feel that it was filled with an evil aura. He was certain that there was no simple existence within. The dark forest is full of wonders indeed. There's actually such a strange place. It looks like I have to go in and see what's going on if I want to understand what's going on. Han Shuo looked at the area below and murmured to himself. He activated the magical yuan in his body and formed a protective shield around his body, slowly descending towards the area below. When Han Shuo gradually approached the black fog, all sorts of negative emotions, such as fear, grief, rage, and madness, suddenly surged into Han Shuo's mind. It was as if a force was trying to invade Han Shuo and make him lose himself in an instant. However, Han Shuo, in the bloodlust realm, had absorbed all sorts of negative emotions from the dead during his last 2 massacres. He was already used to the invasion of this kind of fear and madness. He wasn't affected in the slightest, and his expression remained calm and composed. This is really interesting. Han Shuo couldn't help but murmur in surprise when he felt the negative emotions surge into his mind. His body suddenly sank and he landed directly in this area. In an instant, the training he'd lost with Gilbert and the Yin demon was instantly re-established. It looked like the black fog only blocked the communication between the outside and the inside, and couldn't stop the people within from communicating with each other. He didn't hurry to move through his connection with Gilbert. Instead, Han Shuo looked around with bright eyes, planning to first imprint the situation in this area into his mind so that he could make the right decision when danger arose. Due to the presence of the thick black fog, Han Shuo's vision was affected. He could only see things 10 meters away from him. In the dark forest that was densely covered with plants, this area shrouded in black mist seemed so unusual and unique. There wasn't a single plant within a 10-meter radius, only barren rocks of all sorts of dark colors. There was an oily green stream flowing beneath Han Shuo's feet. The stream flowed soundlessly without any fish. Looking up at the sky, the thick black fog covered everything. There wasn't a bit of light to be seen. The entire space was dark and gloomy, filled with the smell of desolation and death. "Oh!" Han Shuo exclaimed. Through the Yin demon's observation, he saw a strange stone tablet. There were even some words carved on the upright stone tablet. This made Han Shuo decide to immediately go over and take a look. Chapter 241. When Han Shuo arrived at the stone tablet, he could only see a single line of words engraved on the stone tablet from afar, Ermite Cotton. It was actually the name Ermite Cotton. This simple line of words had already shocked Han Shuo. As a citizen of the Lancelot Empire, he had heard of this deified figure like thunder. Every citizen of the Lancelot Empire could recount his deeds in detail. As the greatest existence in the dark element in the history of the Lancelot Empire, Ermite Cotton was a legendary dark magus with the strength of a demigod. 500 years ago, it was Ermite Cotton who assisted the first king of the Lancelot Empire in establishing the Lancelot Empire. It was precisely with the help of such a figure that the founding king of the Lancelot Empire conquered all foreign races, drove away the barbaric orcs, and expelled the greedy and despicable goblins. He stood out among the major powers and established political power on this land, allowing the Lancelot Empire to steadily stand tall on this land for the past 500 years. It was said that Ermite Cotton was a legendary dark magus with the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Such a powerful figure in that era not only created the existence of the Lancelot Empire, but also forever became a legend. He was revered by all the citizens of the Lancelot Empire for 500 years. Until now, his fame and greatness had not been surpassed by any of his descendants. Ermite Cotton's entire life was accompanied by great legends. He had defeated countless experts, opened up new frontiers for the Lancelot Empire, and destroyed the fighting spirit and confidence of all foreign races that resisted. Wherever the iron hooves of the Lancelot Empire passed, all races would crawl on the ground and pledge allegiance to the Lancelot Empire. However, such a terrifying demigod-like existence had mysteriously disappeared without a trace at the peak of his life. At that time, the Lancelot Empire was at its peak and had conquered all the surrounding countries. It was the time when Ermite Cotton should have been enjoying all the glory. However, he had mysteriously disappeared. The first king of the Lancelot Empire was unable to accept the departure of his most sincere friend. He had mobilized all the forces in the world to search for him, but to no avail. There were many different versions of legends about his mysterious departure. Some said that he was tired of fighting and went into seclusion. Some said that he transcended everything and went from being a demigod to becoming a god. Some said that although he defeated countless strong people in his life, he also suffered dozens of injuries. In the end, the weak body of a sorcerer could no longer bear the pain in his old age, and so he tragically died of illness. However, legends were just legends after all. In the absence of concrete evidence, all theories were illusory. The mysterious disappearance of Ermite Cotton had been an unsolvable mystery for over 500 years. However, there was a stone tablet with Ermite Cotton's name carved on it in this strange place shrouded in black fog. From the shape of the stone tablet and the meaning of the words carved on it, Han Shuo was certain that it was a type of tombstone used to commemorate the dead. This filled Han Shuo's heart with shock. He couldn't help but want to approach the tombstone and carefully examine it. It was at this moment that Gilbert took the initiative to approach Han Shuo through his connection with Han Shuo. Han Shuo could even feel Gilbert's anxiety. Han Shuo intended to take a closer look at the tombstone, but had no choice but to give up on that thought as Gilbert rapidly approached. He raised his guard and prepared to act. With a flip, Han Shuo landed behind a large boulder. At the same time, he released a Yin demon in Gilbert's direction. A tremendous rumble rapidly approached from afar. In dragon form, Gilbert actually didn't fly. Instead, he slithered his body like a huge python as he slithered towards Han Shuo. The Cyclops' enormous body was hot on Gilbert's tail. The golden dragon that had been fighting with the Cyclops was also slithering on the ground like Gilbert. He also didn't use the dragon race's innate ability to fly. Great Master, hurry and save your pitiful servant. As he rapidly approached, Gilbert's draconic eyes shone with a frantic light as he continuously shouted in a deep, heavy voice. Han Shoa, who had fallen behind the boulder, couldn't help but curse when he heard Gilbert yelling for him to save him before he even got close. "Stupid dragon, everyone will know that there's someone in front of us if you're making so much noise. How can I ambush you?" Seeing that he couldn't hide and ambush Gilbert, Han Shoa cursed lowly and leapt into the air, flying towards Gilbert. A domineering howl rang out, informing Gilbert of his presence. Through the Een demon's surveillance, Han Shoa discovered that both the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon seemed to be chasing after Gilbert. He didn't know what wicked thing Gilbert had done to make the two enemies join forces to kill Gilbert first. Gilbert, who had been terrified along the way, calmed down slightly when he heard Han Shoa's piercing howl. He then crawled over with even more effort. He yelled before he even reached Han Shoa, 2 against 1, "How shameless and wicked. Damned stinky bug, you almost ambushed us to death when we were tired from the battle. That's fine, but you actually brought us to this forbidden land and left us with no way out. You're the most shameless and wicked." Contrary to Han Shoa's expectations, the Cyclops actually let out a thunderous curse amidst the crazed roar. A shameless person who sneaks into someone else's territory has no right to criticize others. Gilbert seemed to gain a bit more confidence when he arrived in front of Han Shoa. He turned back to mock the Cyclops with disdain and quickly moved his huge body to stand in line with Han Shoa. "You're pissing me off. You damned bug, I'm going to kill you." The Cyclops was infuriated and roared at the sky. His single eye shone with a terrifying light as he pounced at Gilbert. Most of the Cyclops' body had been burned by the Lord of the Flames, and his 2 huge green palms were a mess of blood and flesh. It looked like the battle with the Lord of the Flames and the battle with the Golden Dragon had indeed left him with quite a few injuries. "Shut up. You can hit him and curse him, but you're not allowed to mention the words, bug, or stinky bug, in front of me, or I'll kill you first, you damned one-eyed thief." The Golden Dragon roared angrily behind the Cyclops. The Golden Dragon's body wasn't in good shape either. Not only were large patches of his golden scales black, but some of them were also stained with blood. Even his huge head had a bloody scar. It looked like he'd suffered serious injuries from the consecutive battles. "You're a mad dragon, do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Cyclops and the Golden Dragon had fought their way out of the valley and had long since become enraged. Although he was extremely angry at Gilbert's despicable actions, he didn't have a good impression of the Golden Dragon either. He immediately turned around to face the Golden Dragon, seeming to want to fight at any moment. This was indeed the case. The proud Golden Dragon couldn't take any provocation. He had already roared and charged forward after the Cyclops' roar and immediately began to fight with the Cyclops. He'd forgotten his target this time and didn't care about Gilbert's life or death. What's going on?" Han Shoa felt a headache coming on as he watched the 2 enormous beings fight in front of him. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Gilbert and ask with a wry smile. "Hee, I saw the 2 of them fighting and followed them from behind. I took advantage of the fact that they were both exhausted and moved a boulder the size of a small mountain over, wanting to take the opportunity to smash them both to death. Who would have thought that they'd be so clever and actually dodged the boulder? Then, they chased after me. I was so flustered that I didn't know where I was going. I ran into this strange area. The 2 of them had lost their minds and followed me without thinking. Then, I discovered that my power had been sealed. Not only did I not have the magic to spray poison and flames, but I also couldn't fly. Of course, that stupid Golden Dragon couldn't fly either and could only crawl like me. It seemed that even the Cyclops' power had been sealed. After a short moment of panic, they made me their primary target and started to attack me together. I had no choice but to come and find you." Gilbert didn't care at all and cackled wickedly as he explained Han Shoa's despicable actions. Looking at his proud expression, it was obvious that he wasn't ashamed of it, but rather proud of it. "You really are shameless," Han Shoa commented after listening to Gilbert's explanation. "I learned this from you. Gilbert cackled and pushed all the blame onto Han Shuo, as if he'd been so pure and kind when he'd left the underground world. Rumble, a huge collision sound came from where the Cyclops and Golden Dragon were fighting. All sorts of dark-colored rocks in the surroundings exploded as the Cyclops and Golden Dragon fell to the side in exhaustion. There was a huge crater between them. Just as the two enormous beings struggled to stand up and were about to continue fighting to the death, the Cyclops' thunderous voice sounded, "Wait, why isn't this human affected by the environment? He can even fly in the air." The Golden Dragon and Gilbert also focused their puzzled gazes on Han Shuo as soon as these words left his mouth. They seemed to be filled with astonishment and confusion, as if Han Shuo, who was currently hovering in the air, was a peculiar existence. "Human, there are no magical elements in this forbidden area. What right do you have to stand in the air?" The Golden Dragon coiled up with difficulty and raised his head high. Even now, he hadn't forgotten the pride of his tribe and seemed to want to overwhelm Han Shuo with his aura. He looked down at Han Shuo from above and questioned him like he was interrogating a criminal. "None of your business." Han Shuo responded very bluntly, taking an extremely dismissive attitude towards the Golden Dragon. As the Golden Dragon roared angrily, the Cyclops couldn't help but mock thunderously, "Stupid dragon, do you think someone who can stand in the air in this forbidden area would be afraid of you? Haven't you heard of the legends of this forbidden area? Do you really want to die?" The Golden Dragon strangely shut up as soon as the Cyclops' words left his mouth. His two head-sized eyes quickly flashed with a strange light as they focused on Han Shuo. The dragon's head shook in disbelief and growled lowly, "Impossible, how is this possible? Great demigod existence, you must have surpassed the limits of humans. Please sprinkle your benevolent radiance and take us away from this forbidden area." The Cyclops looked at Han Shuo with sincere entreaty in his single eye. His enormous body even bowed in a strange manner, expressing his respect towards Han Shuo. Even the Golden Dragon fell silent as he muttered to himself. He stared at Han Shuo without saying a word. As proud as he was, he couldn't immediately lower his head in front of Han Shuo, but his eyes expressed the same urgent pleading. "What do you mean?" Han Shuo was speechless as he looked at the two enormous beings. He rubbed his head in silence for a while and couldn't help but ask in confusion. "All the super-rank beings of the Dark Forest know the legend of this forbidden area. An earth-shattering battle occurred here 500 years ago. It's said that even true gods participated in it. That battle caused all the beings of the Dark Forest to tremble. The enormous commotion lasted for 3 days and 2 nights, and no one knew what had happened inside." The Cyclops' face was filled with lingering fear as he continued with a thunderous voice, "None of the powerful beings that tried to go in and see what was going on were able to walk out of the forbidden area. None of the beings that mistakenly entered the forbidden area in the next 500 years were able to walk out. It's said that magic and fighting aura are all restricted in the forbidden area. All beings only possess pure physical strength and are unable to take a single step out of the forbidden area. Only demigods that have surpassed the sacred rank can walk out of the forbidden area without these restrictions. Great human demigod existence, please take us away from here." Although the Golden Dragon didn't say a word, his gaze towards Han Shuo was completely different now. His eyes were filled with entreaty, and the Golden Dragon had no choice but to lower his proud head. "I think you've made an error in judgment." Han Shuo looked helplessly at the two enormous beings and spread out his hands in explanation, "I'm very sorry, I'm not a demigod existence." Chapter 242. How is this possible? If you weren't a demigod, how could you not be restricted by the forbidden land and remain in the air? The Cyclops couldn't believe this reality, or perhaps he was afraid that his hopes in Han Shuo would be dashed. He had a look of disbelief on his face. Han Shuo chanted the most basic necromancy magic. The summoning of skeletons that had worked every time had no effect this time. There were no abnormalities in the dark and desolate space. This necromancy magic had failed. So it was like this. Han Shua's heart jumped and he understood that the Cyclops wasn't lying. It looked like he really couldn't use any magic in this forbidden land. Wait! Han Shua called out softly to the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon. His body abruptly rose into the air and broke through the shrouded black mist. However, just as Han Shua felt that he should be able to leave the black mist, a vast, boundless, and strange power blocked the sky like a mountain weighing millions and millions of kilograms. Han Shua fiercely broke through the air and crashed into it, causing great pain all over his body. However, he couldn't break through the shroud of black mist and leave this strange space. There was no need to try anymore. Han Shua already understood that the entire area within 10 kilometers of the black mist was bound by this strange power. Just like the cemetery of death, he couldn't take a single step out of this place without opening the boundary. He landed dejectedly and helplessly, rubbing his buzzing head. Looking at the astonished Cyclops and Golden Dragon in front of him, Han Shua spread his hands and apologized. As expected, the entire forbidden area is blocked by a boundary, and the same goes for the sky covered by the black mist. I think that we won't be able to leave the forbidden land without a special method. By now, the Cyclops and Golden Dragon had started to believe that Han Shua wasn't a demigod like they'd guessed. With their hopes dashed, the two powerful beings didn't even have any interest in why Han Shua could fly in the air when faced with the threat of death. They started to sigh in despair. Han Shua could understand their dejection and despair when he saw that the two powerful beings had not only lost interest in his ability to fly, but had also stopped attacking Gilbert. Great Master, what should I do? I don't want to stay in this damned place forever. Let's continue my unfinished legend in the world of sensual pleasures. Gilbert was extremely anxious as he yelled in annoyance. Not a single being had been able to leave the Forbidden Land in the past 500 years, and there was no lack of super-rank magical creatures with long lifespans. However, when Han Shua walked into this area, he only felt a desolate silence. There wasn't the slightest hint of life in this place. This meant that the super-rank magical creatures with long lifespans must have died long ago. Looking at the sky, Han Shua discovered that the black mist that had permeated the entire area had gradually become thicker, perhaps because of his forceful charge. The dark, damp air was filled with an extremely dangerous and cruel aura. I think it's unlikely that we'll die of old age here even if we want to. Han Shua murmured to himself as he sensed the changes in his surroundings, then suddenly cried out, "Careful, there's danger." Gilbert, who had been blaming the heavens and others, as well as the despairing Cyclops and Golden Dragon, sensed the terrifying changes in their surroundings when they heard Han Shua's cry of alarm. Their survival instincts immediately kicked in, and they also tensed up, paying attention to their surroundings and preparing to deal with any danger that might appear. Dark mist swirled in the sky, and balls of thick, inky black smoke that couldn't be dispelled could be seen from time to time. An evil and terrifying power swept towards them with the force of an avalanche, making it difficult for them to even breathe. The power that enveloped the boundary weighed down on everyone's backs like a million-ton mountain. Even colossal beings like the Cyclops and Golden Dragon howled in the face of this terrifying pressure. This was a sign that they couldn't bear the pressure and had lost control of their minds. Gilbert, who was only rank 1, had already prostrated himself on the ground like a limp snake, unable to even stand up. Magical yuan circulated madly as a dark, shiny shield enveloped Han Shua's entire body. Bolts of black lightning circled within the shield as the pure magical yuan tempered the shield over and over again, making the shield's defensive power more and more resilient. In the end, the barrier that protected Han Shua's body was as beautiful and enchanting as the purest piece of black jade, while Han Shua was like a living fossil wrapped in black jade, full of demonic charm. The Forbidden Land had imprisoned all of the mysterious powers in this world, but the magical yuan from another dimension wasn't something that could be extinguished by the Forbidden Land. Therefore, when Han Shua frantically circulated his magical yuan to form a protective shield that he tempered over and over again, he actually withstood the enormous pressure and stood proudly, unafraid. A pair of deep eyes widened as he observed the changes in the entire area. Not a single bit of the sinister aura in the sky escaped Han Shua's senses. His originally frantic heart began to beat rapidly, and Han Shua's steady breathing was no longer calm as he actually started to pant. The strange power that enveloped the entire Forbidden Land actually made Han Shua feel a trace of familiarity. This kind of power was even more enticing to Han Shua, who was in the bloodlust realm. A wondrous sensing force suddenly came from the demon infant in Han Shua's body. The demon infant was like a small, bloodthirsty beast that suddenly smelled fresh blood. It could no longer endure the violent rampage in Han Shua's body and urged Han Shua anxiously, as if it wanted to do something. Pale green light flashed within the inky black fog that enveloped the entire area. Balls of light gathered towards Han Shua's group of 3 from all directions. An enormous and terrifying aura of evil overflowed from the large balls of fog. As the pale green light continued to flash, the balls of fog gradually separated and changed shape, forming a sinister and terrifying face that pressed down. No! The Cyclops roared angrily and swung his enormous iron shovel at the sinister and terrifying face in the sky. The golden dragon also roared and swept his enormous dragon tail towards the sky, crazily sweeping towards the sinister face of a demon. However, the Cyclops and golden dragon's attacks landed in the air and had no effect on the malevolent phantoms. They fearlessly regrouped after dispersing and pressed downwards with frightening ferocity. "Fiend, it's a fiend!" Han Shua suddenly cried out from within the protective barrier. Han Shua, who was in the bloodlust realm, suddenly removed the protective barrier that covered his entire body. Rays of bloody light shot out from Han Shua's body as a thick, murderous aura suddenly wrapped around Han Shua's body. At the same time, a ray of red light shot out from the top of Han Shua's head. The demon's lair edge's purple and red light flourished as it floated above Han Shua's head, continuously spinning and dancing. The normally calm Han Shua's expression suddenly became sinister and frightening. His white teeth formed the shape of a demon's and his eyes were blood red. The murderous aura emanated from his body and entangled with the demon's lair edge above his head. Blinding bloody light shot out from both of them at the same time. The sinister ghost faces that covered the entire area made shrieking expressions, but didn't make any sound. The evil faces that had been pressing down on the Cyclops and Golden Dragon revealed panicked expressions, seeming to want to escape at all costs. However, with Han Shua's demon's lair edge as the center, an enormous whirlpool had formed in the sky above Han Shua and the demon's lair edge. The whirlpool was more than 10 meters wide, and a murderous aura swirled within it. Blood-red light flashed as waves of evil energy filled it. All of the fiends that had gathered over seemed to be attracted by the enormous whirlpool. All of them wanted to flee in panic, but none of them were able to leave. Under the pull of the enormous whirlpool above Han Shua's head, the fiends seemed to be tied down by invisible ropes no matter how far they escaped, slowly moving towards the whirlpool above Han Shua's head. The terrifying pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas disappeared in an instant. Gilbert, who had been lying on the ground like a soft little snake, straightened his back after the pressure disappeared. He looked at Han Shua, who was causing a huge commotion in the air, and murmured to himself, "Great Master, what the fuck are you doing? Little dark dragon, just what kind of creature is your master? Just what is he doing? Why doesn't he have the presence of fighting aura or magic that a human should have?" The proud golden dragon couldn't help but roar when he saw the great commotion that Han Shua had caused and heard Gilbert's murmurs. "No matter what, we would have already been killed by those evil ghost faces if his strange actions had resolved the danger we were in just now." The Cyclops stared deeply at Han Shua with one eye, but didn't discover that Han Shua had revealed even the slightest bit of fighting aura or magic. According to his understanding of this world, he understood that Han Shua might not be a demigod. However, Han Shua's current actions were illogical and had removed the enormous pressure that had enveloped the entire area. This made the Cyclops not dare to underestimate Han Shua at all. Now that his master had displayed his might, Gilbert also became arrogant. He raised his neck high and shouted loudly, "Damn it, how would I know what's going on? I just know that my master is very powerful. Otherwise, as a great dark dragon, why would I crawl at his feet?" The two enormous beings actually believed the dark dragon's words. Han Shua's current actions and the existence of Dark Dragon Gilbert were enough to prove that Han Shua was a powerful existence. It was because of this that the Golden Dragon and Cyclops accepted the Dark Dragon's rude shouts. It was as if they had forgotten the Dark Dragon's despicable actions from before and didn't dare attack him again. With such a powerful master, and this powerful human currently using his own unique method to remove the enormous pressure that enveloped the entire area, they didn't want to attack Gilbert at this time and attract unnecessary trouble for themselves. If this human stopped his current actions and that powerful threat appeared again, the Cyclops and Golden Dragon would still be dead. Therefore, the two enormous beings only snorted coldly at Gilbert's rude shouts and didn't say anything else. Seeing that Gilbert didn't know anything, the two didn't waste time asking him any more questions. They silently recovered their strength as they paid attention to Han Shua's changes. The malevolent demonic face that had previously floated in the air had now become a pitiful escapee that couldn't escape at all. Even the Sha that had left the area in the beginning were slowly pulled into the whirlpool one by one, no matter how terrified and panicky they were, under the enormous suction force of the whirlpool above his head. It was as if the bloody light whirlpool created by the demon's lair edge and the fiendish aura around Han Shua's body had a restraining effect on these strange fiendish spirits. In the end, not a single one of them was lucky enough to escape. Under the strong suction force of the enormous whirlpool, the pale green faces shrieked in silent terror as they turned into streaks of dark green light and merged into the whirlpool. The enormous whirlpool was like a strange tree. The enormous whirlpool above was like a lush foliage, while the thin passageways below were like the roots of the enormous tree. As the fiends were sucked in one by one, the enormous whirlpool was filled with a terrifying and chaotic energy. Blood red, black, and pale green, three kinds of strange lightning, carrying a thick evil aura, slowly converged into the demon's lair edge and Han Shua's body through the rhizome-like passageways. The whirlpool spun faster and faster, and the demon's lair edge, which had absorbed a large amount of evil aura, shone brightly. The ferocious might of a peerless weapon was gradually revealed. Violent howls continuously sounded from the demon's lair edge, causing the Cyclops and the other two enormous beings to tremble in fear. On the other hand, the killing aura around Han Shua had condensed into a mist. The thick killing aura faintly formed the shape of a giant overlooking the earth behind Han Shua. The giant was more than 10 meters tall in the air and possessed an extremely terrifying ferocity. It looked exactly the same as Han Shua, who was a small dot on the ground with blood-red pupils. This spectacle continued for a day and a night. The enormous whirlpool above Han Shua's head disappeared, and all the fiends in the area also disappeared. Even the giant that had appeared behind Han Shua slowly flew back into Han Shua's body. Only the demon's lair edge continued to shine brightly as it floated above Han Shua's head. Roar, an evil and terrifying howl suddenly rang out from Han Shua's mouth. Han Shua suddenly stood up with blood-red pupils, as if a peerless soul had awakened from the depths of the earth. He glared viciously at the Cyclops, Golden Dragon, and Dark Dragon Gilbert, causing them to tremble from the depths of their hearts. Chapter 243. What does he want to do? The proud Golden Dragon couldn't help but cry out in alarm when he saw the extremely evil Han Shua glaring at him with bloodshot eyes. How would I know? Oh my, great master, just what do you want to do? I am your most humble servant, Gilbert. The little black dragon had just straightened his back when he saw the ferocious Han Shua walk towards him step by step. A thick wave of fiendish aura swept towards him like a wave of blood, and he immediately screamed in panic. Unfortunately, at this moment, Han Shua's expression was ferocious and terrifying. Both of his pupils had turned blood red. he let out another howl towards the heavens. Like a bloodthirsty beast, he was already charging towards this side. The fiendish aura around Han Shuo had thickened into the shape of a red mist, and as Han Shuo leapt forward, a ferocious aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged forward. Not good, he's lost his mind. The Cyclops' thunderous voice suddenly cried out in alarm, already preparing for the worst. At this moment, the golden dragon was standing closest to Han Shuo. The proud golden dragon had become Han Shuo's first target. Amidst the roiling flames, Han Shuo had already descended upon the golden dragon's head and smashed his fist towards the golden dragon's enormous head. If it had only been Han Shuo's fist, perhaps the golden dragon wouldn't have cared too much. After all, Han Shuo's size was not on the same level as the golden dragon's, and the strength and area of effect of his fist were very limited. It would be very difficult for him to cause too much damage to a colossus like the golden dragon. However, when this fist came crashing down, the fiendish aura around Han Shuo naturally condensed into the shape of a crimson fist the size of a small mountain. This fist completely enveloped the golden dragon's body, and the enormous pressure made it hard for him to breathe. It carried with it a destructive wave as it came crashing down. The proud golden dragon let out a pained groan and muttered a few dirty words. He hadn't recovered much of his strength yet, but he had no choice but to stretch out his coiled body. His wriggling tail, like the Great Wall of China, suddenly slammed into the incoming fist. Rumble, an earth-shattering sound came from the collision between the giant fist and the golden dragon's tail. The rocks around the golden dragon exploded one after another. The golden dragon let out a painful roar. Its straight and winding tail seemed to be unable to bear the weight as it trembled and bent together. Its huge body that was more than 10 meters tall was directly smashed to the ground by this punch. Waha, great master, your humble master is proud of you. You used your strength to directly beat the golden dragon, who has the strongest physical body of the dragon clan, to the ground. I, Gilbert of the Dark Dragon clan, have witnessed this historical moment. You are indeed worthy of being my chosen master. The ferocious and terrifying punch smashed the golden dragon to the ground. The Cyclops' single eye was filled with the light of disbelief, while the dark dragon Gilbert was crazily shouting and yelling. My great, heroic, miraculous, noble master, what do you want to do? Don't tell me you're planning to make a move on your most adorable, most loyal, most honest, and most humble Gilbert. However, Dark Dragon Gilbert's flattery was not over yet. The giant fist of bloody light had disappeared, but when Han Shuo's foot was about to kick out, a large blood-red foot appeared in the air. Its target was the rambling Dark Dragon Gilbert. Without waiting for Gilbert's panicked voice to finish, this foot was already directly stomping down on Dark Dragon Gilbert's large head. If things went wrong, Gilbert would never be able to make a sound again. Roar! Just as the dark dragon roared in despair, a towering figure suddenly rushed out. A large green arm forcibly helped Dark Dragon Gilbert block this foot. After a series of rumbling vibrations, the green Cyclops sat on the ground and fearfully looked at the sinister face of Han Shuo, who was slowly descending with a fierce roar. Damned stupid dragon, he has already lost his mind and is no longer your master. Do you want to fucking die? The golden dragon, who had finally stood up from his crouching position, couldn't help but shake his head and shake his tail as he roared loudly. He wanted Dark Dragon Gilbert to recognize the truth. Dark Dragon Gilbert seemed to have come to his senses. In the depths of his heart, he was unwilling to believe that Han Shuo would kill him. He continued to muddle-headedly mumble to himself, how is this possible? How could my master attack me? Stupid dragon, although I don't know what happened, I'm afraid that your master has truly lost his mind. He's very, very powerful now. That unlucky golden dragon and I don't have much strength left. Only the three of us together may be able to deal with your master. The Cyclops watched as Han Shuo slowly descended from the sky. A vast and boundless murderous aura had firmly locked onto the three of them. He couldn't help but anxiously yell at Dark Dragon Gilbert. Shaking his large head blankly, Gilbert felt bitter inside. Although he felt despair and grief at Han Shua's ruthless and merciless killing, he still stubbornly said, "No, absolutely not. I can't fight my master with you, even if I die." "Idiot, the three of us together can't kill him. We only need to resist or restrain him. We're doing this to save him, you stupid and damned dark dragon, do you understand the meaning of this?" On the other side, the golden dragon roared wildly in exasperation in the face of the threat of death. "That's right, stupid dragon, we're saving him, saving him. Idiot." The Cyclops immediately understood after hearing the golden dragon's words and roared in agreement. The dragon race was a proud race. If it weren't for special opportunities, it would be very difficult for them to be tamed by the humans that they looked down upon. However, once a dragon established a contract with a human, their loyalty was unquestionable as long as their master was alive. Gilbert had spent some time with Han Shua. Han Shua's actions were very much in line with the dark dragon race's evil appetite. Even when Han Shua had lost his mind and attacked him viciously, he had never thought of resisting. This was just like the dark dragon race's lustful nature. It was an innate imprint of the giant dragon race that no one could change. The golden dragon was well aware of this race's characteristics and immediately changed the meaning of resisting. He turned resisting Han Shua into saving Han Shua, so as to resolve the knot in Gilbert's nature. Indeed, as if he had been enlightened, the roars of the golden dragon and Cyclops woke up the muddle-headed Gilbert. After thinking it through, Gilbert frantically yelled, "That's right, I want to help you. Nothing can happen to you, your humble servant still needs your guidance." Roar! Han Shua, who was slowly descending towards the three colossuses, suddenly let out a ferocious howl. An unimaginably terrifying sound wave rushed straight towards them. Circles of murderous blood waves, like ripples on water, rolled in layers in the dusky void. The evil, murderous aura contained in the sound wave poured down from the sky in the form of burning clouds. Blood seeped out of the mouths, noses, and eyes of the three enormous beings under the impact of the terrifying sound wave. Their enormous bodies rolled about rapidly, unable to withstand the impact of the terrifying sound wave that was mixed with a murderous aura. "Damn it, what kind of attack method is your master using? Instead of letting him yell and scream, why don't we face his giant fists and feet? At least we can withstand the physical damage, but we can't do anything about this kind of sound wave attack." Blood as thick as a baby's arm seeped out of the golden dragon's lantern-sized eyes. Blood also flowed out of his ghastly mouth as he complained in agony. "Heavens, what the hell is going on? My master shouldn't be this strong." Gilbert had interacted with Han Shua for a long time. Although he wasn't very clear about Han Shua's true strength, from Han Shua's performance, it was absolutely impossible for him to possess such terrifying strength. "There's no other way. Let's combine our strength and attack him together. Otherwise, not only will we die without a doubt, he won't be able to escape the backlash of his strength and explode. The terrifying strength that shrouds his body right now comes from those fiends from the Forbidden Land. He must have wanted to absorb all of them, which is why this situation has occurred." The Cyclops was the calmest of the three enormous beings. Seeing that they were about to die from the impact of the sound wave if this continued, he immediately suggested anxiously. Then, without waiting for Gilbert to respond, the Cyclops and the Golden Dragon, who were supposed to be enemies, glanced at each other and actually stood up from their rolling positions in unison. Enduring the terrifying pain in their bodies, they charged straight at Han Shua, who was standing proudly in the air and surrounded by layers of murderous aura. Han Shua, who was roaring madly, sensed the unusual movements of the two enormous beings. He laughed sinisterly as he floated towards the two enormous beings. His blood-red pupils suddenly lit up with a brilliant crimson light. The crimson light overflowed from his pupils and condensed on the bodies of the two enormous beings as though it had materialized. The two enormous beings had just straightened their bodies when they were swept by his glistening bloody eyes. Their bodies were immediately invaded by a terrifying strength, and they actually began to tremble madly as if they had epilepsy. They let out mournful cries from their mouths. "Damned black dragon, you're right behind him. Subdue him immediately, or else we'll all die." When Han Shua's blood-red pupils swept across the golden dragon's body, the tough dragon scales covering its body shattered with popping sounds. Fresh blood gushed out like a fountain. The golden dragon shook its head and wagged its tail as it dodged while howling miserably. "Hurry up, you're saving him, damned stupid dragon." The Cyclops' green skin suddenly tore apart and the seemingly solid bloody light in Han Shua's eyes landed on it. Then, the wound magically grew infinitely larger. Because his heart was filled with an unknown fear, he also let out a series of miserable cries. For the first time, he let out a howl of profanity. Amidst the frenzied roars of the two enormous beings, Gilbert yelled, "I'm going to save you, save you." Resolute emotions appeared in Gilbert's enormous eyes. Then, Gilbert abruptly extended his enormous dragon claw, carefully swatting it towards the completely unaware Han Shua who was standing proudly in front of him. He planned to first knock Han Shua unconscious, then think of a way to restore Han Shua's lost rationality and rescue Han Shua from his current chaotic state. There was no need to doubt Gilbert's loyalty. Bam! A huge muffled sound rang out as a ball of red mist formed from murderous intent appeared above Han Shua's head, tenaciously resisting Gilbert's claw. Han Shua wasn't injured at all within the red mist, but he seemed to have sensed Gilbert's malice. He couldn't help but turn around and glare at Gilbert with his bloody eyes, roaring angrily. All of the chaotic murderous aura surrounding Han Shua was affected by Han Shua's rage and immediately gathered from all directions, surging wildly into the demon's lair edge that had been floating in front of Han Shua's chest. The enormous murderous aura was like waves of blood as it rapidly converged within the demon's lair edge. The demon's lair edge, which continued to hiss violently, suddenly exploded with a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens and earth. When all of the murderous aura surrounding Han Shua had been absorbed by the demon's lair edge, the demon's lair edge had become a peerless weapon that could split the heavens and earth. 100-meter-long blood-red light shot out from the demon's lair edge. Han Shua, holding the sword hilt, was like a demon god that could destroy everything. Han Shua adjusted the direction of the 100-meter-long light with his right arm, slowly aiming it at Gilbert. During this process, wherever the terrifying 100-meter-long aura passed, the air cracked, and the hard dark rocks that had existed for an unknown number of years were directly turned into stone chips flying everywhere under the violent aura. Faced with the boundless aura, Gilbert's enormous body appeared so small and helpless. His dragon eyes were filled with despair, fear, grief, and all sorts of emotions. He stared blankly at the ferocious Han Shua and couldn't help but mutter, "No, you won't. You're my master, you can't really want to kill me. Stupid dragon, run. Hurry up and run." The Cyclops and the Golden Dragon frantically reminded him at the same time. For some reason, the hearts of the two enormous beings were also filled with grief at this moment. However, the normally carefree Gilbert who liked to hoot crazily was stupefied, as if he had become an idiot. His lantern-sized eyes gradually overflowed with blood-colored tears, but his body remained unmoving, as if it had taken root. An earth-shattering roar rang out from the mouth of the ferocious red-eyed Han Shua. The 100-meter-long demon's lair edge that possessed the power to annihilate the heavens and earth was finally slowly raised and aimed at Gilbert. The Cyclops and the Golden Dragon didn't doubt that as long as this edge descended, Gilbert would absolutely be torn into pieces of fresh meat. He would have no hope of surviving, and all traces of life would be completely erased. No! A crazed howl rang out from the mouth of the crimson-eyed Han Shua. It was only now that Han Shua finally spat out a clear human voice. His face was filled with an expression of pain and struggle. As he roared with unwillingness, his entire body was enveloped by black lightning. The blood vessels on his neck and arms ruptured with popping sounds, spraying blood all over his body. However, Han Shuo didn't seem to notice the frightening injuries on his body at all. He seemed to be unable to control his limbs, his expression twisted in pain as he stared at his right hand with his bloodshot eyes. He continuously roared, "No, no." Suddenly, Han Shuo's expression hardened. His bloody left hand abruptly smashed towards his right arm that held the demon's lair edge. The blow fell like lightning, accompanied by a crisp creaking sound. Arrows of blood shot out from both of his arms at the same time, spraying out in all directions. Such a self-harming attack obviously produced a miraculous effect, saving Gilbert's precious life. His right hand clenched tightly onto the 100-meter-long blade, and a change immediately took place. The 100-meter-long edge that had been attacking Gilbert suddenly changed direction, narrowly bypassing Gilbert's enormous body. It carried a ruthless, evil, and fierce sword aura that could destroy everything as it shot towards the boundless forbidden area shrouded in black fog. Suddenly, the entire sky above the forbidden area within a 10-kilometer radius was filled with blood-red light. The earth shook violently as a terrifying explosion filled the entire forbidden area. It was as if the heavens and earth had been destroyed by the terrifying explosion. The black fog that had enveloped the forbidden area for 500 years slowly dissipated as the blood-red light tore through it. Rays of warm and bright sunlight penetrated through the obstacles that had shrouded the place for 100 years, sprinkling all over the dark and desolate forbidden land, landing on the two colossi covered in cuts and bruises, on Han Shuo who was gasping for breath in a pool of blood but whose eyes had regained clarity, and on the dark dragon Gilbert whose eyes were brimming with tears as he revealed an expression of ecstasy. Chapter 244. The violent explosions continued for a while before the forbidden land gradually calmed down. The blazing sun hung in the sky, signifying that the forbidden land that had been sealed for 500 years had finally seen the light of day again. Ah, light, this is the light of the sun. The golden dragon, who was covered in wounds, looked up at the blazing sun in the sky and felt the warmth of the sunlight on his scales. He sighed emotionally. As he sighed emotionally, some of the power that he'd lost after entering the forbidden land slowly filled his enormous body. The golden dragon's enormous body slowly rose from the ground. The dragon race's ability to fly had finally returned. The power that sealed the entire forbidden land has completely disappeared. We're saved. The Cyclops faced the sun with one eye as he lay limply on the ground, riddled with wounds. Although his form was a bit lazy, his green face was filled with the joy of escaping death. On the other side, Dark Dragon Gilbert shook his enormous head. The tears that had just filled his eyes were flung into the air like spring rain. His enormous body floated in the air and flew impatiently towards Han Shuo. He murmured to himself, I just knew that you wouldn't kill your most loyal servant." At this moment, Han Shuo's right hand, which was as tough as steel, had been forcibly broken by his left hand. The meridians in his neck and arms had ruptured, and he lay in a pool of his own blood, gasping for breath. "Idiot, if it wasn't for my quick recovery, you would have died even if you had 9 lives." The powerless Han Shuo opened his mouth to berate Gilbert. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as soon as he opened his mouth, but Han Shuo didn't seem to feel it at all. His eyes that had regained clarity had a few traces of warmth and emotion. When the strange power that had sealed the entire forbidden land disappeared, Dark Dragon Gilbert's body sensed a familiar energy. He slowly took human form as he approached Han Shuo. When he stood in front of Han Shuo, he had already become a haggard human. After experiencing this ordeal, Gilbert's aura had changed slightly. "Heh, recover your body first." With his back to Han Shuo, Gilbert wiped away the moisture on his face and walked over in a seemingly relaxed manner. He smiled as he helped Han Shuo up from his limp position, silently standing next to him. Han Shuo chanted a necromancy incantation. A pure white little skull and the dumb earth zombie suddenly appeared in front of Han Shuo. As soon as the two stood in front of Han Shuo, their gazes simultaneously focused on Han Shuo. When they discovered that Han Shuo was in a miserable state and drenched in blood, they both abruptly moved to either side of Han Shuo and anxiously reached out their large hands to scratch his body, as if they wanted to stuff the blood on Han Shuo's body back into his body through his wounds. The little skeleton's purple eyes and the Earth Elite zombie's earthy yellow eyes were both filled with panic. They seemed to have a lot of life in them, waving their hands and feet to express what they were trying to say at such a busy time. All right. With the strength of my body now, this kind of injury won't be fatal. You don't have to worry about it. Han Shuo could understand the meaning behind the two's frantic and gesticulating explanations. Although their method of trying to stuff Han Shuo's blood back into his body was childish and laughable, it warmed Han Shuo's heart. Suddenly, the little skull shot into the sky, the bone dagger in his hand and the 7 bone spurs in his hand spinning in a whirlpool. An evil, cold, and inhuman killing intent spread from his body as the 7 bone spurs pierced towards the Cyclops and the golden dragon like 7 rays of blood. At the same time, the earth zombie to Han Shuo's left sank into the ground as if drowning. A wave of earth-shaking tremors came from the depths of the earth beneath the Cyclops and golden dragon. Sharp mounds of earth rose from the ground, and the Cyclops was the first to be affected. He scrambled to dodge. When the little skull and the earth zombie appeared out of thin air and landed on either side of Han Shuo, the Cyclops and golden dragon only glanced at them casually and didn't pay any attention to these low-level necromancers. However, when the two fellows began to make their move, the deterrence and destructive power they caused the two colossal beings to be dumbfounded. They simply could not believe what they were seeing. The little skull and the earth zombies' movements were fast, and their attacks were as swift as lightning. When Han Shuo reacted, the two's attacks were already about to land on the heavily injured Cyclops and golden dragon. Hey, damn stupid dragon, are you just here to watch the show? We just helped you. The golden dragon was terrified as he frantically dodged the attacks of the bloody rays. He couldn't help but roar. Although the Cyclops and golden dragon could use their energy to recover, their bodies had long since become weak after a series of torments. In addition, although the little skeleton and Earth Elite zombie were small in size, the intimidation they caused was truly frightening. The golden dragon couldn't help but turn pale with fright and cry out in alarm. My honored master, these two fellows did help us just now. I don't think they have any ill intentions. Gilbert heard the golden dragon's roar and remembered their friendship when the 3 of them had defended against Han Shuo. He couldn't help but try to persuade Han Shuo. I see. You two, come back. Han Shuo nodded indifferently and called out to the little skull and the earth zombie. The 2 reckless fellows, little skull and the earth zombie, immediately retracted their combined attacks when they heard Han Shuo's order. The 7 bloody bone daggers spun once and returned to little skull's back in a very short amount of time. The earth mounds that had been shaking the earth mysteriously disappeared one by one. The earth zombie, who had just disappeared to the left of Han Shuo, slowly rose from the earth as if it had floated up from the water. It stood on the left of Han Shuo as if it had never moved. Little Skull and the earth zombie discovered that Han Shuo was riddled with wounds. Gilbert naturally wasn't Han Shuo's enemy, so the 2 giants that had also clearly experienced a great battle were naturally treated as the culprits. It was understandable that they would attack without waiting for Han Shuo's orders. Actually, even when he had lost his mind, Han Shuo still had a rough understanding of what had happened. It was just that when he'd lost his mind, his existence had still been useful in helping the 2 enormous beings leave the forbidden area. Now that the restriction on the forbidden area had been lifted, Han Shuo didn't know if they'd have any ill intentions. He'd summoned the 2 little skeletons and the Earth Elite zombie entirely to guard against any strange movements from the 2. Although the little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie's sudden attack was a bit out of Han Shuo's expectations, he felt that letting the 2 display their strength would be able to intimidate the 2 enormous beings and prevent them from making any more untoward moves. Therefore, he waited for Gilbert's explanation before stopping the two little fellows' attack. This was also a warning to the two giants that they shouldn't think that they were the rulers now that the restriction of the Forbidden Land had been lifted. The Golden Dragon, who had hastily transformed into his dragon form to reduce the size of his attack in the face of the little skull's bone spikes, wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead and laughed dryly at Han Shuo from afar. "It's very nice to meet you, powerful human. I think there's nothing for me to do now, so let's meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Dragon transformed into a large man and quickly flew out as if he was fleeing. With a few quick movements, he landed in a patch of rocks and disappeared without a trace. As soon as the Golden Dragon left, the Cyclops also looked up at the sky and cried out like thunder, "Ahaha, I'm also very happy to meet you guys, but I still have some matters to attend to at home, so I won't be able to chat with you guys any longer. I hope we'll have the chance to meet again." The sound of thunder was still ringing in the sky, and the Cyclops didn't even have time to rest. He'd already twisted his injured body and staggered into the distance, hoping that he wouldn't run into this crazy human next time. His appearance when he went berserk was simply too frightening. In the blink of an eye, the two exhausted and injured giants had fled the area with terrified expressions. Han Shuo and Gilbert looked at each other, feeling that this was truly absurd. Whether it was the Cyclops or the Golden Dragon, they were both terrifying existences at their peak if they hadn't experienced a series of battles. In the dark forest, unless they encountered a level 4 creature like the Lord of the Flames, they would be able to do as they pleased. Level 1 magical creatures like the Manticore and the Medusa would all avoid the Cyclops or the Golden Dragon as if they'd seen a ghost. However, such a powerful existence had fled right in front of them. This filled Han Shuo and Gilbert's hearts with a strange feeling. Discarding some chaotic thoughts, Han Shuo sat down cross-legged and said to Gilbert, "Little Skull, and the Earth Elite Zombie, I'm going to heal, you guys keep an eye on me." Afterwards, a murderous aura wrapped around his body and formed a black and red cocoon, wrapping him up tightly. Bolts of black and red light flowed on the surface of the cocoon like lightning, tightly wrapping Han Shuo's aura within, not letting a single bit leak out. The fiendish existences that had always existed in the forbidden area were what demonic cultivators called fiends. They were strange existences that were formed after the souls of the strong were imprisoned in a special space after death. Because they couldn't disappear from the world, they gradually absorbed all sorts of chaotic energies over time. No one knew what had happened 500 years ago, but there must have been many strong souls that had been affected by the strange energy in the forbidden area and hadn't been able to disappear from the world for 500 years. All the creatures that had mistakenly entered the forbidden area had their abilities sealed by the power of the forbidden area. They were unable to use fighting aura or magic to harm the fiends, and the fiends had no reaction to physical damage. Therefore, no matter how strong a creature was, only death awaited them when faced with the fiends in this area. Before these creatures died, their fear, despair, unwillingness, and other negative emotions were all absorbed by the fiends that had existed first. This caused the fiends to accumulate more and more energy over the 500 years, becoming more and more savage and powerful. The intruders that only had physical attacks were naturally unable to deal with these fiends. However, Han Shuo, who had entered the bloodlust realm due to his demonic cultivation, was surrounded by a fiendish aura. His demon's lair edge, which was linked to his life, was the bane of these fiends. Therefore, when Han Shuo learned that these existences were fiends, he immediately used the demon infant and the demon's lair edge to form a whirlpool, creating a frenzied devouring device that absorbed all the fiends that had existed in the forbidden area for 500 years into the demon infant and the demon's lair edge. During this process, the image of a giant appeared behind Han Shuo's back. The demonic infant had absorbed too much killing intent and naturally formed this giant image. In the end, all of it was absorbed into Han Shuo's body. However, although the power of this fiends was enormous, they were filled with too many impure thoughts. All sorts of negative emotions interweaved together, and each fiend had a different characteristic. This caused Han Shuo, whose mind was already unstable in the bloodlust realm, to finally lose his mind and almost become a bloodthirsty demon. After passing through the bloodlust realm, Han Shuo used the battle with the three enormous beings to vent the chaotic fiends that had surrounded his body through his attacks. During this process, the chaotic fiends underwent refinement, and a small portion of the purest energy was absorbed by the demon infant by Han Shuo. The other portion of the impure, negative, and violent fiends was absorbed by the demon's layer edge because it was filled with impurities and had too many chaotic emotions. Most of the killing intent that couldn't be absorbed was consumed by Han Shuo's irrational venting. It was consumed by the attacks of the three enormous beings. Finally, the demon's layer edge's earth-shattering blow blasted into the void that was shrouded in black mist. This enormous, but fatal, manic energy actually destroyed the imprisonment energy that enveloped the entire Forbidden Land, allowing it to see the light of day once more. The reason why Han Shuo had previously possessed the tyrannical strength to match the three enormous beings and the reason why the demon's layer edge was able to possess such overwhelming power was because it had continuously consumed a large portion of the chaotic, violent, and uncontrollable fiend's killing intent. That energy only possessed the purest form of destructive energy and wasn't something that he could control at all. Therefore, he had made it disappear through venting. Therefore, the strength that Han Shuo and the demon's layer edge had just displayed wasn't something that they should possess. When the demon's layer edge had pierced through the 500-year imprisonment of the forbidden area, all of the destructive energy had completely disappeared. Han Shuo and the demon's layer edge had also returned to their original form in an instant, without the support of the frenzied energy from before. However, this time, both Han Shuo and the demon's layer edge had indeed obtained great benefits. Although Han Shuo was still in the bloodlust realm, the purest energy within the demon infant had caused Han Shuo's strength to skyrocket once again. After the demon's layer edge had absorbed a portion of the energy, it was very likely that after a period of refinement and some special opportunities, it would truly be able to condense all sorts of chaotic negative emotions and form a soul unique to the demon's layer edge. At that time, the demon's layer edge would truly possess the power of a peerless weapon. Han Shuo, who had been wrapped in the black and red cocoon, only broke out after 8 days and 9 nights. His shattered right arm had returned to normal, and the ruptured veins on his neck and arms had become even more resilient. His height had actually increased by a few centimeters. His naked body was now tall and sturdy, with broad shoulders and a thin waist. The muscles on his body were well proportioned and firm, like pieces of finely carved rock. His eyes were deep and sinister, filled with the confidence of being in control of everything. "Great Master, you've finally come out. Your pitiful servant has waited for far too long." Gilbert had a dejected expression as he stood pitifully by Han Shuo's side, loudly calling out Han Shuo's greatness. Looking at Gilbert in shock, Han Shuo asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong, why are you pitiful now?" Gilbert had a pitiful expression as he first looked around, then complained like a villain, "Not only did those two bully me, they even dug up someone's ancestral grave. They're too evil." Han Shuo was taken aback when he heard this. He asked in astonishment, "What's going on? Look for yourself, look at what they've done. They even made me, the great dark dragon Gilbert, help them dig up someone's ancestral grave. I wouldn't do it, and they actually threatened me with a knife. They're too evil, too shameless, that detestable little skull." Gilbert felt extremely wronged. He pulled Han Shuo up into the sky, letting Han Shuo see the evil deeds of Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie. When Han Shuo floated up into the sky and looked towards Mike Cotton's tombstone, he was dumbfounded by what he saw. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, those two really went a bit too far." Chapter 245. The flat ground was now covered in ravines. With the tombstone of Mike Cotton, a demigod of the Lancelot Empire, as the center, the land within a few dozen meters of it had been turned upside down. Many crooked ravines appeared out of thin air. It was as if a large-scale archaeological team was excavating antiques. The entire area had been turned upside down. As far as the eye could see, the brown soil had piled up into mounds. In an enormous ravine below, the little skeleton and the Earth Elite zombie were surrounding an enormous skeleton, dismantling it. The skeleton was more than 10 meters long, and every bone was as thick as a person. They sparkled like jade and sparkled with pure white light. It was obviously the skeleton of a super-rank magical beast. Sensing Han Shua's presence, Little Skull and the Earth Elite zombie grabbed a few bone spurs that were even bigger than themselves and waved them at Han Shua excitedly, as if they were greeting Han Shua. After that, the little skeleton picked up the bones in his hands and flew to a deep pit with white bones in a flash. He carefully threw the bones he had dismantled into the deep pit, acting as if they were very precious. What have they been doing these past few days? Han Shua asked Gilbert in surprise as he watched from the sky. With a sad face, Gilbert complained, "Not long after you were wrapped up like a worm in a cocoon, these two fellows became restless." Little Zombie went into the ground, grabbed a bone, and proudly showed it off to Little Skull. Then, Little Skull also became excited. When these two fellows work together, they are simply the most powerful grave robbers. They turned the entire area upside down, as if to collect these bones. I don't know what they are planning to do. While listening to Gilbert's description, Han Shua stared at the deep pit where the white bones were placed. His body that was standing in the air slowly moved towards the deep pit. He landed in the deep pit from the sky, grabbed a leg bone of an unknown magical beast, and began to carefully examine it. The bone was very heavy in his hand. It actually weighed more than 50 kilograms. The white bone seemed to contain a strange aura. The bone felt cold to the touch, and a fierce aura flowed into Han Shua's body through the white bone. Under Han Shua's feet, the Earth Elite zombie silently rose from the ground like a ghost of the earth. He held a piece of white bone in his hand and presented it to Han Shua as if he was presenting a treasure. His earthy yellow eyes shone with a proud light. Stunned, Han Shua picked up the piece of white bone that the Earth Elite zombie handed to him. Han Shua felt an ancient dragon aura through this piece of bone. This bone was only as thick as an arm, but it was a bit heavier than the previous one. There was a faint whistling sound of wind coming from this piece of white bone. If one were to carefully feel it, they would be able to feel that this piece of white bone contained the element of wind magic. Han Shua was certain that this piece of white bone must have come from the body of a wind dragon. As a necromancy mage, Han Shua had some understanding of the skeletons of some magical beasts. He also understood that necromancy mages needed to use skeletons for magical experiments. Some of the skeletons of super-rank magical beasts even contained a portion of their energy when they were alive. These skeletons could even be used to make some powerful weapons. For example, the white bone staff that Belinda of the Calamity Church had refined was forged from the skeleton of a super-rank magical beast. It had the effect of amplifying some of Han Shua's necromancy magic. Just as Han Shua was pondering inwardly, as if he wanted to prove something to Han Shua, the little skull appeared in front of Han Shua with a few other bones. He suddenly pulled on Han Shua's sleeve, making Han Shua focus his attention on him. When Han Shua looked at the little skull with astonishment, he discovered that the little skull's purple demon eye was glistening with a strange light. Ripples of silver light suddenly circulated in the little skull's left claw that held a piece of white bone. The originally sparkling and translucent bone rapidly weathered in the little skull's left claw. It was as if the gears of time had been sped up 1,000 times. In an extremely short amount of time, the piece of white bone that had originally contained a strange power had been reduced to dust and scattered on the ground. Afterwards, the little skull raised his head proudly and picked up another piece of white bone, making a chewing motion towards Han Shua. He then casually tossed the piece of white bone into the pile of bones around him. Without the little skull's further explanation, Han Shua already understood that the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie had the ability to absorb the bones of some of the powerful creatures in this forbidden area. Perhaps it was because the forbidden area had always had a restraining power, but not only were the souls of these powerful creatures unable to dissipate into the world, their bodies also contained a portion of the energy they had when they were alive. Although their bodies had completely rotted away, their bones still contained an abnormal amount of energy. It just so happened that this energy was a great tonic for the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie. No wonder the two of them had become grave robbers and turned this area upside down. Han Shuo smiled as he rubbed the little skull's smooth skull and patted the Earth Elite zombie's shoulder. He said gently, "Hee hee, well done. In that case, you guys can collect all the bones that can be used here." After the Earth Elite zombie was praised by Han Shuo, he foolishly rubbed his head and his body sank back into the ground. After a while, he appeared at the skeleton that was more than 10 meters tall and began to dismantle the bones again. Little Skeleton, on the other hand, was dancing with joy as he delightfully sent Han Shuo one message after another, describing his thoughts. After listening attentively for a while, Han Shuo nodded and expressed his understanding. "If you want to take these bones away with you and the Earth Elite zombie, that's not a problem. I'll help you after you've piled up all the bones." In the message that the little skull sent, he wanted to bring all the bones with strange powers into the different dimension he was in. It seemed that he wanted to benefit more of the undead creatures that belonged to them. After understanding his thoughts, Han Shuo was first surprised, but then immediately expressed his understanding. After getting Han Shuo's approval, the little skull was very excited. After the 7-bone spurs shook for a while, he flew into the air and landed in the direction of the Earth Elite zombie. He started working with the Earth Elite zombie and continued to dismantle the bones of the huge magical beast. Han Shuo observed for a moment and discovered that they didn't want the entire skeleton of a super-rank creature. Based on their ability to sense the energy contained in the skeleton, they only dismantled the bones that contained energy. The ordinary and useless bones were casually tossed to the side. The dozen or so ravines in the area were littered with useless bones that had been carelessly tossed to the side. It looked like they hadn't been idle during the past few days while Han Shuo had been training. That 10-meter-long skeleton of a giant beast seemed to be their last prey. While the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie were working, Han Shuo's eyes wandered around. Then, a tombstone engraved with Ermite Cotton's name attracted Han Shuo's attention. It was only now that Han Shuo realized that the tombstone of this eternal legend of Lancelot was originally only a small part of it. Now that the Earth Elite zombie had dug up the surrounding gullies, the tombstone that was originally only a meter tall had grown to a height of 3 meters. From the top of the tombstone to the bottom, the tombstone that was buried deep in the earth grew wider and wider until it looked like a miniature mountain. This made Han Shuo feel very strange. Seeing that Han Shuo's attention was on Ermite Cotton's tombstone, Dark Dragon Gilbert seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Master, there's something strange about this large stone slab. Little Skull and the little zombie once asked me to move this stone slab, but I tried and found that this stone slab is very, very heavy. Even with my strength, I couldn't move it at all." "Oh, that's a bit interesting." As a member of the dragon race, Dark Dragon Gilbert still possessed tyrannical strength even in human form. Even if the tombstone was twice as large, with Dark Dragon Gilbert's strength, it was impossible for him to not move it at all. This made Han Shuo very surprised. Therefore, as soon as Gilbert finished speaking, Han Shuo had already flown to the front of the tombstone and reached out to touch the tombstone with a surprised expression. The tombstone was cold to the touch. Other than the few deep scratches where Ermite Cotton's name was engraved, the rest of the tombstone was as smooth as a mirror. After reaching out to touch it, Han Shuo didn't feel anything strange or uncomfortable. It wasn't much different from an ordinary stone slab. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo pushed and shook the tombstone with all his might. He discovered that the tombstone didn't budge at all. It looked like this tombstone was as heavy as Gilbert had said, and it wasn't something that could be easily shaken. "Come here, dig this piece of land for me." With a thought, Han Shuo waved his hand at the Earth Elite zombie in the distance. The two undead creatures, Little Skull and the Earth Elite Zombie, were only interested in the bones that were useful to them. This tombstone shouldn't be too attractive to them. Otherwise, with the Earth Elite Zombie's ability, it would have long turned the ground under the tombstone upside down. Under Han Shua's command, the Earth Elite Zombie disappeared into the ground in the distance. Then, the ground under Han Shua's feet shook. The ground that was buried deep under the tombstone began to roll like sand. The soft ground shook for a while, and two cracks abruptly separated from the bottom of the tombstone. The originally towering tombstone suddenly collapsed on a raised hill. The tombstone that was 7 meters in length was completely exposed. Even the bottom of the tombstone, which was as wide as a tree root, was exposed. That damn zombie. He clearly had the ability to move it, but he let me, the great Gilbert, help him move it. What a lazy bastard. Gilbert watched as the Earth Elite Zombie, under Han Shua's command, effortlessly uprooted the tombstone. He couldn't help but complain when he thought of his previous experience. Unfortunately, the Earth Elite Zombie simply ignored Gilbert's clamor. After completing what Han Shua had ordered, it appeared next to Little Skull a few dozen meters away and continued to concentrate on dismantling the huge skeleton. Honorable Master, what are you trying to do? Gilbert looked at the completely exposed tombstone and asked in confusion. Let's take a look first. Han Shua answered casually. He approached the tombstone and carefully observed it. His fingers lightly moved on the tombstone, his face pensive. A normal tombstone would never be 7 meters long. Furthermore, he didn't know what material this tombstone was made of. Even with Han Shua's current understanding of various ores, he couldn't tell what material this tombstone was made of. In addition, its weight was beyond Han Shua's imagination. Han Shua couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. As his fingers lightly moved across the tombstone, a wisp of magical yuan appeared on his fingertip like static electricity. After being pressed down by Han Shua, it fell into the tombstone. An enormous amount of dark element was suddenly transmitted to Han Shua's mind through the magical yuan. This energy was surprisingly similar to the energy that imprisoned the entire Forbidden Land. Startled, Han Shua hurriedly retracted his finger and looked at the brown tombstone in amazement. He murmured, "Strange, this energy should have already disappeared. Could it be that, the strange energy that enveloped the entire Forbidden Land came from the demigod existence Ermite Cotton? What is it, Master?" The little dark dragon, Gilbert, didn't hear Han Shua's murmurs clearly and couldn't help but ask when he saw the surprise on Han Shua's face. Taking a few steps back, Han Shua instructed, "Gilbert, step back a bit. I'm going to blast this tombstone open and see what's inside." When Gilbert left as instructed, Han Shua also stepped back about 10 meters and summoned the Demon's Lair Edge, infusing it with magical yuan. Although the Demon's Lair Edge hadn't truly become a peerless weapon after absorbing a large amount of killing intent, the killing intent contained within it already possessed a frightening amount of power. With Han Shua's magical yuan infusing it, a sharp light shot out from the Demon's Lair Edge like a waterfall, shooting towards the tombstone with terrifying power. A series of crackling sounds rang out, accompanied by a brilliant flash of light. The sturdy stone wall shattered into pieces under the impact of the indestructible Demon's Lair Edge. Stone fragments flew everywhere. When everything had calmed down, the brown stones were scattered all over the ground. On the mound that supported the tombstone was a magic staff embedded with 3 purple crystals and emanating a dense element of dark, as well as an ancient handwritten notebook. Chapter 246. He didn't know what material the staff was made of. It was grayish-brown in color and looked a bit rough to the touch. The staff was about 1 meter long and had a rhombus shape at the top. The 3 amethyst crystals were the size of a palm and were bright and beautiful. The sparkling light within the amethyst rippled like flowing water. At first glance, the 3 amethysts looked like 3 miniature pools, inlaid in a triangular shape. There was also an ancient handwritten notebook with dense, ancient magical characters that looked like tadpoles. These 2 items were actually embedded in the tombstone and looked very precious. They might have come from Ermite Cotton's relic. Han Shuo picked them up and examined them carefully, then unceremoniously stored the 2 items into his space ring. His gaze then shifted to the side and saw that the rocks on the shattered tombstone were all different colors. He couldn't help but pick one up in surprise and examine it closely. Oh, Scarlheart iron and white light silver. Who would have thought that the tombstone would be made from such peculiar ores? No wonder I couldn't tell what material it was made of. Han Shuo exclaimed softly and picked up some of the shattered rocks to distinguish them in his hands. The outside of the tombstone was made from several peculiar ores. However, when the demon's layer edge had shattered the tombstone, the ores inside hadn't been completely melted. Many of the rocks were still raw ores. Judging from the magic staff and handwritten notebook hidden inside, it wasn't that the person who smelted the tombstone wasn't lacking in skill. He must have been afraid that the 2 items inside would be damaged if he completely smelted them. Chapter 247. With Han Shuo's current strength, not to mention a character like Philide, Han Shuo wouldn't even be a match for the Dean of the Dark Major, Archmage Deo. Han Shuo strode over with a relaxed expression. A calm smile hung on his face, giving off an awe-inspiring aura. "Brian, you're finally back." Lisa's voice was filled with joy and surprise. She couldn't help but jump up in excitement and exclaim, "Yeah." When Fanny, who was sitting on the high platform, saw Han Shuo, the trace of gloom that had lingered on her face for the past few months seemed to have been wiped away by an invisible hand. Her entire being blossomed with a dazzling radiance as the corners of her mouth curved in a strange arc that seemed both happy and angry. Han Shuo had experienced a series of life and death battles in the past half a year, and his strength had skyrocketed non-stop. After becoming accustomed to grand occasions, his entire body naturally exuded an inexplicable aura. Even if he didn't purposefully display his strength, no one would dare underestimate him. "Athena, focus on the test. I think you'll be able to do it," Han Shuo said with a smile to Athena, who had become nervous from the mockery and sarcasm of Philide and the others, after walking over. "Thank you, Brian." Han Shuo's arrival was like a reassurance pill, causing Athena's uneasy heart to slowly calm down. Philide, who had been infuriated by Han Shuo's first sentence, had an ugly expression on his face. He stared darkly at Han Shuo and said, "If you weren't hiding from me, why did you disappear for half a year after my body recovered?" To be honest, Han Shuo really felt that a character like Philide was a bit boring. After experiencing so many battles with the strong, such a character really didn't have the right to make a fuss. The gap between the two was just too great, to the point that Han Shuo couldn't even muster the interest to deal with him. "Aha!" Han Shuo let out a strange laugh and glanced at Fred from the corner of his eyes. He shook his head sympathetically and spread out his hands with a sigh. "You really are a person who thinks too highly of himself. What can I say to an idiot like you who has mental problems?" After he finished speaking, Han Shuo no longer looked at Fred, who was trembling with anger. He turned to Fanny on the stage and took a deep breath. He looked deeply at Fanny and said, "I'm back." For no reason at all, Fanny's pretty face turned red. Then, as if she wanted to hide her true feelings, Fanny fiercely glared at Han Shuo and said angrily, "You bastard, you still know to go back to school." Chuckling awkwardly, Han Shuo was about to explain something when Dean Deo of the Dark Major said in a low voice with an unhappy expression, "If you want to catch up, you'll have plenty of time after the exams. I think you should hurry up and finish up your major's business. We're very busy." After Deo's words, the teachers of the Dark Major also rushed Fanny and Jean, expressing that they had many things to do and couldn't wait any longer. Han Shuo, who'd been about to explain, spread out his hands apologetically towards Fanny on the stage. He then shrugged and took a few steps back, standing together with Lisa, Amy, and a few other necromancy students. He didn't say anything else. "Brian, where have you been for the past half year?" Didn't you say that you'd be returning to Asen City soon? Why have you dragged it out until now? Lisa chattered incessantly as soon as Han Shuo came over. Han Shuo waited for her to finish her string of questions before smiling and saying that he'd gone to the dark forest to train for a period of time. Who does he think he is? He really thinks he's something. One of the dark major students that had been taken down by Han Shuo looked at Han Shuo's confident figure and couldn't help but snort angrily. Humph, I'd like to see how he plans on graduating early. I remember that he was only a novice mage half a year ago. Fred had been repeatedly provoked by Han Shuo, and his face darkened as he looked at Han Shuo, who was chatting cheerfully and wittily, and said coldly. This time, Athena was calm enough and wasn't as nervous as the last time. She cast a few necromancy spells very skillfully and answered a few questions very smoothly. She passed the beginner mage's trial very easily. After that, some of the necromancy students began their tests one by one. Most of the necromancy students' strength hadn't changed much, but Lisa had actually become a journeyman mage. The magical undulations in her body were noticeably stronger than the other students. After experiencing the tragic changes in her life, Lisa had suddenly become much more sensible and understood the importance of strength. She was much more diligent in training magic than before and didn't spend as much time playing around as before. She spent less time meditating and training. When all the necromancy students had finished their tests, Han Shuo finally walked out calmly and said, I'm planning on graduating directly after coming back this time. Can I take the test now? In the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, one would be considered to have graduated as long as they could advance to Adept Mage. Han Shuo had obtained the memories of Archmage Necromancer Clarendon's soul. After this period of training, he had long since grasped all the adept magics of the Necromancy Major, as well as a few lost magics of necromancy. The magic test was divided into 3 stages. The first stage was to answer some questions about magic, the second stage was to cast a spell of a certain level, and the third stage was to be assigned a mission for the student to complete using the knowledge they'd learned. That was the end of the test. However, within the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, those below the Adept Mage level didn't need to complete any missions. They only needed to pass the first 2 tests. With Han Shuo's current knowledge and strength in necromancy, the Adept Mage test was child's play. Han Shuo had even arrogantly skipped the Journeyman Mage test and set his sights on the Adept Mage level, planning on leaving the shackles of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force as soon as possible. Are you sure you want to skip the Adept Mage test? Dao glared darkly at Han Shuo from atop the round table and confirmed once again. Nodding his head impatiently, Han Shuo said with certainty, Mr. Dao, am I not clear enough? I want to skip the Journeyman Mage test and advance directly to Adept Mage. Alright then, we can begin. Dao snorted coldly, obviously a bit repulsed by Han Shuo's impolite words. He nodded at Fanny and Jean, expressing his agreement. Under the astonishment of the necromancy major students, Han Shuo walked onto the round table and calmly dealt with Fanny and Jean's answers. He then asked Dao and a few other dark mages about some related magical knowledge. Dao and the others purposefully made things difficult for Han Shuo and specifically asked him some tricky and cryptic magical knowledge. However, Han Shuo, who'd received Clarendon's memories, could be considered an archmage who'd been tempered, if mental strength wasn't included. These seemingly difficult questions obviously didn't stump Han Shuo, and Han Shuo smoothly answered all of them with narrowed eyes and a smile. With this, the necromancy major students below immediately began to exhale and exhale. Lisa was even more excited as she chattered and mocked Philide, using Han Shuo's performance to provoke Philide and the others' earlier mockery. Although Dao was very unwilling to admit it, Han Shuo's answers were watertight. When they asked some difficult magical knowledge, Han Shuo smoothly and accurately answered all of them. Even if they wanted to find fault with him, they had no excuse. In the end, they could only keep a straight face and accept the first test. The second test, which showcased necromancy magic, was even easier. The spells that Han Shuo had used dozens of times were released with practiced ease. With the support of sufficient mental strength and Clarendon's decades of experience in magic, the release of advanced necromancy magic posed no difficulty to Han Shuo at all. When Han Shuo released all of the advanced necromancy magic one after another, the necromancy major students below cheered excitedly. In contrast, the dark major's teachers and students had ugly expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they hadn't expected that Han Shuo would be able to skip a level and directly reach the level of an adept mage in the short span of half a year. Brian, I didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a magical genius. Fanny, who was on the stage, watched as Han Shuo easily dealt with everything from beginning to end. The strength that he displayed wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Fanny's own. The precision with which he released some of the spells was even more adept than her, his teacher. This made Fanny exclaim in surprise. What kind of world is this? He's obtained this kind of strength so quickly. Jean murmured to himself and also had a look of disbelief on his face. He then thought, although Han Shuo hadn't attended many of his classes, he was still his student. He had more or less contributed to having such a miraculous student. This was enough for him to brag about in the future. Jean was overjoyed when he thought of this. You passed. Deo snorted coldly, his expression becoming uglier and uglier. Heh, many thanks to Mr. Deo. Han Shuo had a smile on his face from beginning to end. Whether it was answering questions about magical knowledge or casting necromancy magic, he appeared to be so relaxed and casual, without the slightest bit of reluctance. With a darkened face, Deo and the dark major teachers lowered their heads in disgust for a while. Deo chuckled coldly and lifted his head to look at Han Shuo. You've passed the first 2 tests. Your performance is very surprising. Then I'll tell you the 3rd test directly. As long as you can kill a level 3 harpy by yourself within a month and hand over its core to us, you'll pass the test. Oh my gosh, how is that possible? The necromancy major students immediately started complaining. During the last trip to the dark forest, Odysseus' team of 6 had been on their guard against a harpy, deathly afraid that something would go wrong. Odysseus' team of 6, including 6 adept mages and adept swordsmen, as well as the journeyman swordsman and archer Nia, had all been so cautious. This spoke volumes of how frightening a harpy was. This time, the dark major's Deo had actually directly asked Han Shuo to kill a harpy as a stepping stone for adept mages to advance. He was obviously purposefully making things difficult for Han Shuo. Philide and the other dark major students all shut their mouths after witnessing Han Shuo's performance in the 2nd stage. Even Philide, who had been brimming with confidence, was so nervous that he didn't dare say anything more after seeing Han Shuo easily cast adept magic one after another. Just as they felt their morale being suppressed, they all grew excited again when they heard that Deo had actually asked Han Shuo to hunt a level 3 harpy. They couldn't help but grin and laugh heartily, looking at Han Shuo and the others with schadenfreude. Mr. Deo, don't you think this is a bit too much? I've never heard of anyone asking students to hunt a harpy for the advancement of adept mages in the dark major. This is a mission that sends people to their deaths. I absolutely won't agree to it. Fanny's beautiful face was flushed red from anger as she glared at Deo and shouted. Snorting coldly, Deo's expression darkened as he said, Master Fanny, remember, I'm the Dean of the Dark Major. Your necromancy major belongs to the Dark Major, I have the right to do this. If student Brian isn't willing to accept this test, he can very well give up. But this way, the first 2 rounds of tests will be for naught. By now, Deo had made it clear that he was making things difficult for Han Shuo. Anyone could see that. Fanny's body trembled with anger when she heard these words. She pointed at Deo and said, You're actually such a despicable person. I'll go find the dean to reason things out. I won't allow you to cover the sky with one hand. Wait. Han Shuo still had a smile on his face as he spoke unhurriedly. When everyone's gazes were on him, Han Shuo finally stared at Dao and said merrily, "Mr. Dao, are you sure you want me to hunt a harpy?" Heh, I'm sure. As long as you can prove that you have the strength to do so, I will immediately confirm that you have successfully advanced this time. I will absolutely not say anything else. Dao finally felt refreshed and said to Han Shuo with a smile. Nodding, Han Shuo shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Then, it looks like I don't need to make a trip back to the dark forest. Please help me confirm my rank." Han Shuo's space ring lit up as soon as he'd finished speaking. 2 harpy cores appeared in his left hand and a pair of dark iron claws appeared in his right hand, also from a harpy. I hunted these 2 harpies in the dark forest before I returned to the academy. There are still traces of my necromancy magic on these iron claws. I think Mr. Dao won't deny it. Han Shuo looked at the flabbergasted Dao with a supercilious smile and chuckled. Suddenly, the space in front of Han Shuo twisted as a beam of light flashed past. Dean Emma of the Academy of Magic and Force appeared out of thin air and landed a spell on the 2 harpies' iron claws in Han Shuo's hands. Emma smiled benevolently, "That's right, I can confirm that these 2 harpies were indeed killed by Brian." Pausing, Emma first swept an odd glance at Han Shuo and then smiled at Dao, saying harmoniously, "There shouldn't be any problems, I think he really can graduate." Chapter 248. Dao's face was as ugly as it could be. No matter how highly he'd overestimated Han Shuo, he'd never have guessed that Han Shuo's current strength was already so ridiculously frightening. Killing 2 harpies by himself was something that even Dior himself might not be able to do. Dao had nothing else to say after Dean Emma's confirmation. With so many people looking at him, he couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. He could only nod indignantly in the end and say to Emma, "Since the Honorable Dean has personally confirmed it, then Brian will officially graduate." Dao snorted darkly after he'd finished speaking. He gave a few instructions to a dark major teacher beside him and strode away. It looked like he wasn't in a good mood. The necromancy major students finally awoke from their shock after Dao left. They couldn't help but cry out in happiness after Lisa's cheers. Philide and the other dark major students didn't utter another word of bullshit as they slipped away with their tails between their legs. "How is this possible, how is this possible?" Fanny muttered to herself and looked incredulously at Han Shuo. She couldn't figure out how Han Shuo could kill 2 harpies by himself. Fanny had a feeling that Han Shuo's current strength was unfathomable. Fanny then suddenly remembered her promise with Han Shuo. Fanny had once said that as long as Brian advanced to Adept Mage, she could consider dating him. Now that half a year had passed, Han Shuo had suddenly descended upon the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force and successfully accomplished this feat with a calm and unruffled demeanor. With Fanny's understanding of Han Shuo, she knew that he would definitely mention this matter. Therefore, the unprepared Fanny's heart was in a mess. She blushed and looked at Han Shuo from afar, only to discover that Han Shuo was looking at her with a burning gaze. This made Fanny even more frantic. She hastily gave some instructions to Jean beside her and quickly disappeared as if she was fleeing. Han Shuo immediately knew what was going on when he saw Fanny leave. He chuckled lowly, pleased with himself, and didn't pay attention to the praises of Lisa and the other students beside him, planning to chase after Fanny's footsteps. "Brian, I have some matters to discuss with you alone. Come with me. Don't worry about your graduation qualifications, there shouldn't be any problems." Dean Emma smiled merrily when she saw that Han Shuo was about to leave. Han Shuo started slightly, a bit unsure of Emma's intentions. He thought to himself that the matter with Fanny wasn't urgent, so he nodded and agreed. He said a few words to Lisa and the others before following Dean Emma towards her office. Han Shuo arrived at Emma's office after a while and found a seat without any reservations. Han Shuo said with a smile, "Honored Dean, what business do you have with me?" Heh, if I remember correctly, you shouldn't be over 18 years old right now. However, you're now an adept necromancer, and you even have the strength to kill a harpy. It's a bit inconceivable that you've gone from a child without any magical element to such heights in just a short year. Emma looked at Han Shuo with a smile and spoke unhurriedly. Han Shuo couldn't help but frown when he heard Emma's words. He was silent for a while before smiling faintly. Indeed, even I feel that it's inconceivable. What does the honored dean mean by these words? Shaking her head, Emma chuckled and said benevolently, "Child, don't overthink things. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. It's just that you're a student of my Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, and you're studying necromancy magic. You've brought glory to our academy now that you've achieved so much. Heh, I have to say that it's a miracle that you've gone from a child who knows nothing to someone who has the ability to kill 2 harpies in 2 years. What I can be sure of is that you must have encountered some strange events in these 2 years. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you to have such rapid progress. You haven't reported to the Dark Mantle in a long time. Candide once told me to pay attention and told you to make a trip to the Dark Mantle as soon as possible if you return to the academy. He seems to have a mission for you. In addition, I hope that you can properly handle your relationship with Fanny. There are some things that I can't say, but I'll just remind you that Fanny's father isn't easy to get along with. Be careful." Han Shuo breathed a sigh of relief after Emma's words. He hadn't thought that Emma would be a bit similar to Candide. He didn't know if it was because they were husband and wife, but she actually didn't show any ruthless desire to get to the bottom of things. From her tone, it seemed that she was very protective of him. Nodding, Han Shuo smiled faintly, "Don't worry, Dean, I'll definitely pay attention to your reminders. In addition, I'll report to the Dark Mantle as soon as possible." "Alright, that's all I have to say. As for your education and identity, there shouldn't be any problems tomorrow. With me watching over you, Deo won't do anything." Heh, actually Deo isn't a bad person. It's just that you made him lose face last time, that's why he's targeting you. I hope you don't take it to heart. Got it. Without saying anything else, Han Shuo left Emma's office. Han Shuo didn't pay too much attention to Dark Archmage Deo. If nothing unexpected happened, he wouldn't have many opportunities to come here after graduating from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Naturally, he wouldn't have any contact with Deo. Of course, if Deo dared to court death, with the strength that Han Shuo possessed, he wouldn't mind sending him on his way. After leaving Emma's office, Han Shuo headed straight for Fanny's laboratory. Thinking that he would soon be able to see Fanny, Han Shuo's heart was in turmoil. He was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He was very nervous, like a young man in love who was about to reveal his true feelings. When he arrived in front of Fanny's door, Han Shuo took a deep breath and calmed the nervousness in his heart. He smiled and knocked. "Master Fanny, may I come in?" "You may not." Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Fanny directly refused Han Shuo after hearing Han Shuo's reply. This was something that had never happened before. Stunned, Han Shuo smiled wryly. "Why?" "Humph, I know that nothing good will come of your visit this time. Therefore, you should just stand outside the door, or disappear for half a year like last time." There was obvious resentment in Fanny's voice from within the laboratory. Anyone could hear the meaning behind Fanny's words. She was still complaining about Han Shuo leaving without saying goodbye. "Master Fanny, listen to my explanation. I really didn't do it on purpose. I was delayed by matters in Valen City this time and had no choice but to stay here. I didn't mean to deceive you." With Han Shuo's current insight and experience, how could he not understand the meaning behind Fanny's words? He smiled wryly outside the laboratory and began to explain. "Little pervert, I'll allow you to come in, but you're not allowed to touch me." Fanny hesitated for a moment, seeming to feel that it was a bit inappropriate to leave Han Shuo outside the door. Hastily nodding his head, Han Shuo made a solemn vow, Of course. It would be even more inappropriate if someone saw me outside and spread some bad rumors." Fanny seemed to feel that Han Shua's words made sense. The laboratory door creaked open and Fanny carefully peeked her head in, grabbing the dazed Han Shua and slamming the door shut. She then returned to the table in the center and sat down. She said seriously, "All right, what do you want from me?" Chuckling evilly, Han Shua walked rudely in front of Fanny and sat down. He then looked at Fanny with a smile. "Master Fanny, are you trying to renege on your debt?" With a straight face, Fanny forced herself to be calm as she flicked a glance at Han Shua and asked in confusion, "What do I need to renege on? You once said that as long as I became an adept mage, you'd agree to be with me. Now that I've passed the adept mage test, I can be considered to have officially graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. From now on, there are no more barriers between us because of our identities. So, shouldn't you honor your promise?" Han Shua didn't try to hide anything as he looked at Fanny with a burning gaze and asked with a smile. After Han Shua's words, Fanny could no longer maintain her pretense of being serious. She first glared fiercely at Han Shua as a red blush spread across her cheeks. She then laughed tenderly and chuckled, having long since prepared herself. "I didn't say that I'd definitely agree to you, I only said that I'd consider it." "Heh heh, I haven't even thought about it yet, what are you in such a hurry for?" Fanny's current demeanor was charming and gorgeous, and the rosy blush on her cheeks added a bit of bashful beauty to her. After spending so much time with Fanny, Han Shua had long since understood that it wasn't that Fanny didn't have any feelings for him. Now that Fanny's attitude was both welcoming and rejecting, it only made Han Shua's heart itch even more. "Heh heh." With a smirk, Han Shua instantly forgot the agreement before he came in. His body suddenly moved, and he was already behind Fanny. His big hands wrapped around Fanny's shoulders from behind, and he leaned towards Fanny's cheeks to steal a kiss. He grinned and said, "Could it be that you really want to renege on your promise? This isn't the moral character that a good teacher should have, okay?" Fanny only felt her vision blur, and then she saw Han Shua disappear in front of her. Before she could react, she found that Han Shua had already appeared behind her like a ghost, and even clasped her arm that was sitting in the chair, taking the opportunity to sneak a kiss on her. "You audacious little pervert, what did you guarantee when you came in?" Fanny was greatly embarrassed. The resentment that she had accumulated in the past 6 months had not disappeared, and she couldn't help but struggle and shout. When dealing with a woman, the most important thing was not to follow her rhythm. You had to take the initiative, and use both the mind and the body to attack and destroy the defenses in her heart. Han Shua was no longer a virgin, and he had learned too much from Emily. In addition to the experiences from Clarendon's memories and Han Shua's own feelings, he was no longer so passive when interacting with women. As Fanny struggled and shouted, Han Shua's 2 hands were still firmly clasped around her body. He bent down, and his hot tongue lightly kissed Fanny's slender white neck. He softly whispered in Fanny's ear, "I've thought of you every day for the past 6 months. I wanted to see you every day, every night, every moment. I think you should know this, right? Really, the days when I'm not by your side are really boring. It's your promise that motivates me to train hard. The thought of being with you is like a curse, urging me to train day and night without slacking off. Today, I can advance to become an adept mage, all for the sake of being with you. Don't tell me you're heartless enough to hurt me." A series of low murmurs filled with sincerity and affection. The gentle voice was like a gentle breeze and drizzle, nourishing Fanny's withered heart. Han Shua's hot tongue wandered wantonly, and it was more like a catalyst to destroy the defenses in Fanny's heart. It caused Fanny's struggling heart to slowly sink into the web of love that Han Shua had woven. "Oh, Brian," Fanny murmured softly. Her eyes were already filled with tears at some point. Her originally struggling body went limp, and a sweet smile hung on her lips as she listened to Han Shua's passionate words of love. "You know, I really can't live without you." In the end, Han Shua wrapped his arms around Fanny and pulled her up from the chair. He turned around Fanny's body and stared at her passionately, saying with deep affection and tenderness. The defenses in her heart completely collapsed. Fanny cried out involuntarily and suddenly threw herself into Han Shuo's chest. Her two hands tightly wrapped around Han Shuo's strong back. She stood on her tiptoes and planted her fragrant lips on Han Shuo's big mouth. With a beauty throwing herself into his arms and her fragrant lips, Han Shuo naturally wouldn't be polite. He immediately came into intimate contact with her and carried out a fiery French kiss. For Fanny, Han Shuo truly adored her. From the moment he came to this world, he didn't know whether it was because of Brian's thoughts, or because of Fanny's kindness. In short, she did move Han Shuo, causing Han Shuo to be deeply infatuated with her, which had never changed. Even though there were earth-shaking changes later, even though Han Shuo's strength soared all the way, and even though he owned Emily and Phoebe who were as beautiful as Fanny, his initial and most sincere infatuation with Fanny had never been affected. Now, Han Shuo had already gotten used to everything in this world. He also understood that as long as he had enough strength, no matter what he wanted, it wouldn't be a difficult thing. Money, power, and beauties were indeed things that Han Shuo liked, and they were things that he could never have in his previous life. If one could have everything to their heart's content while living in this world, then why bother with all those messy matters and what others thought of them? Since Han Shuo had decided to indulge himself, then there was no need to be secretive. Chapter 249. Han Shuo and Fanny embraced for a while, but Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to violate Fanny. Instead, he constantly expressed his true feelings with words of love. Only when Han Shuo discovered that Fanny had completely let down her guard against him did he take out a pill from his space ring and hand it over to Fanny. He smiled and said, "Eat this." "What is this?" Fanny had a blissful smile on her face. Her bright eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Han Shuo and asked. The rebirth pill was round and translucent, emitting a delicate fragrance that gladdened the heart and refreshed the mind. It was like a brightly colored emerald pearl, refined by Han Shuo in the cemetery of death. It had the effect of allowing an ordinary person to be reborn. There were only 7 rebirth pills in a cauldron. Han Shuo had eaten one himself and was certain of its effects. This time, he planned to reforge Fanny's body and give her a pleasant surprise. "It's a great tonic," Han Shuo said with a smile. "You always like to mystify people, you bad thing." Fanny rolled her eyes at Han Shuo. She casually picked up the rebirth pill and popped it into her mouth without another word. Han Shuo was startled when he saw Fanny swallow it so quickly. He then suddenly said, "Hurry and sit down, don't think about anything else." Exerting force with both hands, Han Shuo pressed Fanny down onto the ground without any explanation. He then pressed both hands against the center of Fanny's back, the magical yuan already flowing into Fanny's body. "Oh, what did you give me to eat? Why does it feel like there's a ball of fire burning in my stomach?" Fanny was forced to sit on the ground by Han Shuo. When she felt the rebirth pill enter her body, it was as if a ball of fire had been ignited. Her body temperature skyrocketed and she cried out in a panic. Then, Fanny seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. She couldn't help but shout angrily as she struggled, "Damn it, you didn't give me that kind of drug, did you? How can you be so despicable?" When Fanny's thoughts went astray, her heart was in chaos. She was both disappointed and resentful towards Han Shuo. She began to struggle violently, wanting to break free from Han Shuo's restraints. Han Shuo turned pale with fright and immediately pressed his left hand on Fanny's shoulder, yelling urgently, "This isn't an aphrodisiac, I swear. Don't you trust me that much?" When these words were spoken, Fanny became a little more obedient. Only then did she feel that although her body was burning like a fire, there were indeed no thoughts of lust. With this, Fanny stopped struggling and hastily said, "Yeah, you've always behaved poorly. That's why I misunderstood. I won't move now." Han Shuo didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing her words. He immediately changed his mind and realized that he had indeed behaved a little improperly in the course of his relationship with Fanny. It was understandable that Fanny would speculate so maliciously about him. "All right, don't talk anymore. Just meditate, calm your mind and don't let your thoughts run wild." Han Shuo let go of the hand on Fanny's shoulder and placed it on her back. He sent magical yuan into Fanny's body and helped her dissolve the effects of the aphrodisiac in her body. Clouds of dense smoke curled around the two as streaks of black lightning flowed from Han Shuo's palm into Fanny's body. Fanny, who was sitting upright, let go of everything and allowed Han Shuo to do whatever he wanted. This time, she had given Han Shuo complete trust. An hour later, Han Shuo let go with a smile and breathed a sigh of relief. He whispered into Fanny's ear, "How do you feel?" I want to go to the toilet." Fanny was a little shy as she said softly with a red face. Laughing heartily, Han Shuo said, "That's right. You'll constantly want to go to the toilet in the next 3 days. The impurities in your body will all be expelled in these 3 days. After 3 days, your body will be beyond your imagination. I'll come see you again then." A series of crisp crackling sounds suddenly sounded from within Fanny's body. Fanny seemed to be unable to bear it as she hastily stood up with a red face and shouted angrily, "Why does this sound like a laxative? You're too hateful." Fanny didn't wait for Han Shuo to say anything and hurriedly left. She pulled open the door and walked out, not daring to stay a moment longer. It was obvious that she couldn't hold it in any longer. After Fanny left, Han Shuo couldn't stop chuckling oddly and left as well. He used the familiar winding path in the back of the mountain to avoid the necromancy students and walked out of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Han Shuo's actions must have caused a stir after he returned today. After completing the procedures in 3 days, Han Shuo would no longer be considered a member of the academy. In order to prevent Lisa's group of students from chattering incessantly, it was more appropriate to leave through the back door. Han Shuo didn't immediately report to the Dark Mantle after leaving the academy. He hadn't returned for a long time anyways and was in no hurry to return in a day or two. Many carriages were currently parked in front of the Buzzed Merchant Guild's entrance. It looked quite lively. Han Shuo walked straight inside after he arrived. Isn't this Mr. Brian? Why are you here?" The 2 guards at the entrance both recognized Han Shuo. When they saw Han Shuo appear after not seeing him for a long time, one of them greeted him in surprise. "Yes, I haven't been here for a long time. Has your young miss returned?" Han Shuo nodded with a faint smile and asked in a friendly manner. "She returned very early. If Mr. Brian is here to do business with the young miss this time, why don't you come again next time?" The guard had a pained expression as he hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to speak. "Oh. What's going on, is your young miss not home?" Han Shuo asked in confusion and then chuckled softly, "No matter, I can go look for Fabian. Even if Fabian isn't here, I can still chat with Jack." Suddenly, Phoebe's angry rebuke sounded from inside. Han Shuo blanked for a moment before his face darkened. "Just what is going on?" The guard smiled wryly as he looked at Han Shuo and said kindly, "It's a bit chaotic inside. That merchant called Cameron seems to want Miss Phoebe to agree to something, but the young miss hasn't agreed. Things don't seem to be going well. Thank you for your reminder. It looks like you don't know about my relationship with your guild." Han Shuo responded and hurriedly walked inside, intending to see what was going on. Last time at Lawrence's residence, that merchant called Cameron seemed to have wanted Phoebe to join their merchant alliance, but had been rejected by Phoebe. Who would have thought that after so long, this Cameron still hadn't given up on that idea? Judging from Phoebe's angry voice, the situation inside must not be too pleasant right now. No matter what, Phoebe was now Han Shuo's woman. Now that she seemed to be being bullied, Han Shuo naturally couldn't sit idly by. Therefore, with a darkened face, Han Shuo had already appeared at the place where Phoebe's angry voice had come from in the span of a few breaths. The group of 10 or so people were at the pavilion that Phoebe often stayed in. The crack in the fake mountain that Han Shuo and Phoebe had squeezed through was still so familiar, but now there were a few unfamiliar faces, brimming with hostility. Cameron, whom they'd seen last time at the residence of Finance Minister Evie, and a few other unfamiliar faces. These people were either richly dressed merchants or highly skilled mages and swordsmen. All of them had unfriendly expressions on their faces as they looked at Phoebe, Fabian, and the others, as if they were ready to fight at the slightest disagreement. In the surroundings were a few guards of the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Each and every one of them was filled with indignation, and the weapons in their hands had already been unsheathed. It seemed that as long as Phoebe gave the order, they would immediately fight to the death with them. "Brian, when did you return?" Phoebe's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at Han Shuo, wild with joy, and exclaimed in surprise. "Humph, he's just a pretty boy, what use is he?" A burly fellow, whose badge on his chest clearly indicated that he was a senior swordsman, flicked a disdainful glance at Han Shuo and shouted coldly. It looked like he knew a bit about Han Shuo and Phoebe. "Oh, is that so?" Han Shuo laughed oddly and then mocked, "Then, why don't you take a punch from this pretty boy?" Han Shuo, who had long since been in a bad mood, threw out a punch as soon as he'd finished speaking. There were no ripples of fighting aura, nor did there seem to be any frightening momentum. Even the speed of the punch was neither fast nor slow, and it looked soft and powerless. Unsurprisingly, the senior swordsman still had a look of disdain on his face as he said coldly, "A pretty boy all right. Even the punch you threw out is so soft and powerless." The man then raised his hand and a sinister smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he threw a punch at Han Shuo's incoming punch. It looked like he intended to seriously injure Han Shuo with one punch and intimidate the surrounding Buzzed Merchant Guild guards. The merchants who'd come with Cameron all wore relaxed smiles on their faces. They stared at Han Shuo as if they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself, as if Han Shuo would definitely be injured. On the other hand, on Phoebe's side, Fabian had an excited expression. Having seen Han Shuo's methods, Fabian had reason to believe that this punch would be very interesting. Phoebe, on the other hand, had an icy expression on her face as the corners of her mouth hooked up in a vicious arc. A crisp crack rang out as the senior swordsman with the sinister smile on his face, the bones in his right hand, which had collided with Han Shuo's fist, made a series of disorderly sounds as he screamed like ghosts and howled like wolves. His valiant body stumbled backwards from the strong impact. When he landed on his butt, large mouthfuls of fresh blood flowed uncontrollably from his mouth. Even his shrill cries were muffled by the blood as he looked at Han Shuo in terror and howled miserably. Chapter 250. Han Shuo's fist contained the terrifying explosive power of magical energy. Not only did the blood vessels and tendons of the senior swordsman who had previously ridiculed him explode, even his bones cracked. From now on, this person's right arm could be said to be ruined. Han Shuo grinned mischievously as he callously said, "If you dare to have a foul mouth again, then leave your life here today." The senior swordsman's mouth uncontrollably overflowed with blood. He looked at Han Shuo with extreme fright and couldn't utter a complete sentence. He was obviously intimidated by Han Shuo. Beside Cameron was a space archmage with a sinister appearance. He wore a brown magic robe and had many pockmarks on his face. His eyes flickered as he looked at Cameron. Cameron, whose aura had been obstructed, nodded slightly, seeming to agree with this space archmage's suggestion. This space archmage with a face full of pockmarks was the strongest among those who had come with Cameron. When he saw Cameron nod his head, he coldly twitched his mouth and then quickly chanted a magic incantation. Suddenly, the entire space rippled like waves in the water. Fierce magic elements filled the entire space in an instant, and a mysterious binding force followed. The space seemed to have been imprisoned, and everyone couldn't move their limbs. Soon after, the sinister space archmage chanted another magic incantation. The entire flat space was like a piece of glass that had been cut by a blade. With Cameron at the center, the invaders were completely separated from the confined space after a few flashes of white light. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You're courting death. The space archmage's voice was like a sharp weapon rubbing against glass, ear-piercing and numbing. He coldly looked at Han Shua's group as he spoke. Mr. Aubrey, your skills are indeed marvelous. After Cameron's space was cut out, Cameron's group recovered from their confined state. Cameron laughed heartily as he spoke. No need to be polite. I was only acting according to Duke Ashburn's orders. The space archmage called Aubrey was just as proud of Cameron's flattery as he yelled with a straight face. This kid named Brian was once involved with the Betteridge family's Han at the Empire's finance minister's banquet. Wouldn't it be a bit bad if we also captured him? Cameron pointed at Han Shua and said to Aubrey with some hesitation. Raising his head with a sneer, Aubrey disdainfully glanced at Han Shua and said, "What can this brat do? Do you think our Duke Ashburn is afraid of that old fellow Han?" With a smile on his face, Cameron flattered, That's right. Since that's the case, let's capture all of them and release them after I've taken over the Boost Merchant Guild. Yes, this matter must be done quickly. His Excellency the Duke is getting impatient. Within a short period of time, all the large merchant guilds in the Empire must be in your hands. If the small merchant guilds without any foundation dare to disobey, just kill them all. We can't wait. Aubrey's nose was in the air, seemingly disgusted with these merchants as he coldly instructed. Understood. How could I dare not do my best when working for His Excellency the Duke? Cameron vowed solemnly with a face full of loyalty. Nodding his head, Aubrey said, All right, no more nonsense. I'll tie them up one by one and make it convenient for you to bring them out of the Buzzed Merchant Guild. It'll be convenient for you to bring them out of this Buzzed Merchant Guild. Just imprison this woman called Phoebe. Don't have any other ideas. Otherwise, if you anger her master, you'll be the one to suffer in the end. How could Cameron dare to say no? He repeatedly nodded his head to express his understanding. He looked at Phoebe with a somewhat astonished gaze, seemingly not understanding the origin of Phoebe's master. Even Duke Ashburn, who held great power in the Empire, had to be apprehensive of this person's existence. Aubrey took a deep breath and shook his left hand that was hidden in his sleeve. His space ring faintly lit up and a blue jade magic staff appeared in his left hand. He opened his mouth, intending to chant a magic incantation. At this moment, the space with Han Shua at the center suddenly exploded. A faint, cold light snaked past like lightning. The stiff bodies of Phoebe and the others who were imprisoned behind Han Shua all loosened. When the faint, cold light circled around his body and returned to his palm, a cold, fierce aura suddenly overflowed from Han Shua's body. Han Shua's expression was calm and unruffled. He stared at Archmage Aubrey and opened his mouth to ask Phoebe, what should we do with these people? How is this possible? Just who are you? How could you break my imprisonment space? Aubrey's expression was terrified. He didn't dare to accept this reality and shouted loudly. He gripped the magic staff in his left hand tightly, preparing to attack again at any time. Cameron and the other merchants were also shocked. They loudly yelled for their guards to protect them. Each and every one of them shrank within their guards and looked at Han Shua with some fear. To be able to break a space archmage's imprisonment space, this kind of strength was definitely not something that the guards beside them could deal with. They deeply understood this, so they were on edge and on guard. Phoebe's expression was a bit unsightly. She hatefully glared at Cameron and the others before letting out a dejected sigh and said, Let them go. Han Shua stared blankly. The other party had already bullied them, but Phoebe actually swallowed the insult. This didn't seem to be in line with Phoebe's character. Then he thought of the name Duke Ashburn and faintly understood something. A wave of anger overflowed from his heart. Han Shua shouted with a cold expression, Are we going to let them off so easily? Let them go. Phoebe's voice was a bit powerless as she sighed softly. Huh, what can you do? Duke Ashburn's power is monstrous in the Empire. How can you little merchants go against him? Aubrey was extremely pleased with himself. He laughed wildly as he walked towards the door. A person who could break a space archmage's imprisonment space definitely wasn't weaker than a spellcaster. With Han Shoa here who could go toe-to-toe with him, and Phoebe who he knew of, Aubrey knew that it was impossible to successfully complete the mission this time. Naturally, he wasn't willing to continue staying here. Cameron and the others naturally didn't dare to linger when they saw Aubrey walk out. They turned around without the slightest hesitation, glanced fearfully at the murderous Han Shoa, and followed Aubrey out with trepidation. Halt! Suddenly, Han Shoa roared. His entire body was shrouded in a vicious aura. A cold and cruel aura surged out like a breached dam. The extremely evil and cruel aura rushed towards the group of people who were planning to leave. Under this terrifying aura, even Aubrey's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. His body stiffened as he stood there, not daring to move. As for the merchants like Cameron, their bodies were shivering. Their backs were already drenched in sweat, as if they had been drenched in rain. Han Shoa was like a vicious beast that could go berserk at any time. He was staring at them with bloodthirsty eyes. Perhaps if they were careless, they would be torn to shreds. Brian, this is the Buzzed Merchant Guild. I beg of you. Phoebe was shocked. After 4 months, Han Shoa's strength had obviously skyrocketed. The terrifying aura emanating from his body now made Phoebe both happy and shocked. She was happy that Han Shoa's strength had greatly increased, so her own safety would be more guaranteed in the future. She was shocked that she couldn't predict Han Shoa's temperament. He now had the strength to heavily injure this group of merchants. If he really disregarded everything and made a move, it was very likely that it would bring disaster to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Therefore, she was half happy and half worried as she hurriedly begged. Taking a deep breath, Han Shoa understood Phoebe's meaning from the 5 words that Phoebe had deliberately emphasized, Buzzed Merchant Guild. No matter what, making a move in such a place would bring great trouble to Phoebe. This was also the capital of the Empire. Most of the time, it wasn't something that could be solved with blind slaughter. With a sway of his body, Han Shoa had already appeared behind Aubrey. He reached out his hand and patted Aubrey's shoulder, saying coldly, Aubrey, was it? I'll remember you. Please remember me too. Anyone who dares to make a move against me will pay the price sooner or later. As Han Shoa spoke, the hand that had patted Aubrey's shoulder emitted 2 faint red and purple lights from the middle and index fingers of Han Shoa's hand. Under the cover of his palm, they entered Aubrey's body. At this moment, Aubrey was scared out of his wits. When Han Shoa had yelled, "Stop," he had already prepared to make a move at any time. However, Han Shoa's ghostly speed had completely destroyed his defenses. Before he could even react, Han Shoa had appeared behind him out of thin air, and then he felt Han Shoa's large hand land on his shoulder. Even an archmage would have no chance of winning against a fellow with such terrifying destructive power. Therefore, Aubrey's aura stopped and he didn't say a single word. He just stood there obediently, listening to Han Shoa's icy threats and feeling the frightening murderous intent when Han Shoa patted his shoulder. It was precisely because of this nervousness that he was on tenterhooks that he didn't calm down and sense anything out of the ordinary. When the 2 auras, one cold and one hot, concealed themselves in his body, he didn't notice them at all. Alright, you damned bastards, now get the hell out of here. After planting the poison of ice and fire in Aubrey's body, Han Shoa walked towards Phoebe with a callous expression. When he arrived at Cameron's side, he casually patted the frightened Cameron. A purple light flashed, and Han Shoa indifferently said, "You be careful too." Then, Han Shoa stood at Phoebe's side, withdrawing the murderous aura that seemed to have materialized from his body. Aubrey and the others didn't dare to say another word and hurriedly left in a panic. After taking a trip to the gates of hell, these people had a deep fear of Han Shuo in their hearts. After these people left, Phoebe looked at Han Shuo apologetically and said somewhat timidly, "I'm sorry, these people were following Duke Ashburn's orders. If something happened to them in our guild, it would be very difficult to handle." Nodding with a smile, Han Shuo didn't seem to have the murderous aura from before and had recovered his usual indifference. He said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to them in the Buzzed Merchant Guild. However, I guarantee that they won't have it easy." Phoebe stared blankly for a moment before crying out in alarm, "You want to assassinate them?" With today's unforeseen event, if they were assassinated not long after returning, everyone would know that it was us who did it. This isn't a good idea. The corners of his mouth hooked into a secretive smile as Han Shuo comforted, "Don't worry, am I such a person who can't see the big picture? All of you can leave first, I have some things to discuss with Brian alone." Phoebe looked at the surrounding guards, as well as Fabian and a few other trusted aides of the Merchant Guild, and ordered with a somewhat distressed expression. After experiencing the unforeseen event earlier, the guards and trusted aides of the Merchant Guild seemed to have once again recognized the relationship between the two of them. Under Phoebe's orders, they didn't say anything more and dispersed in different directions, disappearing from the pavilion not long after. What exactly happened? After those people left, Han Shuo asked in a soft voice. Seeing that there was no one around, Phoebe threw herself into Han Shuo's arms and used all her strength to hug Han Shuo tightly. She then murmured softly, "It's so good to have you by my side." Afterwards, the two of them held each other tightly as they briefly described their encounters after they'd separated in the Valley of Sunshine. They had a general understanding of each other's whereabouts during this period of time. Han Shuo also understood from Phoebe that because he and Phoebe had stayed in the Valley of Sunshine for a period of time, the Buzzed Merchant Guild had no one to rely on and had been taken over by a group of merchants led by Cameron. "All right, I know what I'm doing now." Han Shuo patted Phoebe's shoulder and comforted her as he took out a rebirth pill and handed it to Phoebe, "Eat this." In order to prevent a repeat of last time's encounter, Han Shuo briefly explained some of the effects of the pill to prevent her from mistaking it for an aphrodisiac or laxative like Fanny. When Phoebe rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and ate the rebirth pill, Han Shuo also helped Phoebe refine the pill's effects. He left the Buzzed Merchant Guild to report to the Dark Mantle as Phoebe hurriedly looked for the toilet. Chapter 251. Mtordas was extremely high above sea level, and its peak was shrouded in mist and clouds. The Dark Mantle's headquarters was located in the belly of the mountain and was guarded by various Dark Mantle experts. Its defenses were even tighter than the imperial palaces. Han Shuo passed through the transportation matrix with his identity token in hand and entered the belly of the mountain without any obstructions. After a few turns, he stood on the transportation matrix leading to Candide. "Please wait a moment, Lord Candide isn't in the headquarters at the moment. I'll go inform him, he should be returning in a while." One of the Dark Star envoys leading the way took Han Shuo to the transportation matrix that led to Candide before explaining in a neither hurried nor slow manner. "Is that so? All right then." Han Shuo nodded, indicating that he understood. Then I'll send you to the waiting area first. When Lord Candide returns in a while, I'll immediately inform you." The Dark Star envoy spoke and spun on the transportation matrix. A beam of white light flashed past, and Han Shuo appeared in an extremely wide stone room. The entire stone room was the size of 4 basketball courts, and was arranged in a square shape. There were many soft tables and chairs placed around it, and a dazzling array of desserts, fruits, and books were placed on the tables. There were many people of different appearances around, patiently eating and flipping through the books on the tables. They seemed to also be waiting. Apart from the transportation matrix where Han Shuo was standing, the ground around him was covered in soft carpets. A dozen or so colored glass lamps hung above his head, brightly illuminating the entire stone room. "Hi, hello. You look very unfamiliar, is this your first time here?" In front of Han Shuo was a young and beautiful girl with short hair that reached her ears. She greeted him enthusiastically. It's my first time here. Hello. Han Shuo wore a smile on his face as he walked towards this young and lively girl, planning to inquire about some information regarding the Dark Mantle headquarters. I'm called Chrissy, a fire journeyman mage. I'm currently a 3rd-star envoy. Nice to meet you. The young lady called Chris seemed to be quite talkative and greeted Han Shuo with a smile that wasn't the slightest bit unfamiliar. Heh, I'm called Brian, a 3rd-star envoy like you. I study necromancy magic. Han Shuo explained his identity with a smile as he walked towards Chrissy. In actuality, when he left Valen City for the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo had already understood that he had advanced to the rank of First Moon through Emily's explanation. However, since Han Shuo was in charge of Candide, Han Shuo's identity token could only be changed by Candide. Thus, Han Shuo hadn't reported to the Dark Mantle in half a year. Although he had advanced to the rank, it hadn't been officially activated yet. Ha, so you're also a 3rd-star envoy. Which sire are you with? Chrissy chuckled as she casually handed a chair to Han Shuo. Chrissy, can't you just sit around when you don't have a mission? Why do you have to look for people to join you? Are you trying to harm people again? A robust journeyman swordsman beside Chrissy rolled his eyes at her. Ollie, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's trying to harm people again? Chrissy turned around and glared angrily at the journeyman swordsman called Ollie. You're still trying to deny it? Your fire magic went everywhere and burned half a village during our last mission. My mission was ruined and I was even harshly reprimanded by the sire. I'm in deep trouble because of you, so don't harm others. Ollie shook his head with a wry smile and winked at Han Shuo, as if reminding Han Shuo to be careful. Han Shuo raised his head and grinned with a friendly smile. He frowned as he looked at the contents of the books in his hands. The books on the table were actually the latest intelligence circulating within the Dark Mantle. They included major information on all aspects of the Empire in the recent period of time, ranging from major battles on the borders to minor quirks of a noble. With Han Shuo's current mental capacity and intellect, he only needed to flip through the book once to memorize its contents. Han Shuo didn't pay much attention to the other scattered contents, but some news about Valen City and the Valley of Sunshine did attract Han Shuo's attention. The commander of the Empire's Griffin Legion, Bob Asher, had finally betrayed the Empire. From the Dark Mantle's internal intelligence, Bob Asher had long since colluded with the Kasi Empire. After betraying the Empire, Bob Asher had brought along a group of trusted aides and joined the Kasi Empire, becoming a high-ranking officer. This time, Han Shuo's name had appeared in the Dark Mantle's internal intelligence. According to what was written, it was because of Han Shuo and Emily's efforts that Bob Asher's deeds were exposed. After receiving the information, the Dark Mantle had rushed to Valen City at the fastest speed possible, taking control of the situation before Bob Asher could start a riot. Otherwise, if Bob Asher had been allowed to use his authority to break open Valen City's defensive gates and allow the covetous Kasi Empire army to invade, then Valen City would very likely have fallen. Unknowingly, the name of the 3 stars envoy, Han Shuo, had already become a new star in the Dark Mantle. There were even some descriptions of Han Shuo, including his first mission to expose Wind Archmage Duke's scheme from the Kasi Empire. On the other side, there was also some information about the Valley of Sunshine. The Valley of Sunshine was currently a complete mess. The 4 great powers were constantly fighting in the dark, with bloodshed occurring from time to time. Even the Butcher and Janet's bandit forces seemed to have joined in, joining the power struggle in the Valley of Sunshine this time. Among them, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band founded by Han Shuo and Trunks had slowly risen to prominence in this incident. Using Trunks' rallying power and abundant funds, they had taken advantage of the chaos to recruit experts from all over. Now that the name of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had appeared in the Dark Mantle's internal circulation of intelligence, it was clear that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had grown to a small scale. While Han Shuo was engrossed in the booklet in his hand, Chris arrived in front of Han Shuo and asked again, "Oh right, Brian, which lord are you following?" "Heh, I'm following Lord Candide." Han Shuo put down the booklet in his hand and raised his head to look at Chris, answering with a smile. "Lord Candide, you're just a 3 stars envoy, how could you be following Lord Candide?" "Oh, you're called Brian, could it be that you're that Brian?" "Oh my God." Chris first shook her head in puzzlement, then suddenly recalled something. She looked at Han Shuo with wild joy and exclaimed. Some of the Dark Mantle members who were patiently waiting in the surroundings all put down the fruits or books in their hands when they heard Chris's exclamation. They all raised their heads to look at Han Shuo in astonishment. So he's Brian, he's so young. What a lucky lad to be chosen by Lord Candide. It'd be hard for him not to soar in life. Heh, he's really not bad looking. If I can do a mission with him, it'll definitely be a profitable job. Chatter and chatter came from the mouths of the idle members in the surroundings. All kinds of astonished, envious, and strange gazes were cast on Han Shuo. "Oh my God, my luck is really not bad. Brian, if you're short of people on a mission, can you bring me along? Don't listen to that Ali's nonsense, I'm actually a pretty good fire mage. I promise I won't cause you any trouble." Chris cried out in surprise and immediately reacted. She reached out and grabbed the corner of Han Shuo's clothes, begging pitifully. "Brian, Lord Candide has returned. Please wait for the transfer at the transportation matrix." A member who seemed to be in charge of sending messages suddenly shouted from the side of the transportation matrix. "If I need more people, I'll consider you. Goodbye." With a slight twist of his body, the corner of Chris's clothes slipped from her fingertips as if it had been coated with a layer of oil. Han Shuo smiled at Chris in a friendly manner and stood still at the center of the transportation matrix under everyone's astonished gazes. A white light flashed and Han Shuo appeared in Candide's private room. Candide's face was as gloomy as ever. He didn't show any special expression after seeing Han Shuo appear. He opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "I remember reminding you a long time ago to report to the Dark Mantle at least once a month when you're not on a mission. You've disappeared for half a year, you really have no discipline at all. I was delayed by some matters. I've obtained something during this half a year that I think Lord Candide will definitely be very interested in." Han Shuo's expression didn't change as he looked at Candide and said with a smile. The current Han Shuo was no longer the same as before, whether it was in terms of strength or experience. After half a year of training, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had improved significantly in all aspects. Even when facing Candide, who held great power, Han Shuo didn't feel any reverence. Instead, he spoke as if he were a friend of the same status. "You seem to be very different from before, kid." The wily old fox Candide had obviously noticed the changes in Han Shuo. He stared blankly at Han Shuo for a while before revealing a strange smile and said, "What is it? Would I be interested in it?" The handwritten scroll from the Forbidden Land didn't contain any substantial magical knowledge. It only contained Ermite Cotton's understanding of some of the profound mysteries of dark magic. Han Shuo had already copied a copy of the magical words written on it. He planned to give the copied handwritten scroll along with his magic staff to Emily when he met her in the future. After careful consideration, Han Shuo felt that it would be best to give this handwritten scroll to the Dark Grand Magus Candide. This was because Han Shuo couldn't understand the words written on it at all. This scroll came from Ermite Cotton's understanding of dark magic and was indeed of no use to Han Shuo. In addition, from his interactions with Candide, Han Shuo felt that this unkind-looking old fellow was very protective of him. For the sake of his bright future in the Dark Mantle and the Empire, giving this handwritten scroll to Candide would definitely be of great benefit to his future development. "Take a look." A mysterious smile hung on Han Shua's face as he handed an ancient handwritten scroll to the dark Grand Magus Candide. What is this? It looks a bit old. Candide took the handwritten scroll and asked in confusion. Then, a row of small words fell into his eyes. Candide felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was immediately dumbfounded. The row of small words was the signature, Air Mike Cotton. As one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle and with the strength of a Dark Grand Magus, Candide's hands were trembling incessantly as he held the handwritten scroll. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he wore an expression of extreme shock. After maintaining this state for a few seconds, Candide suddenly glared at Han Shua and said in a trembling voice, This is? Nodding his head affirmatively, Han Shua said, Correct, this handwritten scroll is the handwritten scroll of the legendary Dark Magus of the Lancelot Empire, Air Mike Cotton, who possesses the strength of a demigod. Candide was wild with joy when he heard this. His entire body trembled incessantly as if he was having an epileptic fit. His mouth mumbled some inexplicable words that Han Shua couldn't understand. His eyes could no longer move away from the handwritten scroll as he tremblingly flipped through the pages, sinking into a sluggish state. After a long while, Candide repeatedly exclaimed, Too profound, too mystical. The value of this handwritten scroll is simply immeasurable. Candide took a few deep breaths after he finished speaking. He waited for his excited emotions to calm down before looking at Han Shua with sparkling eyes. He asked somewhat hesitantly, You took out this handwritten scroll. What do you mean? Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shua laughed mischievously and said, It's obvious. I'm giving it to you. Bribery. Damn it, this is despicable bribery. Candide involuntarily cried out in alarm. He suddenly shook his head, then quickly nodded and murmured, Forget it, I'll accept the bribe. Candide forcefully grabbed his hair and said in a daze, All right, I'll accept it. What are your conditions? Shaking his head, Han Shua smiled and said, I don't have any conditions. It's just that this item belongs to the Empire. You're my superior, so giving it to you isn't considered bribery. You don't have anything to worry about. Haha, that's right. This is Air Mike Cotton's handwritten scroll. Of course it belongs to the Empire. I, Candide, am one of the few dark Grand Magi of the Empire. As long as I explain it to His Majesty, of course I'll be able to view it. How can this be considered bribery? Candide laughed heartily as he muttered to himself. He suddenly flew over and landed in front of Han Shua. He patted Han Shua's shoulder in praise and laughed excitedly, Good lad, not bad at all. You've done well again. I remember that you were a Dark Moon envoy last time. Now, give me your badge. You'll be a Dark Moon envoy soon. After finding Air Mike Cotton's relics, no one will dare say anything if you jump 2 ranks. Lucky kid, you're becoming the fastest legend in the Dark Mantle. Chapter 252. Han Shua was elated when he heard that he'd jumped 2 ranks. He hurriedly handed over the metal plate that symbolized his status to Candide. The Dark Mantle was an incomparably large organization that controlled all kinds of resources in the Empire. As the 3 heavyweights, Candide and the other 2 held power that no one could look down on. As one's status increased, the privileges they could enjoy would also increase. They could also use the convenience of their positions to look up some of the latest information that no one knew about. Candide took Han Shua's metal plate and returned to his seat with undisguised excitement. He helped Han Shua change his position on the metal plate. When he returned it to Han Shua's hands, the star pattern on the back of the metal plate disappeared and was replaced by 4 crescent moons. Thank you, Lord Candide. Han Shua took a glance at it, then put the metal plate into his space ring and thanked him with a smile. Candide waved his hand and the strange smile on his face didn't fade. He was in an extremely good mood as he chuckled, No need to thank me, this is the reward you deserve. You're really not bad, becoming a 4-moon envoy in less than a year. This is simply a miracle. That's because my luck was good, and I was also promoted by Lord Candide. Han Shuo was neither arrogant nor rash as he replied very modestly. All right, stop flattering me, kid. Candide chided with a smile. He then furrowed his brows and stared intently at Han Shuo. How did you get this notebook? I want to know all the details. Han Shuo had long since known that Candide would interrogate him in detail, so he'd already thought of an excuse before coming over. He'd roughly described the situation in the Forbidden Land, concealing what needed to be concealed and revealing what needed to be revealed. He'd pushed the removal of the restrictive power of the Forbidden Land entirely onto the Cyclops and Golden Dragon. He'd said that he'd been extremely lucky and only entered the Forbidden Land after the two enormous creatures had left to obtain the notebook from within the tombstone. When Han Shuo finished speaking, Candide's expression was one of astonishment as he murmured, "It's actually the Forbidden Land. It said that no one can walk out of this strange land, but it actually lost its restrictive power. How inconceivable. Could it be that Mike Cotton died in the Forbidden Land? Is this really strange? I've carefully observed that area. After the two transcendent creatures left, there was nothing but a tombstone in the entire area. So, I think even if you send someone to investigate this matter, I'm afraid that they won't be able to find anything." When he left the forbidden area, Han Shuo had erased all traces he had left behind. Even if Candide really sent people there, they wouldn't be able to find anything. "I see." Candide said softly before continuing, "However, we still need to send someone to take a look. We can't be careless about anything related to Mike. I believe His Majesty will do the same. It's up to you, but I won't go there, because I just came back from that place. When I came back, I already searched carefully, and didn't find anything." Han Shuo lazily expressed that he was not interested in this task, and waved his hand, indicating that I didn't want to do it. "This is your right. If you don't want to, then I'll find someone else." Candide rolled his eyes at Han Shuo, but didn't blame Han Shuo. He stared blankly at Han Shuo, puzzled, and said, "Right, why did you run into the depths of the dark forest? That place isn't a place that normal people should stay." "Heh, it's also my right not to answer your question, isn't it?" Han Shuo knew that the Dark Mantle shouldn't interfere in the private affairs of its members, so he said with a roguish smile. Glaring at Han Shuo, Candide helplessly waved his hand and said, forget it. In any case, you've already brought the item back, so I won't interfere in your private affairs. This time, you've given me this notebook. In terms of public affairs, you've done a great service. In private, I'll owe you a big favor." "That's great." Han Shuo laughed and asked, all right, I've come back to report. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. I still have my own matters to take care of." "Wait." Candide called out to stop him, then murmured, "I'd originally prepared a mission for you, but since you were able to return alive from the depths of the dark forest and quickly advance to an adept necromancer, it looks like those simple missions are no longer suitable for you. Oh, I have 3 missions that are a bit more difficult. The first is to go to Balthazar City and assassinate a spy named Angela. This spy has an official identity in Balthazar City, and everything he does looks legal. Therefore, I can only assassinate him to avoid leaving behind a scourge. The second mission is to go to Bimson City in the north of the Empire. It's said that someone has hoarded a large amount of weapons in a barren mountain around Bimson City. Someone needs to be sent there to investigate. The third mission is to protect a person. You know this person as well, it's Prince Lawrence. Although his identity hasn't been officially recognized, I think you already know who he is. The third mission was personally issued by His Majesty the King. Although he's already arranged for people, the King doesn't think it's enough. If you're interested, you can also participate." After thinking for a bit, Han Shuo felt that Phoebe was currently in some danger. He'd just returned to the Empire and had many matters to take care of, so he couldn't immediately leave the Empire. Therefore, he said, Alright, I'll choose the third mission. I'm quite familiar with Lawrence anyways, so protecting him is killing two birds with one stone. Then do as you wish. However, Lawrence's identity is special. You have to treat him carefully, lest you provoke an undeserved calamity. Candide had long since reminded Han Shuo to properly handle his relationship with Lawrence. This time, when Han Shuo accepted the mission, he reminded him again, indicating that the struggle for power between the princes should be even more intense. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Han Shuo nodded to show that he understood. He then hesitated for a moment before asking, Lord Candide, what do you think of Duke Ashburn? Candide stared blankly, suspiciously looking at Han Shuo before asking hesitantly, what's wrong? Could it be that he wants to recruit you? Shaking his head, Han Shuo said in a low voice, no, I think I've offended him. I reckon he won't let me off. Startled, Candide said with a gloomy face, Grand Duke Ashburn is a minister of the Empire. His sister is the Empress and he's the uncle of First Prince Charles. This person's methods are sinister and vengeful. He has a large number of death warriors in his hands. Relying on the authority in his hands and the secret support of the Empress, countless political enemies have died in his hands. You have to be careful since you've offended him. Are you afraid of him? Han Shuo suddenly asked after a moment of silence. Rolling his eyes at Han Shuo, Candide said, I'm not afraid of him, but I don't want to rashly provoke him. You should also know that our dark mantle is the king's black hand. Everything we do represents His Majesty the King. Especially us 3-5 lunar envoys, we report directly to His Majesty the King. When His Majesty the King is still alive, no one can do anything to us. Even Ashburn has to be careful and not let us get hold of any information that can be used against us. However, once His Majesty the King is no longer around, there will be a change in authority. If the authority in the hands of us 3-5 lunar envoys is removed by the new king, then he won't have to worry about us. Do you understand? Nodding, Han Shuo said in a low voice, I understand. Alright, I'm going to find Lawrence. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo walked straight out. When Han Shuo was about to leave, Candide suddenly said, You are one of my people. Now that you have the status of a 4 lunar envoy, even Ashburn will have to think twice before dealing with you. On account of this scroll of Ermite Cotton's handwritten notebook, I will help you at the crucial moment. Thank you. Han Shuo turned around and sincerely thanked Candide before leaving Candide's room. Leaving him to ordass through the transportation matrix, Han Shuo headed towards Finance Minister Ibu's house, planning to probe Lawrence's intentions and see what the situation was on his side. I'm called Brian, I'm here to find Lawrence. Please help me notify him. When he arrived at Lawrence's door, Han Shuo smiled at the guard. Han Shuo had long since understood the principle that people needed clothes. He wore a fitted green warrior's uniform with a few pieces of gemstones embedded at his collar, appearing capable and spirited. Coupled with the confident smile on Han Shuo's face, he appeared to have an extraordinary bearing. Normally, the snobbish guards didn't dare to make things difficult for him when they discovered that he had an extraordinary appearance. Thus, when Han Shuo finished speaking, one of them respectfully said, Please wait a moment. Then, he quickly walked inside. Not long after, Lawrence personally walked out. Before he reached Han Shuo's side, he had already raised his voice and laughed heartily, You finally returned. I've been to the necromancy major to look for you a few times. A few unfamiliar faces followed behind Lawrence. Each and every one of them had a calm and extraordinary bearing. They were obviously experts with unique skills. It seemed that Candide was right. They were indeed cautious enough about Lawrence's safety. Alright, there shouldn't be much to do in broad daylight. You guys don't need to follow me. After walking out, Lawrence turned his head back and spoke. He strode towards Han Shuo and warmly hugged Han Shuo, saying, Why did you think of looking for me? I didn't want to look for you. It's just that I have a mission and have no choice but to come. Han Shuo was quite honest as he explained to Lawrence with a wry smile. Lawrence started, then laughed heartily, so that's the case. But it's fine as long as you can come. Come, come, come. Leave this place with me. We'll find a place to have a good chat. Lawrence pulled Han Shuo along as if they were very familiar with each other and walked towards a carriage parked at the entrance. Seeing Lawrence come over, the originally lazy coachman immediately became spirited. He hastily turned to the side and opened the carriage door, allowing Lawrence to enter. The unfamiliar experts that were following him spread out one by one, either openly or covertly following behind Lawrence. They should be carefully protecting Lawrence's safety. To the northern rose garden. Lawrence instructed the coachman as soon as he sat down in the carriage. What place is that? Han Shuo was practically dragged onto the carriage by Lawrence. He couldn't help but ask after the carriage had left. Heh, you'll know when we get there. Don't worry too much for now. Tell me, where have you been having fun after we parted ways? Lawrence smiled mysteriously and asked Han Shuo. Nothing much. I just stayed in the Valley of Sunshine for a while and went to the dark forest to hunt a few magical creatures. Han Shuo smiled faintly and concealed everything as he replied easily. It can't be that simple. I heard junior sister Phoebe say that you did many shocking things in the Valley of Sunshine. Heh, do you really think I'm so ignorant and ill-informed after you caused such a ruckus in the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band? Lawrence slanted his eyes and curled his lips as if he didn't see him as a brother. Heh, it's really nothing much. Speaking of your junior sister Phoebe, you're a bit lacking as her senior brother. Phoebe's merchant guild was bullied and you didn't help her at all. Han Shuo raised an eyebrow and turned the tables on Lawrence. Lawrence was startled by these words and asked Han Shuo with a puzzled frown, what's going on? Han Shuo stared closely at Lawrence a few times and hesitated, asking in surprise, you don't know? This junior sister of mine doesn't like owing favors and doesn't want to trouble others with anything. I know of her bad temper, but I really don't know what's going on. Lawrence calmly said. So it's like this. Cameron's Merchant Alliance wants to annex the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Cameron seems to be under Duke Ashburn's protection and almost made a move at the Buzzed Merchant Guild, directly capturing Phoebe. Han Shuo's face turned cold as he spoke gloomily. Suddenly enraged, Lawrence suddenly slapped the carriage's handle and coldly snorted, Duke Ashburn is indeed sparing no effort for Charles. This kind of method is really too vile. Pausing for a moment, Lawrence sighed and said, Phoebe is really too much. I could have helped with this kind of matter but she didn't tell me. If it wasn't for you telling me, she would definitely have been annexed by Cameron's Merchant Guild. Through the Dark Mantle's intelligence, Han Shuo already had a general understanding of Lawrence's strength. He knew that Lawrence had made a trip to Valen City with him and that the former Griffin Legion's vice-commander who was inclined to him had already grasped the power of Valen City and become the new commander of the Griffin Legion. In addition, Lawrence was deeply favored by His Majesty. If he could be recognized as a prince in a proper manner, he really did have hopes of becoming the king. Brian, you've offended Ashburn. It looks like it'll be difficult for us to not become good friends. Lawrence looked deeply at Han Shuo and said, I currently have a good position in my hands. If you're willing, I can lend you a hand and allow you to quickly rise up in the army. This doesn't conflict with your identity in the Dark Mantle. What do you think? Chapter 253. This was a very tempting suggestion and Han Shuo was immediately interested. However, he didn't immediately agree and instead said, you know that I'm a member of the Dark Mantle. In addition, I have many things to do and won't have too much time to stay in the army. I don't think that's a problem. You're a mage and of course you should have your own time. As long as you have a territory in your hands and a noble title, then as long as there are no problems in the territory you're in charge of, you have the freedom to do whatever you want with your time. Lawrence seemed to have been prepared and immediately advised. Then, what do you want me to do? Han Shuo was startled and looked at Lawrence in confusion as he asked. I'll first arrange a position for you in the army. As long as you perform meritorious deeds, I can use my connections to help you obtain the status of a noble. When you have a noble title, I'll help you obtain a territory. As long as you can develop within your territory, then everything will be easy. Lawrence seemed to be quite familiar with these matters and started explaining to Han Shuo with a smile. When he'd left Valen City, Han Shuo knew that he would be tied to Lawrence sooner or later. With his current strength and the existence of the Cemetery of Death, even if Lawrence lost in the struggle for power, Han Shuo believed that he would be able to escape unscathed. If he wanted to climb higher, he needed to attach himself to someone who could help him. Lawrence was a suitable candidate at the moment. He was deeply favored by the king and held a portion of power in his hands. Add to that the care of the Dark Mantle's Candide, Han Shuo believed that it wouldn't be too long before he would have power. It looks like we will indeed be firmly tied together. Han Shuo smiled faintly and said to Lawrence. Laughing heartily, Lawrence said proudly, we've been on the same path for a long time. Ever since I returned to the Empire, I've been helping you open up a path. Who would have thought that you'd graduate from the necromancy major so quickly? This makes things even more convenient for me. Han Shuo was speechless at Candide's words. He hadn't thought that not only did Candide already know that he had graduated from the necromancy major, even Lawrence had found out so quickly. It looked like the two of them really cared about him. Alright, I'll tell you some details and we can discuss it. With your strength and wisdom, I think it won't be difficult for you to make a name for yourself in the Empire as long as we cooperate. Lawrence seemed to be very happy as he spoke to Han Shuo. In this carriage, Han Shuo and Lawrence talked for a long time. A bright path was formed in the midst of their conspiracy. After a long time, the carriage slowly stopped. The driver shouted, "Young Master Lawrence, we have arrived at the Northern Rose Garden. Alright, it's rare that you're back. I'll give you a welcoming dinner. Let's go inside and enjoy ourselves." Lawrence lifted the curtain and jumped off the carriage as he spoke to Han Shuo. After disembarking from the carriage, Han Shuo raised his head and saw a gorgeous building in front of him. The white stone door had a rose pattern carved on it, and there were many beautifully dressed carriages parked around it. The experts that had been following Lawrence walked out from the corner of the street and stood behind him, assuming the posture of a bodyguard. "You guys stay outside. There won't be any problems in the Rose Garden. Don't worry." Lawrence turned his head and swept his gaze over them as he instructed faintly. "Apologies, young Master Lawrence. We are all acting under orders. No matter where you go, we have to protect your safety." A knight that seemed to be very honest and wore heavy armor replied in a low, muffled voice. Han Shuo could feel a strong murderous aura from this knight. The insignia on his chest plate indicated that he was an Earth Knight. Rough calluses could be seen on his broad and thick hands. It was obvious that he was a character that wasn't to be trifled with. "Kino, we're going in for entertainment. In addition, nothing usually happens in the Rose Garden. You guys are wearing knight armor, how can you go in together? Why don't you stay outside?" Lawrence still had a smile on his face and wasn't angered by this Earth Knight's insistence. "No, an order is an order. We can't disobey an order." The Earth Knight named Kino was a stubborn character and once again refused with a straight face. "Hee, alright then. If you guys can go in, I have no objections." Lawrence chuckled and pulled Han Shuo inside. When they reached the door, he signaled the bodyguard with his eyes and pulled Han Shuo inside. Kino and the others followed, but when they reached the door, they were forcefully stopped. No matter how much they explained, the bodyguard didn't allow them to go in. Through the Een demon spying, Han Shuo understood that the guards in the open had been separated from the outside by Lawrence. However, a group of hidden guards, led by Lucky, were trying their best to hide in the Rose Garden, trying to use various methods to sneak in. However, out of Han Shua's expectations, the Rose Garden's defensive measures were surprisingly good. There were experts protecting both in the open and in the dark. Among them were powerful swordsmen and mages proficient in various elements. These people weren't weak and were very responsible in guarding the surroundings. Apart from the old assassin Lucky who had snuck in, the other fellows in the dark were all blocked outside. Through the Yin demon spying, Han Shua discovered that the Rose Garden occupied a large area. There were artificial mountains, flowing water, hot springs, and pavilions everywhere. Every room was decorated magnificently and extremely luxuriously. In some of the spacious halls, there were dainty and beautiful women in revealing clothes twisting their buttocks and taking off their clothes as they danced gorgeously. In some of the smaller rooms, suppressed moans rose and fell. Many noble lords and young masters were spending a lot of money here to enjoy all kinds of services. Lawrence seemed to be extremely familiar with this place as he barged in with ease. The guards in the surroundings, both in the open and in the dark, all recognized Lawrence. Not only did none of them obstruct him, they even greeted him from time to time. I know what this place is. The three Yin demons quickly circled around the large area of the Rose Garden. Han Shua already knew what this place was and couldn't help but open his mouth. All men should know what this place is. I'll pay for all the expenses here today. Just treat it as me welcoming you. Lawrence laughed heartily and walked straight inside. He arrived at a spacious hall where a gorgeous young woman danced in the center. Some of the rich and nobles nearby also smiled and greeted Lawrence when they saw him walk in. There were many soft animal skin chairs placed around the hall. There were all kinds of fresh fruits and exquisite desserts. Cups of fine wine that cost a few gold coins were everywhere. There was a huge, 5-meter diameter ring-shaped lamp above his head that flickered with ambiguous light. In the light and cheerful music, the dancing women below looked extremely alluring. Hi, Lawrence, it's been a long time since you've been here. A fellow who was obviously a good-for-nothing came over and greeted Lawrence in a friendly manner. He was holding the hand of a woman wrapped in light muslin and exuding a sense of sexiness from head to toe. Bruno, why is it that I see you every time I come over? Lawrence casually picked up a glass filled with amber-colored wine from the table beside him. He took a sip and smiled at Bruno, who didn't have much meat on his body, as he said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Life is just that boring. Only some places in the northern square can make me feel some joy. That's why I come here. Aren't you the same?" Bruno winked at Lawrence and opened his mouth meaningfully. "All right, I'm here to entertain a friend. I won't talk much with you. Let's chat again when we have time." Lawrence said apologetically and dragged Han Shua across the hall towards another quiet place. Lawrence led Han Shua through a corridor after a while and arrived at another quiet hall after a few turns. There wasn't a single person in this hall and it was protected by a magical barrier. Lawrence took out a magic scroll and chanted an incantation. A hazy green light shone from within the magic scroll and a crack appeared in the surrounding wall under the illumination of the light. Lawrence moved his body sideways and indicated for Han Shua to enter with him. Startled, Han Shua looked at the brightly lit passageway and seemed a bit puzzled. He asked, "It's normal for this place to have this kind of secret room, but how do you know about it?" "Of course I know, because the true owner of this rose garden is me, Brian. Since we've been honest with each other, then I won't hide this secret from you." Lawrence laughed heartily and pulled Han Shua inside. There were many magical restraints along the way and the passageway extended all the way to the bottom. There were many things that surprised Han Shua in this hidden place, but what surprised Han Shua the most was that the true owner of this place was actually Lawrence. No wonder Candide had said that Lawrence wasn't simple. It looked like he definitely knew some things about Lawrence. "Let's go, I'll take you to see me and Phoebe's master. I think he'll be very interested in you." Lawrence seemed to be very satisfied with Han Shua's surprise and pulled Han Shua inside with a big smile. Chapter 254. Hearing that Phoebe's master was also here, Han Shuo was even more astonished. Phoebe had reached the realm of Swordmaster at such a young age. Last time when Cameron and the others went to Boost, Aubrey thought that he had captured Phoebe and said that he had to treat Phoebe well in order to avoid angering his master. As Duke Ashburn's subordinate, Aubrey's actions represented Duke Ashburn. Even Duke Ashburn, who held monstrous power in his hands, was so apprehensive of Phoebe's master. It could be imagined that this person definitely wasn't simple. While walking with Lawrence, Han Shuo released the 3 Yin demons and passed through the passage ahead, planning to imprint this underground existence into his heart. However, as the Yin demons wandered all over, Han Shuo discovered that there were all kinds of barriers spread out below. Some invisible barriers obstructed the Yin demons' prying. It seemed that the defenses below weren't just ordinarily tight. The space below the rose garden is twice as large as the surface. I'll bring you around in detail in the future. Today, let's meet my master first. Lawrence looked at Han Shuo complacently, slowly revealing his strength to Han Shuo. It seemed that he wanted to tell Han Shuo that cooperating with him was absolutely the right choice. After passing through a narrow passage, Han Shuo felt that he had already penetrated more than 10 meters underground. Afterwards, the dusky scene suddenly brightened. There were 4 intersecting paths with Han Shuo and Lawrence at the center. There were bright lamps placed in the surroundings, illuminating the 4 passages as bright as day. Follow me. Lawrence walked to the left and led the way for Han Shuo. When they arrived at a white jade door, Lawrence once again used a scroll to open the barrier binding the stone door. When a white light flashed, the stone door automatically opened and Lawrence brought Han Shuo in. Young Master Lawrence. Suddenly, an extremely ugly old man with a face full of scars appeared and bowed towards Lawrence. This old man reeked of blood. Who knew how many people he had killed? He had sensed it the moment Han Shuo and Lawrence appeared. The closer he got to this old man, the denser the nauseating stench became. Lawrence was obviously not used to it. The calm smile on his face had long since disappeared. He said in a dry voice, "Grandpa Ballins, is my master inside?" The strange old man named Ballins stood up straight with his hunched body. He raised his head and glanced at Lawrence with his grayish-brown eyes. He said indifferently, "Inside, but master is currently cultivating." "Then, I'll wait outside for a while." As Lawrence spoke, he had already walked past Ballins and quickly took a few steps forward, as if unwilling to get too close to him. This stone room was the size of a basketball court. There were many grooves dug into the walls, and many daily necessities were placed on them. However, the most abundant was still a large amount of alcohol. All kinds of fine alcohol filled the stone grooves, as if it was a warehouse for fine alcohol. After Han Shuo came in, he first swept his gaze around the surroundings, and then focused his attention on the old man, Ballins. This old man's face was densely covered in scars, as if he had been slashed by a sharp weapon. He looked as terrifying as a malicious spirit from hell, and the strong stench of blood on his body was obvious. Just standing there gave people a strong sense of impact. Not only was this person's hands stained with blood, but his strength was also absolutely top-notch. He should be an expert a level higher than Phoebe. Otherwise, the aura on his body wouldn't be so strong. A person at the level of a great swordmaster wouldn't be a nameless person in any country. Han Shuo was a bit surprised that he was serving Lawrence's master in this secret room that never saw the light of day. "Brian, let's wait here for a while." Up ahead, Lawrence had already left Ballins and was sitting on a stone bench as he called out to Han Shuo. "You're not afraid of me?" Just as Han Shuo was about to leave, the old man named Ballins suddenly looked at Han Shuo indifferently and spoke. Nodding, Han Shuo responded with a smile, "Of course, what's there to be afraid of? Interesting fellow." A trace of surprise curled up the corners of Ballins's mouth as he carefully sized up Han Shuo. His brow furrowed as if sensing something and he nodded, no wonder, there's a vicious aura on your body that can only be sensed carefully. You look to be less than 25, but your hands are stained with so much blood at such a young age. You're quite a character indeed. Before Han Shuo broke through to the bloodlust realm, the vicious aura that lingered on his body would always accompany him. Han Shuo hadn't killed many people before, but his body had absorbed pure killing aura in the forbidden area. The killing aura had always lingered on Han Shuo's body, and it looked like Han Shuo's hands were also stained with blood. Pulling his lips into a faint smile, Han Shuo didn't say much. He nodded at Ballins and walked past him towards Lawrence. Little fellow, do you know that killing aura can also be used to increase one's strength after killing so many people? Ballins was silent for a short while after Han Shuo had left, and suddenly stared at Han Shuo with a strange light in his eyes. When he opened his mouth, a thick killing aura suddenly erupted like a river bursting through a dam. The nauseating stench of blood spread out as a solid chill pressed towards Han Shuo. Oh, my gosh! Lawrence groaned and retreated in panic, his face pale with fright. He looked at Ballins with cold sweat beading on his forehead when he retreated to the corner of the wall. However, Han Shuo, who was closer to Ballins, wasn't afraid at all. With a thought, the demonic yuan rapidly circulated and the enormous killing aura hidden within his body suddenly trembled. A wave of evil and terrifying killing aura suddenly surged out of Han Shuo's body and collided with Ballins' killing aura. Popping sounds actually rang out in the air. Even some of the tables and chairs in the surroundings trembled and swayed. What was even more frightening was that after Han Shuo's killing aura surged out, the killing aura in the air formed a vortex that was hard to see with the naked eye. It actually wanted to entangle and devour Ballins' killing aura. When you said using killing aura, did you mean this? Han Shuo had a calm smile on his face as he spoke faintly. He relaxed his demonic yuan and returned to normal. Now that Han Shuo had experienced 3 months of closed-door cultivation in the Cemetery of Death and had absorbed the purest killing aura in the forbidden area, he had a deeper understanding of the demonic arts that Chu Kanglin had left behind. His control of the killing aura in the bloodlust realm had reached a level where he could do as he pleased. If Han Shuo wanted to, he could absorb the killing aura in Ballins's body just like how he had absorbed the killing aura in the forbidden area. The eyes of Ballins, who had been indifferent all this time, suddenly emitted a dazzling light that focused on Han Shuo's body. He said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? How can you be more proficient in using it than I am? You also know how to use this kind of power?" Han Shuo suddenly realized after hearing his words. In this world, swordsmen and knights all practiced fighting aura, and there was no such way to use killing aura. However, Han Shuo, who practiced demonic arts, was very proficient in this kind of strange power. Therefore, when Han Shuo demonstrated it, Ballins was naturally very surprised. "No, you didn't use fighting aura at all. How is this possible?" Shock, bewilderment, and doubt filled Ballins' heart in an instant. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Han Shuo, his eyes burning as he stared at Han Shuo, as if waiting for Han Shuo to give an explanation. Han Shuo already knew that something was wrong by now. Taking a deep breath, Han Shuo smiled and explained, "I practice a wondrous martial arts technique that is different from the fighting aura that most people practice." "Alright, Ballins, you stay outside. Lawrence, you two come in." At this moment, a peaceful voice suddenly sounded from the wall. Lawrence suddenly pulled Han Shuo and said apologetically to Ballins, "Grandpa Ballins, my master has asked us to go in. Let's talk in a bit." The wall behind Han Shuo strangely split open and Lawrence pulled Han Shuo inside. The split wall miraculously healed after Han Shuo and Han Shuo walked in. It was an extremely spacious square training field. Apart from a few oddly shaped giant rocks, there were no other decorations in the square training field. An old man with grizzled hair and beard sat on a rock in the center, but appeared to be hale and hearty. This old man had a square face and a benevolent appearance. He sat there with his back ramrod straight and wore a spotless white warrior's robe. He appeared to be extraordinarily valiant even when he was sitting, and his figure was quite tall when he stood up. Teacher. As soon as Lawrence entered, he immediately bowed respectfully. The old man nodded and looked at Lawrence, saying softly, "Rise." Lawrence straightened and pulled Han Shuo over, the two of them sitting down on two rocks. Lawrence then said, "He's Brian, Phoebe's boyfriend. I've mentioned him to you before." The old man's gaze immediately landed on Han Shuo after Lawrence's words, and he carefully sized up Han Shuo without a word. He nodded after a while and said to Han Shuo, "Although Phoebe is my youngest disciple, her aptitude is the best and her future accomplishments are limitless. I still need to rely on her to inherit my martial arts technique. You won't drag her down, will you?" "Of course not." Han Shuo responded with a slight smile. He was neither reserved nor afraid, appearing quite at ease. Chapter 255. How has little Phoebe been doing recently? I heard that she stayed with you in the Valley of Sunshine for a period of time and even did some interesting things. The old man narrowed his eyes and asked in a soft voice. She has already safely returned to the Empire from the Valley of Sunshine. However, she doesn't seem to be doing well at the moment. From the old man's words, it seemed that he wasn't clear about Phoebe's current situation. Han Shuo couldn't help but explain. What happened? The old man furrowed his brows and asked with some concern. Teacher, it's like this. Lawrence hastily opened his mouth and rushed to describe what had happened. He then said with a wry smile, "You also know that little junior sister doesn't like to trouble people. She didn't tell me about this matter. That old fellow Ashburn is getting more and more unbridled. He clearly knows that Phoebe is my disciple, yet he still dares to be so impudent. It seems that I should go and have a chat with him." The old man had an angry expression as he lightly snorted. When Lawrence saw that the old man was angry, not only was he not anxious at all, he instead revealed a trace of delight and hastily said, "Teacher, you also know that my father's health is getting worse and worse. Right now, my brothers are all making preparations. Lord Duke has spared no effort for Charles. Him daring to do this is indeed not giving teacher face." Han Shuo was silent, his torchlight gaze roaming over the two's faces. He suddenly understood something and then became even more silent. The old man lightly laughed and looked thoughtfully at Lawrence. He nodded and said, "I know what I'm doing. All right, let's not talk about these matters for now. Since you've come to see me, did you bring any good wine? Of course, I wouldn't dare to disappoint you no matter what." Lawrence chuckled. He took out a bottle that was sparkling and translucent like jade, filled with fine wine that was as red as blood. He respectfully handed it over and said, "This is a special wine from a small town in Kasi Empire. It is called Redbud Blood. Have a taste, master." Han Shuo knew that Lawrence's master must be a wine lover from the many types of alcohol placed in the waiting hall. Now that he saw it, it was indeed so. His thoughts raced as Han Shuo recalled the fine wine brewed by the dwarves in the dark forest. He thought for a moment and took out a bag of wine from his space ring, handing it over respectfully and smiling. This bag of wine was brewed by the dwarves in the dark forest. It may not be all that precious, but it's much stronger than some of the fine wines in the empire. Hearing Han Shuo's words, the old man looked at Han Shuo with interest. He picked up the bag of wine, twisted it open, and smelled it. He immediately smiled and nodded to Han Shuo, "What a thoughtful child. The wine brewed by the dwarves is naturally not bad. I can feel it just by smelling it." Waving his hand, the old man took the wine that Han Shuo and Lawrence had handed over and said, "All right, Lawrence, I'll remember your matter. You can leave now, I'll drink first." Han Shuo was astonished, not knowing what was going on. However, Lawrence gave Han Shuo a meaningful look, indicating that Han Shuo shouldn't ask so many questions and should leave with him. Afterwards, Lawrence brought Han Shuo to the hall where Balans was. When Balin saw Han Shuo appear, he stared at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes and said, "Can you tell me how you know how to use murderous aura? This is a martial technique that I've trained in. I can't explain it to you, I'm very sorry." Han Shuo, of course, couldn't tell him this kind of demonic secret technique. "Grandpa Balins, will be leaving first. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the rose garden." When Lawrence passed by Balins, his footsteps suddenly sped up. It seemed that he really wasn't used to the pungent smell of blood on Balins's body. "Oh right, you're called Brian, right?" Balin suddenly asked as Han Shuo and Lawrence went back the way they'd come. His body slightly paused, Han Shuo turned back to look at Balins and politely replied, "That's right." Nodding, Balins pulled the corners of his mouth and said, "We'll meet again. I like the smell on your body." "Heh heh, that kind of evil murderous aura." Han Shuo was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, he was forcefully pulled away by Lawrence and disappeared in a few steps. Under Lawrence's guidance, the two returned to the quiet hall above. Letting out a light breath, Lawrence explained, "My master is called Karel Ascot. He possesses the strength of a sacred sword master and has made outstanding contributions to the Empire. He has an extremely high reputation in the Empire and can directly enter and exit the palace. My father trusts him a lot. Although I'm his disciple, he didn't clearly express his support for me. This makes me very puzzled. But I know that he loves junior sister Phoebe very much. Even this rose garden used to belong to the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Because he and Phoebe's father were old friends, due to some special reasons, this rose garden was managed by my master after his death. My master then passed it to me. Grandpa Balins used to be a famous assassin. Old Lucky was his personal disciple. I don't know why he followed my master. The smell of blood on his body is so heavy, I think you can imagine how many people he has killed. Every time I get close to him, I can't help but want to vomit. Therefore, I always stay far away from him. Otherwise, if I really vomit, I think he would be very unhappy." Although Lawrence was Carol's disciple, perhaps it was because of his identity as a prince that he didn't focus on martial arts, but rather on various strategies and military talents. As a result, his strength didn't appear to be very high. It was normal for him to feel uncomfortable when facing a person like Balins. Although he already knew that Phoebe's master was definitely extraordinary, Han Shuo was still endlessly shocked after Lawrence confirmed his identity. As a member of the Dark Mantle, coupled with Han Shuo's deliberate inquiries, he now had a good understanding of some of the Empire's overt and covert situations. It was naturally impossible for him to not have heard of a person like Karel Ascot. Karel Ascot was born a commoner, but he was a genius. He graduated from the Babylon Swordsman Academy with the fastest speed and best results. He traveled the continent with the strength of a senior swordsman, experiencing hundreds of battles in various countries and rising to fame. When he returned to the Lancelot Empire, he already possessed the strength of a great swordmaster. Afterwards, he received the invitation of the previous emperor to teach at the Babylon Swordsman Academy with the identity of Dean. When war broke out in the Lancelot Empire, not only did Karel nurture many talents for the Empire, he also personally went out to defeat a few provocative experts from the enemy countries. When his reputation was at its peak, he resigned from his position as Dean of the Swordsman Academy and went to the depths of the Dark Forest to train for 10 years. When the Empire was facing imminent danger from the invasion of the Kasi Empire, Karel appeared with the strength of a sacred swordmaster and killed 3 great swordmasters from the Kasi Empire. This raised the morale of the Lancelot Empire and led to the Empire's victory in that battle. For many years after that, all the citizens of the Empire, including the current emperor, treated Karel Ascot as the protector of the Lancelot Empire. Although he didn't have an official position, he could influence the emperor's decisions. Several of his personal disciples were involved in politics or the military, and had instead grasped great authority. It's actually him, no wonder. Han Shuo couldn't help but cry out in surprise when he ran through this information in his mind. I'm bringing you to see him this time so that he can get to know you. As long as you leave a good impression on him and he puts in a few good words for you in front of my father, your days of meteoric success will not be far off. Lawrence's face was solemn as he said sincerely. I understand what you mean. Han Shuo nodded with a smile. Let's go, business is done. I'll take you to have some fun now. Lawrence saw that Han Shuo understood and didn't say anything else. He pulled Han Shuo away from this quiet, unguarded place and arrived at the liveliest area of the Rose Garden, which was bustling with noise. Young Master Lawrence, do you need a private room? A middle-aged man wearing a fitting butler's attire, who should be the manager of the Rose Garden, asked with a smile when he saw Lawrence. Of course, it's the room that I always ask for. Help me arrange the best service so that my friend can enjoy himself to the fullest. Lawrence instructed straightforwardly. Suddenly, Lawrence's expression changed as he looked behind Han Shuo. His originally cheerful expression turned murderous. Hi, Lawrence. I'm so happy to run into you. A voice suddenly came from behind Han Shuo. It sounded full of joy. Turning around, Han Shuo saw a luxuriously dressed young man about 25 or 26 years old walking over with a few obviously highborn pleasure seekers. This young man was slightly taller than Lawrence. His appearance was handsome and robust, and he had the awe-inspiring aura of a superior as he walked. The pleasure seekers around him obviously saw him as their leader. They all had flattering smiles on their faces as they looked at him. They even bowed slightly, further emphasizing his noble status. Humph, I don't want to see you. Lawrence's expression didn't look too good as he looked coldly at this person. Heh, Lawrence, you're becoming more and more impolite. According to the rules of the Empire, shouldn't you at least greet me when you see me? The tall, muscular young man looked at Lawrence with ridicule and said with a fake smile. His cheeks trembling, Lawrence glared hatefully at the man, then said helplessly, Greetings, Your Highness. Chapter 256. It was actually eldest Prince Charles. Han Shuo glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and a thought suddenly popped up in his head, the owner of the Rose Garden is Lawrence. The surrounding mages and guards should all listen to the orders of that murderous Bolins. This eldest Prince Charles has come here to seek pleasure and doesn't know that he has already entered deep into the tiger's den. If Lawrence can obtain the support of his master Corel, then wouldn't he be able to silently get rid of Charles? Very good, very good. Charles first laughed complacently before withdrawing his smile and coldly mocked, You better dispel your thoughts as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died. After saying this, Charles even provoked him in a low voice, Little bastard. Let's go, let's enjoy ourselves to the fullest. Turning his back, Charles laughed heartily and left with a few flatterers behind him, no longer looking at Lawrence. Lawrence's face was distorted from anger as he clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands were visible. Lawrence's entire body trembled uncontrollably as dense killing intent shot out of his eyes. He glared viciously at Charles's back as he left, even his breathing became much heavier. Looking at Lawrence's posture, it seemed like he could go berserk at any moment. Han Shuo was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and would risk his life against Charles without a care for anything else. As an illegitimate child, the most vicious curse he could muster was none other than the word, bastard. When this vicious curse came from the person he hated the most, the power immediately increased tenfold. It was no wonder that even the scheming Lawrence almost couldn't control himself. Patting Lawrence's shoulder, Han Shuo consoled, Forget it, we have to take revenge sooner or later. There's no rush. I want to kill him with my own hands, I must kill him with my own hands. Lawrence gnashed his teeth as he muttered with a malevolent expression. Isn't this Mr. Aubrey and Mr. Cameron? The Rose Garden was indeed a lively place to squander money. Crown Prince Charles had just left when Cameron and Aubrey, whom Han Shuo had met at the Buzzed Merchant Guild, walked in with a group of merchants. Damn it, you despicable bastard. What the hell did you do to us? Aubrey couldn't help but curse angrily when he saw Han Shuo. It was the warm spring season, but Aubrey and Cameron were a bit strange. Aubrey was wearing a thick fur coat, and his body was tightly wrapped up. He was still standing there shivering, and his face was frozen blue and purple. On the other hand, Cameron was the exact opposite. In such a temperate weather, he seemed to be in a sauna. His thin clothes were drenched in sweat, and when he opened his mouth to speak, he couldn't help but gasp for breath. His face was flushed, and it was obvious that he couldn't endure the heat. Perhaps to neutralize it, the two strangely dressed fellows walked over hand in hand. It was even more peculiar for two grown men to appear in a place like the Rose Garden while holding hands. The two people who had been poisoned by the ice and fire poisons would have their bodies flare up alternately. Their bodies would be extremely cold one moment and extremely hot the next. This kind of repeated pain would torment the three of them until the poisonous flames Han Shuo had left behind dissipated. Han Shuo looked at the two with disdain and said with disgust, "Two grown men walking hand in broad daylight. How disgusting. Damn it, what poison did you put in our bodies? You evil, despicable bastard." Aubrey's teeth chattered as he shouted while trembling. Lawrence, who had been extremely angry, felt a bit better when he saw the two appear. He chuckled as he shook his head and ridiculed, "People with such special hobbies should be sneaky. You guys are so open and aboveboard. Public morals are degenerating with each passing day. Brian, I won't let you off." Aubrey glared hatefully at Han Shuo and opened his mouth to threaten him. As he spoke, the poisons of ice and fire alternated, and the temperature of his body, which was as cold as an ice cave, soared. He hastily and skillfully removed the fur coat wrapped tightly around his body and started cursing incessantly. "Let's forget about it for today. Let's leave this place first." Han Shuo understood that if Aubrey were to bump into him, he would definitely be pestered endlessly by Aubrey. Han Shuo understood that Aubrey was in great pain from the frost poison in his body. Add to that Charles's malicious words from before, Lawrence would definitely lose interest. Lawrence also didn't seem to be in the mood. He nodded and said, "All right, the main reason I brought you to the Rose Garden this time was for that matter. There will be plenty of time to have fun in the future. Some annoying people are always annoying. Let's leave first before they endlessly pester us. Don't go. Detoxify the poison in my body. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Aubrey panted heavily as he stared at Han Shuo and yelled. After witnessing Han Shuo's strength, the great merchant Cameron seemed to be afraid that Han Shuo would suddenly kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything and only followed behind Aubrey. Han Shuo and Lawrence didn't stay any longer. After exiting the Rose Garden, Earth Rider Kino called out loudly. The guards that Lawrence had left outside quickly surrounded him. Aubrey didn't even have time to approach before he was rudely pushed to the side by Kino. Lawrence and Han Shuo then boarded the carriage and left the Rose Garden. "All right, I'll leave first. I'll come find you after I receive my graduation certificate." Not long after leaving the Rose Garden, Han Shuo said a few words to Lawrence before he jumped off the carriage and left by himself. There were many people protecting Lawrence, both in the open and in the shadows. Han Shuo wasn't worried about Lawrence's safety, so he didn't stay close to protect him. He directly got off the carriage to handle his own matters. After separating from Lawrence, Han Shuo went straight to the tomb in the mountain behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He entered the hidden location where he teleported back and forth in the past. Fanny and Phoebe had taken the rebirth pill and needed at least 3 days to adapt. During these 3 days, they would constantly have diarrhea until all the impurities in their bodies had been expelled. During this process, Han Shuo believed that the two girls definitely wouldn't want to see him. This was because a beauty that had been squatting in the toilet all this time would greatly diminish their temperament. Lawrence had already paved a path for Han Shuo, but he needed proof that Han Shuo was an adept necromancer. Han Shuo planned to receive his graduation certificate from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force the next time he went to see Fanny. Therefore, he had at least 3 days of free time. A lot of things could be done in 3 days. Han Shuo planned to go to the Valley of Sunshine to take a look. Han Shuo returned to the Cemetery of Death through the magic matrix and then used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to fly in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. Dark Dragon Gilbert had followed Han Shuo's instructions and taken the weapons that Han Shuo had forged from the dwarves to find Trunks when Han Shuo had left the Cemetery of Death. He should have met Trunks by now. Han Shuo, whose strength had greatly increased, flew like a shooting star. Only a faint line could be seen in the sky as he rapidly descended in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. The dark forest wasn't too far from the Valley of Sunshine. With Han Shuo's current speed, it only took him half a day to arrive at the Valley of Sunshine. Because there were many powers in the surroundings, Han Shuo didn't continue to fly high in the sky. Instead, he flew on the ground and walked according to the address that Trunks had given him. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, several sharp arrows pierced through the sky and nailed themselves onto a large tree in front of Han Shuo. Following a rustling sound, nearly 100 bandits walked out from the shrubbery. These bandits were clearly well trained. Most of them were equipped with top-notch weapons, and a small portion of them wore complete armor. From the looks of it, the quality of the armor seemed to be even better than that of the Lancelot Empire's regular army. Nearly 100 bandits had cold and stern expressions on their faces, and an awe-inspiring aura emanated from their bodies. They suddenly surrounded Han Shuo and aimed their bows, crossbows, and spears at him. One of them was a spoiled girl with bright eyes and white teeth. She had a head of fiery red hair and wore leather clothing. She strode out with an arrogant expression and looked at Han Shuo arrogantly. "I've had my eyes on you for a long time. How dare you fly around in our territory? Show me if you have the guts." Han Shuo hadn't released his Yin demons to spy on the surroundings when he was flying through the air. Plus, he hadn't paid too much attention to the dense forest below. As a result, he was surrounded by these bandits. "You must be Miss Janet." "Heh heh, I'm just an ordinary mage and didn't know that this territory belonged to you. My apologies." Han Shuo glanced at these people, especially at this unruly girl, and said with a smile, "Looks like you're quite knowledgeable. Who are you and what do you plan on doing here?" The female bandit Janet glared at Han Shuo and questioned him. "I just happened to pass by and don't plan on doing anything bad. Alright, I still have some matters to attend to. Can you let me go?" Han Shuo had heard a bit about this female bandit Janet from Trunks. He knew that this girl had inherited her family's business. Although her personality was a bit unruly and willful, she wasn't a bad person. Among the many bandits around the Valley of Sunshine, she could be considered a very law-abiding and benevolent bandit. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't want to make things too awkward between them. "Looking at your shifty-eyed face, you shouldn't be a good person. The Valley of Sunshine has been too chaotic recently. Who knows if you're a spy sent by our enemies? Men, capture this guy for me first, then interrogate him carefully." Janet stared at Han Shuo a few times and saw that not only was Han Shuo not afraid, but he even had a cheeky smile on his face. She felt a bit annoyed and ordered the people behind her in a fit of anger. Chapter 257. Behind Janet, a few rough and burly bandits suddenly sprang out and pounced straight at Han Shuo with a grin. These fellows had all cultivated fighting energy, and each of them was about 2 meters tall. They were like a few giant bears pressing down fiercely, and their momentum was frightening enough. Sorry, I still have things to do, so I can't stay here." Han Shuo was unafraid. After the few burly men approached, his body swayed, and he walked out of the encirclement like a loach. His speed suddenly increased, and he was as fast as a cheetah. With a move of his feet, he leaped onto a big tree and flew back more than 10 meters. It seemed that he would soon be able to leave the encirclement of this group of bandits. Damn it, all of you stop him. I want him alive. There must be something wrong with this kid. Janet was furious, and she suddenly rushed toward Han Shuo. Her body was unbelievably agile, and she moved unpredictably between the bushes and trees, keeping her eyes on Han Shuo. Upon hearing Janet's order, some of the surrounding bandits shot out arrows and spears one after another, falling densely on Han Shuo. However, Janet's "I want him alive" obviously had an effect. They didn't dare to shoot at Han Shuo's body, but instead shot at his path. With a grin, Han Shuo's flying body swayed strangely, and he changed directions in the bushes extremely quickly. Not only did he avoid the obstruction of the heavy arrows, but he even had the time to explain, "Hey, female bandit, don't chase me like this. I'm really not a spy. If you say you're not, then you're not. Why are you running if you're not a spy?" Janet chased closely behind Han Shuo and shouted angrily, "Brothers, I don't care if he's a spy or not, just grab him for me." This group of bandits wasn't weak. The few burly men who had obeyed Janet's order to capture him were all senior swordsmen. There were also a few mages with messy clothes, and they also had strength that couldn't be underestimated. When they repeatedly acted to stop Han Shuo, they did indeed cause a lot of trouble for Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo's strength was unfathomable now. The 3 Yin demons were released, and they could observe everything around them. Some of the obstacles facing Han Shuo were predicted by the 3 Yin demons. When the distance between Han Shuo and them increased, with the help of his high agility and the full-range observation of the 3 Yin demons, Janet and the others' encirclement couldn't do anything at all. This group of bandits had a good reputation. In addition, Han Shuo had other plans for this group of bandits, so he didn't want to be as ruthless as he was with the butcher's group. When Han Shuo broke out of their encirclement, he didn't rush to leave immediately. Instead, he dragged them along with him with great interest, observing their fighting strength and quality through the Yin demons. Among the 100 or so bandits, a large portion of them practiced fighting aura, and there were 10 mages among them. In the process of chasing Han Shuo, the 100 or so bandits were orderly and didn't seem particularly panicked or dispirited. Without Janet's excessive instructions, they cooperated with each other and dispersed. When one side heard Han Shuo's movements, they immediately began to warn the people around them. Then, the people next to them quickly closed in. The swordsmen, archers, and mages surrounded Han Shuo in an orderly manner. They really do have some strength. No wonder they could become one of the largest bandit forces in the Valley of Sunshine. Compared to the bandits under the butcher's control, they are more orderly and cooperative. However, the butcher's bandits are even more bloodthirsty and ruthless. With the help of the 3 Yin demons, Han Shuo could clearly observe his surroundings. He was currently hiding in the lush foliage of a large tree as he muttered to himself. "Where is he? Did you guys lose him?" Janet rushed over aggressively, but suddenly realized that she had lost track of Han Shuo. She yelled angrily at the people beside her. This Janet didn't have the gentleness of a young girl in both words and actions. Perhaps it was because she had lived in a bandit's den since she was young that her behavior was completely influenced by bandits. She had a violent temper and behaved in a rough manner. Although she looked gentle and beautiful, she gave off the feeling of a heroic man. "Miss, this guy runs faster than a cheetah and is more cunning than a fox. Is he really a mage?" An old mage with a lame leg slowly swayed to Janet's side with a levitation spell and said with a wry smile. "Old Billy, if he was a swordsman or a knight, would he be able to fly all the way here?" "Damn it, you're old, but don't tell me your brain is also old." Janet was in a fit of anger. She glared at the crippled mage with her almond-shaped eyes and scolded him angrily. Old Billy wasn't angry after being scolded like that. He just lowered his head and smiled bitterly. "Maybe I'm really old, or maybe the times have changed. How can a mage run faster than a cheetah now? I can guarantee that he ran and not used levitation to fly. Heavens, he can't be as special as you, right? Search." This guy must be a spy. He might be a spy from the House of Monroe. Janet didn't pay any more attention to Old Mage Billy and shouted at the bandits next to her. "No, miss. I can't find him, he's missing. Maybe he's already escaped." All kinds of helpless voices rose and fell around Janet. It was obvious that they couldn't discover Han Shuo's existence. It was evening. Under the big tree where Han Shuo was hiding, only Janet and the old mage named Billy were there. The 7 or 8 bandits that looked like giant bears were more than 10 meters away from Janet, separated by a waist-high shrub and weeds. Suddenly, Han Shuo, who was hiding among the leaves, flew down with a loud laugh. He was already above Janet's head in the blink of an eye. A fist mixed with magical yuan and a surging murderous aura smashed towards Janet. "Damn it!" Janet cursed and hurriedly pushed Billy away, who was about to chant a spell. She clenched her small fists and shot out a dark green fighting aura towards Han Shuo, who was smashing towards her head and feet. When he saw that the fighting aura was dark green, Han Shuo immediately understood that she should only have the strength of an adept swordsman. He quickly retracted 80% of his magical yuan, and when his fist landed, only 30% of his magical yuan was mixed into his fist. Bam! The dark green fighting aura suddenly scattered under Han Shuo's smash, and then Han Shuo and Janet's little fist collided. An enormous force that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas suddenly surged forth from Janet's little fist, causing Han Shuo's body, which was hanging upside down, to once again be pushed into the air along the trajectory of his fall. How is this possible? Han Shuo couldn't help but cry out in shock as his right hand went numb and stiff. Dark cyan fighting aura was the symbol of a senior swordsman. Based on Han Shuo's experience, she could only withstand 30% of his magical yuan at most. However, when his fist met Janet's, although Janet's fighting aura had scattered, her small fist still erupted with terrifying power. Had it not been for Han Shuo's astonishing physical toughness, this punch would have crippled his entire right arm. According to Han Shuo's understanding, a senior swordsman's dark cyan fighting aura would never be able to cause such great power. This female bandit is a bit strange. Ha! Janet looked at Han Shuo's horrified expression and revealed a proud smile. Then, the space ring in her hand lit up, and a thick black mace that was even larger than her body appeared. She easily gripped the huge mace with her left hand, giggling as she leapt high with the help of the surrounding tree trunks. She swept towards Han Shuo, who hadn't yet landed, and the mace in her hand viciously smashed towards Han Shuo's waist. Han Shuo snorted coldly. He had been kind and merciful just now, but he didn't expect to suffer such a loss. Seeing that Janet was now swinging the mace towards his lower body, Han Shuo was a little angry. His body, which had been unstable due to the great impact, suddenly froze in the air. He also blasted out another punch, smashing towards Janet's mace. There was a loud bang, accompanied by Janet's muffled groan. Her body, which had leapt up with the help of the tree trunks, was ruthlessly smashed down along with the mace. Janet even fell to the ground on her buttocks. It was now her turn to look up at Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in the air, in horror. "Damn it, you're pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger." Janet, who was below, couldn't help but curse. Her breathing was heavy, and she took a few deep breaths. She grabbed the mace, intending to continue. Han Shuo was surprised. He didn't expect Janet to stand up so quickly. Then, before Han Shuo could make a move, a few burly men around him rushed over together. The old magician Billy, who had a lame leg, completed his incantation. A piercingly cold wind whistled over, and bone-piercing wind blades shot out. She was actually a wind element magus. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. It could be considered that he had gauged Janet's strength, so he didn't continue to stay here. He flew and hid among the leaves behind him. After a few leaps, he landed on a soft palanquin and took out the demon's lair edge to cut open the roof of the palanquin. Without anyone noticing, he grabbed a dazed girl and flew outside. "Scoundrel, let go of me. Quickly let go of me, or else Janet will definitely not let you off." This girl was beautiful, with crescent-shaped eyebrows and big, bright eyes. Even though she was yelling angrily, her voice still sounded gentle. "Janet, I'm taking this girl away. If you want her, then come to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band." Han Shuo grabbed the girl, ignoring her loud yelling, and laughed as he swaggered off. "Bastard, let go of my wife, or else I'll never let you off." Janet was furious as she roared towards the sky. Vulgar words flowed from her mouth without a trace of gentleness that a girl should have. Chapter 258. A precipitous cliff was shrouded in mist and clouds. It was impossible to see the bottom at a glance. The sunset glow was like a burning cloud against the sky, illuminating the precipitous cliff like a large piece of red-hot iron. The cliff was quite a distance from the Valley of Sunshine. Such precipitous cliffs were not uncommon in the Kurlan mountain range. The bare cliff was littered with jagged rocks, devoid of any vegetation. Standing at the top of the cliff, Han Shuo jumped down and descended through the mist. In the span of a breath, he landed on a large protruding rock. This rock was in the middle of the cliff and was surrounded by thick white mist. The rock protruded horizontally, forming a large flat area. Although it was a bit steep, it wasn't dangerous as long as one was careful. "Who's there?" A startled cry rang out as a brawny, bare-chested, bearded man stared at Han Shuo with ill intent, holding a sharp axe forged by the dwarves. "I'm looking for Trunks," Han Shuo said with a smile. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band was situated on a broad piece of flat land protruding from the bottom of the cliff. On this piece of flat land that was filled with floating clouds and mist, the dense mist did not spread to the center for some unknown reason. However, the flat land was a vast expanse of whiteness, appearing extremely bizarre. Rows of bamboo houses were scattered across the flat area. Many half-naked mercenaries were practicing martial arts on a practice field the size of a football field. There were also some spacious caves dug out at the back that could also be used as rooms for people to stay in. This flat area was rather miraculous. It was filled with thick mist above and below, and only a simple soundproof boundary had been set up in the center. With the thick mist as a natural barrier, no one would be able to discover this flat area covered in thick mist. But in the middle of the flat area, the air was fresh and the thick mist was nowhere to be seen. It was truly a quiet and secluded place. The gentle girl in Han Shuo's hands had already been restrained by him. She couldn't see or hear. When Han Shuo landed on the flat area, he immediately sensed Dark Dragon Gilbert's presence. "Honored Master, you've finally arrived." In the middle of the training field, Gilbert's skin was as dark as coal. His muscles were black and shiny. He threw away the two mercenaries that were entangled with him and ran towards Han Shuo while shouting. The strong man who was holding a sharp axe and looking at Han Shuo with an unfriendly expression immediately grinned when he saw Gilbert calling Han Shuo master. He said in a friendly manner, "Your weapon is very useful, thank you." As Han Shuo had provoked both the Church of Light and the Calamity Church, Han Shuo didn't let Trunks reveal his identity in order to guard against the two churches. To these mercenaries, Han Shuo was only a good friend of Trunks and didn't know the real inside story. "You're welcome. Where is Trunks?" Han Shuo nodded and asked the burly man. "He's out on business and should be back tonight." "Honored Master, you've finally returned." Gilbert's upper body was bare as he yelled all the way. Many of the mercenaries on the flat area could hear his voice that sounded like a broken gong. Many came out of their bamboo houses and caves to look at Han Shuo in amazement. Gilbert must have stayed here for a while. With his tyrannical body as a dark dragon, even if he transformed into a human, these mercenaries still wouldn't be able to deal with him. It seemed that during this period of time, Gilbert must have established a strong image among these people. Such a powerful character calling Han Shuo master, in such a humble manner immediately shocked the mercenaries on the flat area. They naturally couldn't help but want to see just how powerful this character that could make Gilbert submit to him was. "Thank you for your weapon, it's very handy." "Not bad, this broadsword is really great, worthy of being a weapon forged by the dwarves." "Yes, yes, the weight of my double-edged axe is simply too suitable." "Thank you." The mercenaries chattered noisily as they looked at Han Shuo with grateful and friendly gazes. It seemed that the weapons that Dark Dragon Gilbert had brought had truly satisfied these mercenaries. "Don't mention it, Trunks and I are the best of friends, hee. Han Shuo nodded in a friendly manner as he sized up these mercenaries with sparkling eyes. From what Han Shuo could see, there were roughly 100 or so mercenaries left on the flat ground. These mercenaries all had calm, experienced expressions, and the majority of them were swordsmen. There were also a dozen or so mages and 30 or so archers. Judging from the aura emanating from their bodies, they should all be experts with extraordinary willpower and determination. Compared to the group of bandits led by Janet, the strength of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band of 100 or so was a bit more outstanding. Han Shuo had met some of the younger mercenaries who appeared a bit cold and stern last time at the House of Menlo. He knew that these people were former members of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. Their calm and unruffled demeanor that had experienced many battles made Han Shuo take a few more glances at them. "Hey, you're called Brian, right? Hee, since you're Gilbert's master, then you must have superb strength. Are you interested in coming over to play?" A seasoned mercenary about 1.9 meters tall with bulging muscles on his bare upper body held a 1.5 meter long broadsword in one hand. He squinted his eyes as he sized up Han Shuo and issued an invitation. As he spoke, as if he wanted to prove his strength, he casually waved the broadsword in his right hand. A dark green fighting aura suddenly appeared, and a sharp sword light appeared for a moment. All right. Trunks hadn't returned yet anyway. In order to not encounter any obstructions when he revealed his identity in the future, etching his powerful image deep into their hearts should be the most effective method. Han Shuo walked confidently towards the arena, unbuttoning his shirt on the way. He was also bare-chested. He was 180 centimeters tall, and his muscles looked as if they had been carved by knives and axes. They were full of vigor and explosive power, and the lines and size of his muscles were perfectly coordinated. They were definitely formed naturally after experiencing tempering. As soon as his upper body's clothes were taken off, some of the surrounding mercenaries immediately cried out in surprise. They were all excited and shouted, "Grant, you're in trouble." They were all knowledgeable people. From the perfect coordination of Han Shuo's muscles and the lines of his upper body, they knew that this kind of well-coordinated and robust body was most suitable for battle. Grant's muscles were very large as he held the broadsword in his hand, but some of the smaller muscles weren't obvious. With his physique, this kind of muscle mass could possess powerful explosive power, but his speed would inevitably be affected. On the other hand, Han Shuo's every muscle was so clearly coordinated. Even the two sides of his waist, where it was most difficult for muscles to appear, were as if they had been carved by a knife and axe. This kind of perfectly coordinated muscle shape was most suitable for battle. Grant also revealed an astonished expression. He stared blankly for a moment when he saw that Han Shuo had come empty-handed. He casually tossed the great sword in his hand to the side and yelled in defiance, "Then, we won't use fighting aura. Let's compete purely with the toughness of our bodies." "As you wish." Han Shuo laughed heartily and strode towards Grant, not using any demonic yuan. Grant was overjoyed. He didn't wait for Han Shuo to come near and sped up. His 1.9 meter tall body charged ferociously at Han Shuo, grinning as he clenched his fists and punched straight at Han Shuo. To everyone's surprise, the approaching Han Shuo didn't move at all. He stared blankly at the incoming iron fist with a strange smile on his face. Boom! A muffled sound like that of a war drum came from within Han Shuo's body. Grant's powerful punch landed on Han Shua's chest, but Han Shua's body didn't move. Even the smile on his face didn't change. "Oh, my gosh, is your body made of steel?" On the contrary, Grant, who had punched Han Shua, was grimacing in pain as he shook his fist, an expression of unspeakable pain. "Heh heh." Han Shua's hand shot out like lightning, grabbing onto Grant's shoulder and flinging him away. The 1.9-meter-tall burly man flew up like a feather, swinging a few meters in the air and landing right on top of a wide, soft cushion. Casually sweeping a glance at the mercenaries beside him, Han Shua said in a carefree manner, "Is there anyone else who wants to try? Whether it's physical attacks, fighting aura, or magic, I can keep you company." When these words were spoken, the mercenaries of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band were all dumbfounded. They stared at Han Shua in shock, but not a single person stood out. "Waha, you idiots actually want to compete with my master in terms of physical strength. In the forbidden area of the Dark Forest, my great master had even beaten the Golden Dragon, who was known to have the strongest physical body, to the ground. You fellows are really crazy." Gilbert shouted proudly, causing the group of mercenaries, who were already surprised, to be even more dumbfounded. "Great master, it's fine if you come, but why did you bring me a woman? You're becoming more and more considerate now." Gilbert yelled and suddenly discovered the woman that Han Shua had carelessly thrown to the side. He walked over excitedly. "Stop, you can't touch this woman. I have great use for her. She belongs to the female bandit Janet. I still need to rely on her to have a good chat with Janet." Han Shua glared at Gilbert and berated. Gilbert immediately became well-behaved when Han Shua yelled. At this moment, the sound of wind rustling came from the top of the cliff. After a while, Han Shua descended from above with Odysseus and the others. You've finally arrived," Trunks immediately said with a smile when he saw Han Shua. As he walked towards Han Shua, his gaze unintentionally swept over and he suddenly stared dumbfoundedly at the girl that Han Shua had swept over. His expression was extremely strange. After a while, Trunks involuntarily cried out "Annie," and charged towards the girl as if he'd gone mad. Some of the original members of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band were first wild with joy, but then looked at the girl with some confusion, murmuring, "Something's not right." Chapter 259. Trunks' expression was extremely off as he dashed in front of the girl like lightning. He reached out to touch the necklace strung together from broken crystals around her neck and said in a choked voice, "Annie, it must be you." Some of the original Rainbow Sickle mercenaries surrounded Trunks with uncertain gazes. Grant, who'd been thrown into the air by Han Shua, couldn't help but say, "Chief, Miss Annie doesn't look like this." "It's Annie. I gave her this crystal necklace, and there's a mole behind her left ear. It proves that she's with Annie." Trunks' voice was choked with emotion as he hugged the girl and sobbed, crying tears of joy as he shouted. The mercenaries who'd been a bit doubtful were all overjoyed when they heard that Trunks had confirmed the girl's identity. They all cheered excitedly and hammered each other's chests, seeming to want to express their excitement through the pain. Annie, what's wrong? Why can't you speak?" Trunks cried out in panic when he realized that the girl in his arms wasn't moving at all. She was as silent as a puppet. "Let me." Han Shua's body flashed and he was already in front of Trunks. He reached out with his right hand and pressed it against Annie's back. A beam of dark light shone from his palm into Annie's body, clearing away the power that was restraining the girl. The lifeless girl's face suddenly flushed red. Her long eyelashes fluttered as she seemed to feel Trunks's movements. She abruptly opened her large, bright eyes and looked at Trunks with a bit of confusion. After staring blankly for a moment, a sharp cry of surprise suddenly came from the young girl's mouth. The young girl struggled fiercely, using all her hands and feet to greet Trunks' body. She kicked Trunks with all her might while yelling and cursing, "Damn it, who are you? If Janet finds out, he'll kill you. Let go of me, let go of me." However, the girl didn't seem to have practiced martial arts. The series of punches and kicks that landed on Trunks' body didn't cause him any harm. However, Trunks had a baffled expression as he released the girl. He blankly stared at the girl and said, "Annie, could it be that you don't remember me?" "Who's Annie?" "I'm Betty. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Are you crazy?" The girl dodged from Trunks' side and angrily looked at Han Shuo. She said angrily, "You damned bandit, what are you trying to do by capturing me?" Han Shuo didn't answer her question. He frowned and stared deeply at Annie. Then he looked at Trunks, who was revealing his true feelings, and asked, "Trunks, you didn't get the wrong person, did you?" Trunks shook his head with certainty and said, "That crystal necklace was given to her by me. The black mole on her ear is still there, so it must be Annie. But I don't know why her appearance has changed, and why she doesn't remember me." "Then there's no problem. As long as these characteristics are there, it's definitely her. Sometimes, memories can be forgotten due to some great stimulation. As long as you use some magic potions, you can change your appearance to something else." Han Shuo calmly said. "That's right, it must be like this. Where did you find her?" Trunks immediately said with certainty after hearing Han Shuo's explanation. "You bastards, what do you want? Hurry up and let me go, or else Janet won't let you go." The originally gentle girl became a bit flustered and impatient because of the danger she was in, and she shouted loudly in alarm. "I caught her from Janet's hands. It looks like I can only understand what's going on after I find Janet. I just happen to want to talk to Janet. Annie, where did you get this crystal necklace?" Trunks walked in front of the girl and pointed at the necklace on her neck, asking with a trembling voice. "How would I know? She's mine anyway. You must have the wrong person. I beg you, let me go. I can make Janet let you go." The girl seemed to feel Trunks' concern for her and begged pitifully. "Do you remember what happened when you were young?" "What happened when you were young?" Trunks' eyes sparkled as he stared fixedly at the girl and asked hastily. Shaking her head like a rattled drum, the girl yelled, I don't remember anything, and I don't want to remember. Hurry up and let me go." By now, it wasn't just Trunks, even the other former members of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band could see that she had indeed lost her memory. They were certain that the girl was Annie, who had been missing for 3 years. "I want to find Janet and ask her. Uncle Grant, take 2 small teams and come with me." Trunks' expression was resolute as he instructed Grant and then said gently to Annie, "Annie, stay here for now. They'll take good care of you just like before." "I'm not Annie, let me go." Annie couldn't help but cry out when she saw that Trunks was about to leave. "Let's go, we'll take care of things together tonight." Wiping his eyes, Trunks didn't look at the crying Annie and gestured at Han Shuo before walking towards the area where they'd landed with large strides. 2 small teams of 20 people, plus Odysseus group, as well as Han Shuo and Gilbert, walked towards the flat area where they'd landed. They followed the excavated stone steps and climbed up the cliff. "Why did you leave in such a hurry last time?" Odysseus asked Han Shuo with a smile as he climbed up. Gordon, Aphrodite, and the others were also chattering away. "I had no choice. I also had a bunch of things to do last time. Add to that the fact that Ferguson kept his eyes on me, so I had no choice but to leave in a hurry." Han Shuo smiled apologetically at Odysseus and explained. "Hey, Brian, are you really the master of this mercenary band?" Gordon leaned against Han Shuo and looked left and right. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice when he saw that no one was paying attention to him. Nodding, Han Shuo said softly, "Yes." Gordon's face was full of surprise as he chuckled, "You're really amazing to have established such a large mercenary band. We were only willing to join because Trunks said that you're the master behind the scenes of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band." Patting Gordon's shoulder, Han Shuo nodded with a smile and didn't say much. The friendship that Han Shuo had built with them in the dark forest was indeed effective. A merchant has unintentionally discovered a silver mine in a mountain valley. It's said that there's even mithril inside. The powers surrounding the Valley of Sunshine have already fought a few battles for the silver mine. I've received accurate information that Lorton of the Cairo mercenary band will also be there tonight. The Cairo mercenary band has occupied all the high ground in Tanai, so it'll be very difficult for the other powers to deal with them. This time, Lorton has already left the Valley of Sunshine for the mithril. The other hostile powers definitely won't let him go. There'll definitely be a fierce battle at the silver mine tonight. I've come back to bring some people to join in the fun and see if we can fish up some benefits. Trunks stood on the cliff and explained to Han Shuo from the flat land that was curled up by the clouds. Startled, Han Shuo said, "Silver mines are already very rare, and mithril is a top-quality material for forging weapons and armor. No wonder everyone's eyes are red with greed. It looks like this fierce battle is unavoidable." That's right. Even in a place like the Valley of Sunshine, mithril is a priceless item. The value of a silver mine with mithril is simply immeasurable. Therefore, as long as the powers in the Valley of Sunshine have some power, they all want to head to that mountain valley for a share. The merchant who discovered the silver mine was instead killed at the first opportunity. It's a pity that the news still leaked out. Trunks nodded in agreement and said in a low voice, "Let's go, we'll also go take a look. If there aren't any accidents, Janet will also appear in that mountain valley." Han Shuo thought for a moment and suggested to Trunks. "Yes, that's what I was thinking as well." Trunks replied. Afterwards, the group of 30 or so people silently left the cliff and headed towards their destination according to Trunks' directions. The mercenaries that Trunks had brought with him were mostly experienced and extraordinary members of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Each and every one of them didn't forget to check their equipment on the way, vigilantly paying attention to their surroundings and carefully avoiding other groups of people. When the sky had completely darkened and the crescent moon had yet to appear, Trunks stopped behind a boulder and pointed to a mountain valley densely covered in creepers. He said to Han Shuo, "That's the one. I think that all the major powers in the Valley of Sunshine have already entered. I'm afraid that there are countless small powers like us who want to make a fortune. It's a bit impossible to hide without being discovered. The others stay here. You, me, and Gilbert will go in first. Follow me. As long as we're careful, no one will discover us." Han Shuo turned around and calmly instructed Trunks. Trunks had long since witnessed Han Shuo's miraculous abilities. He immediately turned around and instructed Grant and the others, "Uncle Grant, you guys hide here for the time being. We'll go in and scout. I'll send a secret signal to inform you if anything happens." As well-trained veteran mercenaries, they wouldn't have any objections to their leader's orders once they started moving. Grant nodded and said in a low voice, "Understood. Follow me." Han Shuo called out softly and bent his body level with the shrubs. He took the lead and walked out. The 3 Yin demons filled the surroundings, taking in all the movements. Chapter 260. The mithril mine is within the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band's sphere of influence. It now belongs to the Church of Light. All of you, please leave. Light Grand Magus Ferguson floated in midair, his pure white magic robe sparkling. He held a magic staff in his left hand, his expression sacred and inviolable. Light magical elements gathered towards the magic staff in his hand from all directions of the valley. Ferguson's aura grew stronger and stronger as the magic staff in his hand shot out a brilliant curtain of light, illuminating the valley where the moon had yet to appear. This valley was a few miles wide, with a small river flowing quietly in the middle of the valley. Around the river were huge rocks of strange shapes, and near the mountain walls, there were many plants that looked like creepers, painting the mountain walls a light green. The 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine, the Cairo Mercenary Band, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, the House of Menlo, and the Katter Orc tribe, had all arrived. They split into 4 directions and occupied the most central area of the valley. Outside the 4 great powers, a dozen or so smaller powers were scattered in 2s and 3s, similarly gathering here with greedy hearts. Han Shuo had originally planned on concealing his tracks, but when he heard the rumbling, he released a Yin demon and circled the valley once. He had a panoramic view of Tanai's situation and understood that Tanai had reached a critical juncture. All the powers were no longer concealing themselves. Let's go. As long as we're careful, no one should notice us. Han Shuo called out lightly and led Gilbert and Trunks, carefully avoiding the various powers. They arrived at a remote corner of the valley and hid behind a large rock. Mr. Ferguson, the merchant who discovered the silver mine is from our House of Menlo. The mine should belong to our House of Menlo. Adam Menlo, the patriarch of the House of Menlo, said dryly as he glared at Ferguson with a dark face. Adam Menlo was a skinny old man, rumored to be a sky rider. He rode on a super-rank magical beast, the golden-winged roc, and held a golden spear in his hand. He appeared to be overbearing. Behind him were dozens of experts from the House of Menlo. Each of them was riding strange magical beasts and wielding top-notch weapons or magic staffs. They stared at Ferguson with unfriendly expressions. "Ferguson, it's not your Church of Light's turn to be arrogant in the Valley of Sunshine. Our Cairo mercenary band is the true master of the Valley of Sunshine. Everything in the Valley of Sunshine belongs to us." The bald, burly Lorton's voice was as loud as a bell as he held a giant battle axe in his right hand. Under the illumination of the light magic, the battle axe did not shine at all. It seemed to contain an inexplicable power. The handle of the battle axe was rusty, and it seemed to be quite old. There was also a group of elites from the Cairo mercenary band standing behind Lorton. It looked like he was determined to get his hands on this mithril mine. On the other side, the Katter Beastman tribe's tribal chief, Katter, was about 2.5 meters tall and carried a huge totem on his shoulder. The warriors behind him were also huge and carried huge totems. It looks like this battle is unavoidable. The corners of Han Shuo's mouth carried a malicious smile as he looked at the 4 strongest powers in the center of the valley, facing each other with equal harshness. "Yes, but why haven't we discovered the Butcher and Janet's bandits?" Trunks nodded, and then said with some doubt, "Logically speaking, they should have received the news as well. There's no way they wouldn't want a share. Actually, they're already here, but they're just hiding like us. Heh heh, these bandits don't dare to expose themselves and have long since hidden themselves." Han Shuo pointed in the direction of the orc chief, Katter, and said, "There's a mountain path behind them. There's a large area of rubble, and the butcher's men are inside. Over there, in the shrubbery a mile behind the House of Menlo are Janet's bandits. However, let's not go find Janet for now. Let's observe the situation first." "Got it," Trunks replied. Due to the limited area of the valley, the various powers that had come to the valley had only brought a portion of their elites. There weren't many of them. The various powers had gathered in the open and in the shadows, all harboring the thought of seizing the silver mine. They filled every corner of the valley, and the situation was in a stalemate that could erupt at any moment. At this time, no one dared to make the first move, so everyone had the same goal. Even Lorton didn't dare to make the first move, lest he become the target of all the powers' attacks. After a round of quarreling and roaring, the 4 great powers glared at each other and cursed at each other. Their subordinates also brandished their weapons in a threatening manner, but they didn't actually make a move. It was obvious that they had some misgivings about each other. "These fellows are so annoying. Why haven't they made a move yet? I'm getting tired of watching," Gilbert said impatiently when he saw that they were still quarreling. "Where's the silver mine? I'll add some fuel to the fire." Han Shuo thought for a moment, then glanced at Trunks and asked. "There, where the plants are the most luxuriant, is a cave that leads underground. It's rumored that there's a silver mine there, as well as an extremely rare mithril mine." Trunks replied as he pointed at the area where the four powers were standing. An idea came to Han Shua's mind and he grinned evilly, I have an idea. This time, I'm going to make Florida suffer the consequences. Before coming here, Han Shua's group had already seen Florida. After half a year of recuperation, Florida's injuries had completely healed. He was now full of energy and was discussing something with Asa in a low voice behind his grandfather Ferguson. Asa and Maxine had tried to assassinate Han Shua during their last trip to the Valley of Sunshine. In the end, Asa's right arm had been chopped off and he had fled in a sorry state. Even now, Asa still hadn't recovered. His face was still pale and bloodless. Although his severed right arm had been reattached, judging from the spasms of his fingers, it should have been left with lifelong sequelae. It was likely that he would never be able to regain his original agility. After the necromancy incantation, the little skull and the Earth Elite zombie appeared together. After being refined by demonic arts, the Earth Elite zombie no longer looked like a zombie warrior, and was no different from an ordinary human. After giving the Earth Elite zombie an order, the Earth Elite zombie's body slowly sank into the ground, disappearing under Trunks' incredulous gaze. However, there were no changes to the ground where the Earth Elite zombie had disappeared, as if he was a drop of water that had merged into the ground. What's going on? What is he? Trunks had a face full of disbelief as he cried out in alarm. Pointing at the little skull, Han Shua smiled and explained, the same as him. When the little skull saw that Han Shua had mentioned him, the light in his purple eye brightened and focused on Trunks. He even raised the bone dagger in his right hand, appearing quite arrogant and disdainful of Trunks' ignorance. I understand now. Amazing Brian, you're truly astonishing. Trunks cried out in surprise and then smiled wryly, no wonder Ferguson and Edwin are looking for you. This is the territory of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. You've trespassed on our territory and even dared set your sights on the mines in our territory. You've gone too far. Florida shouted from the other side and looked coldly at Lorton with a murderous aura. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band had the most people who'd entered the valley this time. Adding on his grandfather Ferguson and some existences from the Church of Light, Florida felt that his side was the strongest and naturally had the more imposing manner. Florida, do you really think that the Valley of Sunshine is your home just because you have your grandfather's support? Lorton snorted coldly and mocked Florida. Suddenly, the Earth Elite zombie shot out from the dense undergrowth. He held a large piece of silver rock in both hands and excitedly ran in front of Florida, handing it to Florida under everyone's gazes. Good, damn it, Florida, you've already started mining. You're simply ignoring our existence. The patriarch of the House of Menlo, Adam Menlo, immediately cursed sinisterly when he saw the situation unfold. He rode the super-rank magical creature, the Golden Rock, and rushed towards Florida. The Golden Rock was more than 10 meters long and its golden wings spread out, blocking out the light of the moon that had just risen. A sharp cry rang out as the edges of its enormous wings were as sharp as blades, rapidly flapping. When Tanai of the Zhongshan Mountain arrived, a fierce gust of wind surged forth. The sleeves of Florida's Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band danced wildly as they stood there, their bodies swaying. Adam Menlo raised his golden spear and a chilling murderous aura burst forth. He took the lead and rushed towards the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Behind him, the House of Menlo's men riding all sorts of strange magical creatures also rushed out with shrill cries, heading straight for the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Sunshine Tanai, it's not your Church of Light's turn to be arrogant. Brothers, let them know who's the strongest power in the Valley of Sunshine. On the other side, Lorton roared towards the sky. The clothes on his body suddenly burst open, and a terrifying aura followed. His originally strong muscles bulged unbridledly, and his shiny bald head was extremely conspicuous. As a berserker, Lorton appeared to be extremely violent and impulsive as he raised his giant battle-axe and took the lead in shooting out. As he flew, he fiercely swung his battle-axe, and wherever he passed, the boulders would shatter with loud pops. His momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Behind him, the mercenaries of the Cairo mercenary band were all enraged. They were like a group of mad bulls, roaring as they charged at the Cairo mercenary band. Similar to them was the Orc tribe of Katar. As the chief of the tribe, Katar roared a few words in the Orc language. The huge totem pole that he was carrying on his shoulder was shining with a strange luster. He violently pounded it on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. A deep pit was created by the strike of the totem pole. A few beastman shamans jumped around crazily, rays of multicolored light falling on the bodies of the dozens of beastmen behind Katar. These beastmen were blessed with shaman incantations, and their muscles became as hard as granite. The totem poles they carried shone as they advanced with a strange rhythm, howling as they charged towards Florida. "Who the hell are you? Are you trying to kill us?" Florida roared at the Earth Elite Zombie, his rage reaching its peak. He quickly chanted an incantation, planning to kill the Earth Elite Zombie first. Unfortunately, before he could finish his incantation, the Earth Elite Zombie had already quickly merged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. In the end, he condensed a sword of light and shot it towards the madly charging Loritan. Once a berserker or orc became enraged, it was very difficult to stop them. Florida understood this and knew that this battle was unavoidable. He had wanted to kill Loritan to begin with, and since he couldn't stop him from stopping, he naturally wouldn't show any mercy. He grinned and laughed wildly as the sword of light was destroyed into specks of light by Loritan's battle axe before it could even get close to him. The bald Loritan's aura was like a rainbow as he dashed forward. When he arrived in front of Florida, all the rocks in his path were shattered as the battle axe in his hand surged with an overwhelming battle aura. Very powerful, they are indeed powerful people. This battle is going to be interesting. Han Shoa grinned and said calmly as he watched the three powers charge towards the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. "Honored Master, what should we do?" Gilbert couldn't help but ask excitedly when he saw the chaotic scene unfold. "Trunks, send out the signal for the brothers outside to come over. They can fight their own battles, you guys go in and mine, I'll watch from the outside." Han Shoa hastily instructed Trunks as he observed the chaotic situation in the valley. "But the entrance to the mine is right where the four powers are fighting. They've already blocked the entrance, and whoever dares charge in will definitely be out of luck. This isn't a good idea." Trunks smiled wryly and didn't immediately send out the signal. "Heh heh, the secret tunnel is already ready. With the Earth Elite Zombie here, we don't need to go through that path at all." As Han Shoa's light laughter faded, a tunnel suddenly split open beneath the rocks behind the three. The Earth Elite Zombie stood in the middle of the tunnel and waved his hand. Chapter 261. Ordinary Earth mages could use the power of the Earth to form all kinds of attacks. The Forbidden Earth spells, Meteor's Descent and Fury of the Earth, had the terrifying power to destroy an entire city. However, although Earth mages could use the Earth element to form all kinds of attacks, they still couldn't use the power of the Earth as flexibly as the Earth Elite Zombie. As the favored child of the Earth Elite Zombie could skillfully utilize the Yuan energy of Earth to perform many exquisite and dexterous feats as soon as his feet touched the ground. This miraculous ability to utilize the power of the Earth to form tunnels underground wasn't difficult for him. When a tunnel appeared out of nowhere, Trunks knew that it definitely led to the mine. The four great powers of the Valley of Sunshine were fighting fiercely over there, all for the sake of entering the Mithril mine and mining. The appearance of such a tunnel allowed Trunks and the others to directly enter the innermost part without any difficulty. "Understood." Trunks grinned and laughed lowly, then raised his voice and let out a cry that resembled an eagle's or a bird's. All sorts of rumbling sounds could be heard in the valley, so Trunks's cry wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Through the Een Demon's observation, Han Shoa saw that Grant and the others had stayed outside the valley. When they heard Trunks's cry, their expressions immediately shook and they cautiously moved towards Tanai. "Awoo, the berserker Lorton roared towards the sky and swung the battle-axe in his hand. A dazzling curtain of light appeared and enveloped the 7 rainbow sickles within it. The bodies of those who were enveloped by the curtain of light were cruelly torn to shreds as fresh blood sprayed all over Lorton's body. Be careful of Lorton. If I'm not wrong, he's holding the divine weapon of the Berserker clan, the Berserker's battle axe. Lorton used to be someone who could go berserk twice. Legend has it that a Berserker with the Berserker's battle axe can use the power of the Berserker's battle axe to go berserk once more. A Berserker who can go berserk 3 times is definitely stronger than a great swordmaster. I think he's the most difficult to deal with in the entire valley. Even Ferguson might not be his match. You must be careful of him. Trunks couldn't help but warn Han Shuo when he saw the enraged Lorton, his muscles bulging and a terrifying aura erupting from him. After hearing Trunks' words, Han Shuo was actually a little eager to give it a try. He exclaimed in a low voice, "A thrice berserker, hee, interesting. As for those cat or orcs, be careful not to get surrounded by them. Otherwise, when dozens of totem poles strike the ground at the same time, it will create a terrifying shockwave. Once you get caught in the shockwave, it will be very difficult to get out alive." As a veteran of the Valley of Sunshine, Trunks was well aware of the various powers. He couldn't help but remind Han Shuo when he saw that the Battle of Tanai Mountain had officially begun. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Be careful when you go inside. I'll have the Earth Elite Zombie follow you all the way. Once your tracks are exposed, immediately leave through the tunnel. With the Earth Elite Zombie underground, your safety shouldn't be a problem." Han Shuo looked excitedly at the group of people fighting endlessly, a bloodthirsty impulse gradually rising from the bottom of his heart. He opened his mouth to speak to Trunks, then walked towards Tanai Mountain like a ghost. When the little skull that had been summoned by Han Shuo and the Earth Elite Zombie saw Han Shuo leave, it walked to the Earth Elite Zombie's side and patted his shoulder, then followed Han Shuo as usual. Gilbert didn't feel anything special when he saw this scene. After all, this wasn't the first time he'd seen these two creatures interact. However, someone like Trunks, who looked at things with common sense, cried out in surprise when he saw the little skull's strange actions. "Leader, what's wrong?" Grant and the others hurried over from outside as Trunks stared dumbly at the little skull's departing figure. Grant couldn't help but ask when he saw Trunks' strange expression. "No, nothing's wrong. Come down with me." Trunks shook his head with a wry smile and waved his hand at Grant, then jumped down into the tunnel. The Earth Elite Zombie was very intelligent. When it saw Trunks jump down, it walked into the depths of the darkness and helped Trunks lead the way. What's going on? Why is there a tunnel?" Grant couldn't help but turn pale with fright when he saw a dark, bottomless tunnel. "Don't ask so much, let's go." Gilbert shouted and followed Trunks into the tunnel. The group of mercenaries were all scratching their heads in confusion. After staring blankly for a while, they entered the tunnel one after another. When everyone had entered, the tunnel's exit magically closed, leaving no trace behind. At this moment, the valley was a complete mess. More than 100 elites from the 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine had suddenly started fighting. When Han Shuo, eager to make a move, approached the area, he discovered that the situation had taken an unimaginable turn, completely out of his expectations. Originally, because of the Earth Elite Zombie's sudden disturbance, the other 3 powers had charged towards the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Among them, the Cairo Mercenary Band had taken the lead, and Lorton was as valiant as a god of war, slaughtering the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band as if he was invincible. Even if the Cairo Mercenary Band had the advantage in numbers, if the House of Menlo and the Katter Orc tribe had attacked together, the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band would still be in trouble. However, the real situation wasn't like this. The House of Menlo and the Katter Orc tribe experts who had charged over with Lorton and the Cairo Mercenary Band suddenly changed sides when they approached the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band. Following Adam Monroe and Katter's roars, the experts from both sides had instead surrounded and killed the Cairo mercenary band. Waha, Lorton, oh Lorton, you can't imagine this, can you? The real target of today's battle is your Cairo mercenary band. It's rare for you to leave the Valley of Sunshine, so don't even think about going back, Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band suddenly laughed wildly. His voice was loud and clear as he floated in the air, spreading to every corner of the valley. Times have changed, the Cairo mercenary band has been in charge of the Valley of Sunshine for too long. You should move your position no matter what. Adam Menlo, the patriarch of the House of Menlo, also spoke in a sinister voice as he flew towards Lorton on the back of his golden rock. The situation had suddenly taken an astonishing turn. It looked like the Cairo mercenary band, Adam Menlo, and the Orc tribe had long since come to a tacit understanding. The intense quarrel before was probably just a cover-up, and the three powers had secretly set their sights on Lorton's Cairo mercenary band. Those who had come with Lorton were the most elite berserkers of the Cairo mercenary band. Of the 50 or so people, 20 had the strength of a single berserk state, while 4, including Harris, had the strength of a second berserk state. Add to that the 4 archmages and 3 swordmasters that the Cairo mercenary band had recruited over the years, most of the strongest people in the Cairo mercenary band had arrived. However, when faced with the sudden defection of the House of Menlo and the Orc tribe, the 6 berserkers who had entered the berserk state were instantly killed by the experts of the 2 powers behind them. On Florida's side, his grandfather, Ferguson, had already descended from the sky and was coldly observing Tanai's changes. He didn't join in the attack against Lorton. Aoo! Lorton roared wildly as the berserker's battle axe in his hand struck out in a disorderly manner. An enormous aura spread in all directions as the berserker's battle axe set off layers of light. Everyone who was enveloped by the light was crushed to pieces. Charge out with me! Lorton's roar resounded through the entire valley. He'd originally been charging towards the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, but he suddenly changed directions and led the charge towards the House of Menlo. Adam Menlo, who was riding on the back of the golden-winged rock, swung the golden spear in his hand. The sharp aura of the sword caused the air to crackle. The super-rank golden-winged rock flapped its wings, forming tornadoes that surged into the midst of the Cairo mercenary band. A fire archmage from the House of Menlo released 3 fire serpents that were 5 meters long in a vivid and lifelike manner. The fire serpents danced wildly as they spread out. One of them rushed towards Lorton, while the other 2 slithered towards the Cairo mercenary band from the sides. The tender green vegetation on the rock walls rapidly melted wherever they passed. Adam, you old fart, if you want to die, then I'll send you on your way today. Lorton roared angrily as his body flew high into the air. The berserker's battle axe in his hand raised a curtain of light, and the fiery serpents turned into sparks before they could even approach his body. Silver light shot out from the berserker's battle axe like a waterfall flowing against the current, shooting towards Adam Menlo on the back of the golden-winged rock. Clang! Adam Menlo's golden spear accurately collided with the berserker's battle axe. Lorton used the momentum of his flying body to block the attack and fell powerlessly into the middle of the House of Menlo. Adam Menlo grunted and hurriedly urged the golden-winged rock to fly higher, seeming to be a bit afraid of the frenzied Lorton. Lorton roared angrily as he once again made his move. Landing in the middle of the House of Menlo actually made things easier for him. The archmage who had released the fire spell, Dancing Serpents of Fire, didn't even have time to react before he was cleaved in half by the axe, fresh blood and innards splattering all over the ground. As soon as Lorton landed in the middle of the House of Menlo's troops, his berserk energy seemed to have found an outlet, causing several people to die a horrible death in an instant. However, the experts of the House of Menlo who had reacted all aimed their broadswords, spears, and crossbows at Lorton. Before Lorton could cause any more damage, all sorts of attacks swarmed towards him. Clang clang clang. Lorton fiercely waved the berserker's battle axe in his hand, blocking most of the attacks. However, a few arrows still pierced through his defense and landed on his back and shoulders. A spear appeared from a strange angle and cut a long and thin wound under his armpit, causing fresh blood to spurt out. However, Loriton, who'd entered the berserk state, didn't seem to know pain at all. His physical defense was also astonishingly frightening. The arrows and spears seemed to be extremely fast and ferocious. If an ordinary person were to take a hit, their body would probably be pierced through. However, Loriton only had his skin broken. Whether it was the arrows or the spears, they only pierced a fingertip deep into his flesh. As long as we kill Loriton, Florida, swear to withdraw from the struggle for the mithril mine. Don't let him leave this place alive. Florida floated over from the other side, the exquisite magic staff in his hand constantly flashing with light. Rays of sword light slashed and shockwaves shot towards the Cairo mercenary band. Awoo! The orc chief, Katter, roared as he led a group of orcs who had been blessed with various shaman incantations and charged into the Cairo mercenary band from the side. This group of orcs was the smallest in number, but they seemed to be immune to most magical attacks. All sorts of water and fire magic from the Cairo mercenary band's archmages landed on them, but apart from making their skin redder, they didn't have much of an effect. He struck the ground, and a surge of energy surged into the ground. In front of Katter, an archmage of the Cairo mercenary band, as well as the deep-water venom python he was riding, were both struck by an enormous tremor. The deep-water venom python died on the spot, and the archmage of the Cairo mercenary band bled from all 7 orifices. He hurriedly used levitation to fly into the sky. This battle included all the true experts of the 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine. After each expert died, their unwillingness, resentment, and murderous auras were attracted by a force and gathered behind a giant boulder. Behind the boulder, the originally excited Han Shua's eyes were as red as blood. Clouds of blood-red killing intent swirled around his body. As more and more experts died, the terrifying aura on Han Shua's body grew thicker and thicker. A woo, a long and crazy howl suddenly sounded from afar. A huge rock the size of a house suddenly broke into pieces and shot out in all directions. The killing intent around Han Shua's body condensed into strange waves of blood as he glared viciously in front of him. The terrifying evil aura on his body spread wildly in all directions. All the experts of Tanai Mountain felt this violent and cruel killing intent, and all of their gazes suddenly focused on Han Shua. Dashing out with a whoosh, Han Shua turned into a beam of bloody light and shot into the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. He was like a bloodthirsty demon as he punched out. 3 senior swordsmen of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band were pulverized into a bloody mess by the waves of blood that came from his fist. It's him, it's him. Kill him. Florida had an unforgettable hatred for Han Shua. Even though Han Shua's appearance was vastly different from before, he still recognized him at a glance and immediately started yelling madly. However, for some reason, Florida, who should have been the first to make a move, suddenly felt fear in his heart. Although he roared at the top of his lungs to kill Han Shua, he subconsciously retreated instead. It was obvious that he was afraid. Chapter 262. Heh heh, Florida, we meet again. Han Shua's eyes were crimson red as he laughed sinisterly, as if he had been possessed by a demon. Once a person in the bloodlust realm went berserk, they would logically lose their mind and sink into a state of endless slaughter. They wouldn't be able to face their surroundings with a clear mind. However, Han Shua and the Demon's Lair Edge had absorbed an enormous amount of killing intent during their last trip to the Forbidden Area. The pure energy had merged with the demon infant and seemed to have a miraculous effect. Having fallen into the bloodlust realm this time, Han Shua could feel the killing aura swirling around his body. Most of the negative emotions of hatred, fear, and violence had been absorbed by the Demon's Lair Edge within his body. What swirled around his body was mostly pure killing aura. Those negative emotions were the main culprit that caused Han Shua to lose his sense of self and consciousness once he entered the bloodlust realm. When those negative emotions were absorbed by the demon's lair edge, although Han Shua's boundless desire for blood and slaughter didn't diminish, his tenacious will allowed his mind to regain clarity. It wasn't like when he was in the forbidden area, where he almost killed Gilbert without distinguishing between friend and foe. You can't escape. You must die today. Kill him for me. Florida retreated far away until he thought he was in a safe place before saying hatefully, "You didn't die." On Florida's side, Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light looked at Han Shua in shock and yelled, "You haven't died yet, how could I be that fast?" "Heh heh." Han Shua threw his head back and cackled strangely. He was like an eagle spreading its wings and soaring high. A thick stench of blood spread from his body, forming an area filled with a bloody mist with him as the center. A terrifying and ruthless aura exploded from that area. The energy of the experts who had just died and hadn't disappeared were all drawn and gathered by the bloody mist. Han Shua's aura grew stronger and stronger, like a red cloud of fire, enveloping the light Grand Magus Ferguson. What magic is this? Even with Ferguson's insight, he still couldn't understand Han Shua's method of attack. However, he could instinctively feel the danger. The magic staff in his hand flashed brilliantly as the light magic Illuminate was released. He, like Florida, hastily dodged backwards. When the light magic Illuminate was released, it was as if a scorching sun had appeared out of nowhere in the sky. A large ball of blinding light surged towards Han Shua with a pure and holy power. It was a pity that universal illumination, which had the ability to dispel evil, had no effect at all on the strange noises caused by Han Shua's magical yuan. Han Shua's presence grew stronger and stronger as the people below died tragically. A large patch of bloody mist covered the area, and the 7 or 8 rainbow sickle mercenaries below suddenly felt an evil energy surge into their bodies. They all cried out in pain as their bodies swelled and exploded. Just who are you? You're even more evil than the Calamity Church, I won't let you go. The 7 or 8 rainbow sickle mercenaries didn't have any resistance at all as their bodies exploded in an instant. This made Ferguson furious as he pointed at Han Shua and roared. "Old fart, I reminded you last time, but you didn't listen." Although Han Shua's mind had returned to normal in the bloodlust realm, he still couldn't suppress his desire to kill. He commanded the demonic cloud to envelop the rainbow sickle mercenary band with a cruel voice. A banner of blood fluttered in the air as the thick, murderous aura around Han Shua's body surged into it. The banner released a thick mist of blood that was entwined with the image of 100 evil spirits baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. The blood seether was a demonic treasure that Han Shua had refined in 3 months of closed-door cultivation. It was specifically used in the bloodlust realm. The blood seether contained the existence of Han Shua's life essence and could transform the murderous aura on Han Shua's body into a mist of blood that would cause one's blood to burn and explode. Now that it had been released by Han Shua, it immediately displayed its wondrous effects through the transformation of the murderous aura. As the number of people dying around them increased, the terrifying aura around Han Shua's body grew stronger and stronger. Those who were enveloped by the bloody mist couldn't control the boiling of their blood, and all of them died a horrible death. Use wind magic to blow away the blood mist. Hurry! Florida turned pale with fright when he saw the blood mist engulfing them like a cloud. He hurriedly instructed. The wind mages on the other side immediately released hurricanes and tornadoes as soon as he'd finished speaking. The fierce wind whistled through the air, wreaking havoc in everything like knives. The bloody mist formed by the blood seether was indeed blown away by a dozen small tornadoes and couldn't be condensed as freely as before. No demonic treasure was perfect. Han Shua wasn't surprised that the blood mist on the bloodlust banner would be blown away by wind magic, nor was he discouraged in the slightest. While Florida was shouting and the remaining experts of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band were attacking together, Han Shua's body flew backwards and quickly landed in the air above Loriton's head. "Loriton, I'll help you break out of the encirclement." That cursed shop belongs to me. In addition, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band has the right to openly recruit mercenaries in the Valley of Sunshine. How about it? The murderous Han Shuo stood proudly in the air and proposed as he looked down at Loratan, who was covered in cuts and bruises. It was obvious that the three great powers of the Valley of Sunshine had colluded to plot against Loratan this time. If Loratan died here, then the Valley of Sunshine would instantly fall into chaos. The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band would be the most likely to take control of the situation. This was something that Han Shuo didn't want to see and was also detrimental to the development of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Therefore, even if it wasn't for Loratan, Han Shuo had no choice but to help Loratan break through for his own and Trunk's benefit. However, it would be even more perfect if he could gain some benefits before helping Loratan. Han Shuo also believed that Loratan wouldn't reject him at this time. As expected, Loratan didn't hesitate at all. He raised his head and shouted almost as soon as Han Shuo finished speaking, "I promise you, as long as our people can leave the valley alive, I'll give you an additional 10,000 gold coins." "Deal." Han Shuo replied calmly. Magical incantations were chanted one after another, and the canopy of necromancy was released. The sky was covered by dense dark green clouds that wouldn't disperse. Several acid swamps suddenly formed and landed in the center of the Katar Orc house of Menlo's troops. Mysterious incantations were chanted from Han Shuo's mouth. As Han Shuo waved his hand, rays of strange light shot out under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, landing on the bodies of the experts who had just died not long ago. A terrifying scene appeared. Those who had just been killed stood up shakily, their gazes lifeless and inhuman. Fresh blood flowed out of the wounds on their bodies, and some of their internal organs could be clearly seen. What was even more terrifying was that some of their intestines were flowing out of their ruptured stomachs, dangling at their waists like unfastened trouser pockets. When these dead people from the four great powers stood up one by one, they immediately caused an intense shock and fear to the living. All the living who noticed this scene let out indescribable screams of terror. For a moment, the Tanai of the Sun was a chaotic mess. Corpse resurrection was one of the most terrifying and memorable of necromancy magic spells. It had already become an ancient legend and hadn't appeared on the continent for thousands of years. There were no records of this terrifying magic spell in the declining necromancy magic spells of today. However, on such a dark night, in such a place, the four great powers of the glorious Tanai of the Sun were fortunate enough to witness this evil spell that had been lost for thousands of years. A legend was a legend after all. When those corpses stood up one by one and brandished the weapons they had used when they were alive to attack, the shock instantly destroyed their willpower. "Oh my God, how is this possible?" Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light let out a painful groan. His eyes were wide open as he looked at everything that was happening in disbelief. "Loratan, don't say that I didn't help you. Take this opportunity to break out of the encirclement." Han Shuo grinned coldly. One by one, zombies and skeletons appeared out of thin air, including those that had just been resurrected. They all charged towards the shocked experts of the four great powers. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, these dark creatures were like fish in water, their speed and strength greatly increased. After being reminded by Han Shuo, the equally shocked Loratan suddenly came to his senses. He immediately yelled, "What are you waiting for? Charge out!" The impact of his words caused the experts of the Cairo mercenary band who had fallen into a state of stupor to wake up. When they saw those close companions who had died once again stand up in horrifying forms, these resolute mercenaries were also stimulated. If it wasn't for Loretan's yell, it was likely that they would have taken a while longer to regain consciousness. However, since they were under the care of Han Shuo, it was fine for them to be stunned. However, the experts of the other three powers had their ankles suddenly grabbed by the corpses. The terror caused by this sudden change would likely be imprinted in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Some of those who reacted a bit slower were directly stabbed to death by their former comrades. Han Shoa stood proudly in the air, coldly observing the cruel changes happening below. A murderous aura rose from his body and blossomed with an evil aura that caused one's heart to palpitate. His eyes were crimson and his face was sinister, making him look extremely frightening. Chapter 263. Grandpa, hurry up and release the radiance of light to dispel this evil magic. Florida was extremely anxious as he yelled at the dumbfounded Ferguson. With his grandson's reminder, Ferguson, who had been trembling in fear, came to his senses. The magic staff in his hand emitted a holy and bright light, and his voice echoed through the valley, "Holy power of light, hear my call, and dispel all darkness, radiance of light." A strong ray of light tore through the sky as the holy and mystical element of light filled the air above the valley. The dark green clouds created by Han Shoa's canopy of necromancy dissipated under the radiance of the holy light, disappearing without a trace in an extremely short amount of time. Dazzling light shone upon the valley, reflecting the gentle light of the stars. The aura of death was quickly dispelled as the holy power of light sprinkled down. The dark creatures that Han Shoa had summoned began to emit smoke from their bodies as their speed and strength were hindered. However, the newly resurrected corpses were the least affected by the radiance of light. Although their skin also emitted white smoke, they could still move freely and continue to charge towards the three great powers. The experts who had died not long ago also had the aura of dark creatures in their bodies due to Han Shoa's necromancy magic. However, they had just died and the aura of darkness in their bodies was still very weak. Therefore, they could still barely resist the light magic when it landed on them. Thanks to Han Shoa's earlier reminder, Lorton and the remaining 20 or so people of the Cairo mercenary band had broken through the encirclement of the three great powers while the House of Menlo was still in a daze, running towards the entrance of the valley. When the radiance of light sprinkled down, Han Shoa knew that the effects of the canopy of necromancy would definitely be dispelled. The summoned dark creatures wouldn't be able to escape either. However, some of the acid swamps had already been released, and the experts chasing after Lorton's group were more or less affected by the acid swamps. Among them, the House of Menlo was the most affected. The experts of the House of Menlo riding magical beasts of various ranks stepped into the acidic bog in a panic. Their legs were immediately corroded by the acidic bog, rapidly rotting away. It was similar to the reaction of dark creatures after being exposed to the radiant glory. "Be careful, this damned evil necromancer, I'll kill him." The House of Menlo had expended many years of effort to gather this batch of high-level magical beasts. However, they had accidentally stepped into the acid swamp, and 5 or 6 magical beasts of rank 2 and 3 had died in an instant. This caused Adam Menlo to be incomparably enraged, and he roared at Han Shoa. "Hee, you want to kill me? Come." Han Shoa, who couldn't suppress his bloodlust, was just fretting about not being able to find an outlet to vent. Upon hearing Adam Menlo's furious roar, his blood-red eyes suddenly glared at Adam Menlo. Floating in the air with the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shoa's ferocious killing intent was terrifying. Even Florida, who had a deep grudge against Han Shoa, didn't give the order to attack Han Shoa at all costs. On one hand, it was because Han Shoa's aura was terrifying. On the other hand, it was because Han Shoa was high up in the sky, making him difficult to deal with. Kill Lorton first. Once he's dead, the Cairo mercenary band will be finished. There's no need to rush this person for now. Florida couldn't help but yell anxiously when he saw Asa and Andy fly into the sky, raising their magic staffs to attack Han Shoa. On the other side, Lorton had already led the Cairo mercenary band towards the mouth of the valley. Florida had expended so much effort this time, even willingly giving up the mithril mine, just to kill Lorton and allow the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band to control the Valley of Sunshine. He naturally couldn't let Lorton leave. After Florida's roar, the remaining 30 or so Rainbow Sickle mercenary band experts and Florida all chased after Lorton. Andy, who had flown into the sky with Asa to deal with Han Shoa, looked at Han Shuo standing proudly in the sky and finally turned to chase after Loratan with Florida. However, Asa, whose arm had been severed by Han Shuo with the demon's lair edge, didn't listen to Florida's orders. He continued to stare fiercely at Han Shuo and flew towards Han Shuo with the patriarch of the House of Menlo, Adam Menlo. Behind Asa was Grand Magus Ferguson, who had released the radiance of light. He was also hovering in the air like a willow leaf as he floated over. Shoot! Adam Menlo rode on the golden rock and wielded a dazzling golden spear as he aggressively charged towards Han Shuo. At the same time, he ordered the experts below him. The experts of the House of Menlo had been killed by Loratan's berserker axe and Han Shuo's necromancy magic. There were only 30 or so people left. Under Adam Menlo's orders, bolts of crossbow bolts and spinning axes shot towards Han Shuo, who was standing high in the sky. The three Yin demons enveloped the entire scene, and Han Shuo could clearly see any abnormality. When the experts of the House of Menlo flew into the sky, a trace of a disdainful smile appeared on Han Shuo's lips. He only looked down with a cold smile and didn't take any action. Just as the arrows were about to hit Han Shuo, who'd been standing proudly in the sky, suddenly transformed into 4 people. The 4 Han Shuo looked exactly the same and moved in 4 different directions, respectively charging towards Ferguson, Adam Menlo, Asa, and the members of the House of Menlo below. The ballista bolts and spinning axes from the House of Menlo below suddenly missed. They didn't even touch the corner of Han Shuo's clothes. What's going on? How did it become 4 people? Damn it, am I seeing things? The experts of the House of Menlo exclaimed in disbelief. Ferguson and the other 2 also didn't know what was going on. As mages, Ferguson and Asa dodged instinctively. Only Adam Menlo, who was riding on the golden rock and wielding the golden spear, attacked the Han Shuo in front of him even though he was equally shocked. At this moment, a series of whistling sounds pierced through the air. 7 bone spurs shining with a cold glint shot towards the golden-winged rock beneath Adam Menlo from all directions. On top of a huge rock, the little skull stood proudly. His purple demon eye glowed brightly as he firmly locked onto the golden rock beneath Adam Menlo. Under the little skeleton's control, the 7 bone spurs spun in a strange trajectory. As they flew towards the wings of the golden-winged rock, the 7 bone spurs shone with a brilliant jade light. They were as sharp and cold as 7 bright snow blades. The bone saber struck the golden-winged rock's wings, producing clanging sounds. The golden-winged rock let out a sharp, low cry. Golden feathers flew off its wings with specks of blood. The golden-winged rock was clearly injured. Adam Menlo, who'd been charging aggressively at Han Shuo, was now brandishing his golden spear and continuously blocking the 7 bone spurs' attacks. Curses rang out incessantly from his mouth, and it was obvious that he was beyond angry. Old thing, you want to kill me? Kiki. Han Shuo, who'd been flying towards Ferguson and the other 2, disappeared into thin air. At this moment, his body suddenly appeared 10 meters above Adam Menlo's head. Han Shuo's eyes were crimson red as he laughed maniacally. The murderous aura around his body condensed on his arms. As Han Shuo's 2 hands bombarded, the thick murderous aura surged downwards like layers of blood waves. Damn it! Adam Menlo cursed. The golden spear that had been blocking the 7 bone spurs had no choice but to immediately lift up. He exerted his Sky Knight's fighting aura to the limit, forming a silver light screen to block the invasion of the blood waves. However, the blood waves formed by the murderous aura contained a terrifying power. The thick murderous aura covered the sky and covered the earth. It was as heavy as a mountain pressing down. The light screen formed by the condensed fighting aura was only able to resist for the time of 2 breaths before it was suddenly broken by the blood waves. With a loud rumble, the blood waves poured down like the waters of the Milky Way, violently shooting towards the body of the golden-winged rock that was tightly wrapped around Adam Menlo. The 10-meter-tall golden-winged rock was directly smashed into the ground from the sky, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. When the experts of the House of Menlo below saw that their patriarch and the golden-winged rock had been forcibly struck down from the sky by Han Shuo, they were all extremely frightened. They gave up on chasing Loratan and instead swarmed towards the area, immediately surrounding the bloodied golden-winged rock as soon as they arrived. Seeing that the experts of the House of Menlo had already surrounded Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock, Han Shuo, who was frozen in the air, didn't make a move against Adam Menlo, who was trapped by the golden-winged rock. The terrifying aura on his body and his crimson eyes returned to normal. Han Shuo's true strength was enough to face a Sky Knight or Great Swordmaster head-on. If Little Skull was added to the mix, then he would have a better chance. However, the reason why he'd been able to happily strike down Adam Menlo and the golden-winged rock was because he'd borrowed Tanai's murderous aura. When the attack landed, the murderous aura that he'd absorbed from the valley was completely released. Han Shuo, who was in the Bloodlust realm, also returned to normal, his emotions calm and steady. After the three Yin demons concealed themselves, they once again turned into bright lights that observed the surroundings, reflecting the entire valley into their hearts. Chapter 264. This person, just who is he? This is too terrifying. Even the head of the House of Menlo has been taken down, including the super-rank magical creature, the Golden Rock. How terrifying. Just what martial technique is he using? Why can't I see it at all? He must have the strength of a sacred sword master, otherwise it's impossible for him to be so strong. On the outskirts of the valley, a few of the smaller powers of the Valley of Sunshine who were hiding trembled as they watched the chaotic battle, all of them exclaiming in low voices. Wu, Chief Loratan of the Cairo mercenary band, stayed behind alone after charging out of the encirclement. Following a series of roars, the berserker's battle axe in his hand flickered with a silver light under the moonlight. Loratan's exposed muscles shone with a silver luster as his eyebrows and thick chest hair turned from black to silver. Cracking sounds rang out from his 2-meter-tall body as if his bones had been stretched, causing him to grow from 2 meters to 2.5 meters tall. He had originally been holding the berserker's battle axe with one hand, but now he gripped it tightly with both hands. An enormous aura radiated from the berserker's battle axe, accompanied by Loratan's roars as he fiercely chopped down at the pursuing Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. The glaring silver light shot forward, causing the ground to crackle wherever it passed. The Rainbow Sickle mercenaries at the very front weren't able to defend against the silver light's assault at all. Their bodies were sliced cleanly by the silver light as it passed through them. The silver light was extremely fast as it continued unimpeded towards Florida and the others after slicing through several mercenaries. The shocked Florida flew into the sky in a panic, cold sweat beading on his forehead. A berserker going berserk 3 times. Oh my god, Loratan is too crazy. He should be holding the divine weapon of the Berserker clan, the Berserker's battle axe. No wonder, it looks like Loratan's strength has increased. What a terrifying fellow. Nonsense, how could he wield power in the Valley of Sunshine if he wasn't strong enough? Those who were hiding in the shadows couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Loratan go berserk again, reaching the legendary level of 3 berserk transformations that very few berserkers could achieve. Shoot him. Arrows, battle axes, and spears all shot towards Loratan's body under Florida's command. Several bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot towards Loratan from the sky. Fire snakes danced wildly, ice arrows whizzed, and spikes shot out from the ground, all converging towards Loratan. A concentrated barrage of attacks descended, scorching the area. The ground cracked, the plants burned, and the arrows and spears were scattered all over the ground. The dust slowly scattered after the wind blades passed, but Loratan still stood proudly with the berserker's battle axe in his hand. The thrice berserk Loratan didn't seem to fear pain. Although his body was charred black with many cracks, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. He was still able to stand stably in the face of the magical attacks of so many experts, including several archmages. Such strength was terrifying to the extreme. Aoo. Loratan howled at the moon. He actually still had the strength to charge towards the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the Katter orcs after the barrage of attacks. He's a strong man, a berserk warrior who has gone berserk 3 times. His body is actually immune to most magic and physical attacks. Han Shoa, who was standing in the air, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration as he watched Loratan's actions in amazement. The Berserker's battle axe radiated silver light in all directions as Loratan threw it out. The Berserker's battle axe twirled in the air, and the archers who were shooting arrows in the back were immediately sent flying into the air. The Berserker's battle axe spun in a strange circle and flew back into Loratan's hands. It actually contained a bit of the essence of the law of magic control. However, the Berserker's battle axe couldn't spin for long and it fell back into his hands after flying in a circle. It wasn't like the Demon's Lair edge that could follow his will and keep circling in the air. With a low chuckle, Han Shoa suddenly shot out the Demon's Lair edge while everyone's attention was on Loratan. A streak of purple light shot out and whistled towards Thunder Archmage Asa. Asa hated Han Shoa the most, but because Han Shoa had split into 4, he had no choice but to stay far away to avoid being killed by Han Shoa. Attracted by Loratan's howl, he turned his head to look at Loratan, but didn't expect that Han Shoa's attack would arrive. He was scared out of his wits. Last time, I cut off your right hand. This time, I'll cut off the head on your neck. Han Shoa laughed sinisterly as he charged towards Asa. At this time, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the Katter orc tribe were using all their strength to deal with the thrice berserk Loratan. The experts of the House of Menlo were firmly protecting the Patriarch, Adam Menlo. Only Light Grand Magus Ferguson was nearby. As Asa dodged in fear, Ferguson suddenly turned around and chanted a Radiant Protection spell. A ball of sparkling white light tightly wrapped around Asa. Seeing that his entire body was protected by the Radiant Protection spell, Asa suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to release another bolt of lightning to protect himself, he suddenly cried out, "Mr. Ferguson, be careful." The Demon's Lair edge that had been shooting towards Asa suddenly changed direction when it reached him, rapidly stabbing towards Ferguson who had just released the Radiant Protection spell. At the same time, Han Shoa also changed direction, coldly staring at Ferguson as he flew, not even sparing Asa a glance. Ferguson suddenly realized that Han Shoa's attack on Asa was just a pretense to get him to help. He finally understood that Han Shoa's true target wasn't Asa at all. He had been scheming against him from start to finish. After Ferguson understood this fact, a layer of deep fear suddenly enveloped his heart. He hastily chanted the Radiant Protection spell, tightly wrapping his entire body. Clang clang clang. The Demon's Lair edge bombarded Ferguson's body, emitting a pleasant metallic sound. Layers of cracks appeared on the Radiant Protection. Ferguson hastily mobilized his mental strength to fuse with the element of light, doing his utmost to repair the cracks on the Radiant Protection. "Heh heh, old fart, I already warned you when you chased me last time, but you still attacked and almost killed me in the river. You didn't think that this day would come, did you? You just released a Radiant Glory spell that consumed mental strength, so your mental strength is already exhausted. Let's see how long you can last with the next 2 Radiant Protection spells." Han Shoa approached like a ghost, the Demon's Lair edge sinking into Han Shoa's body. Han Shoa frantically circulated his demonic yuan and condensed it into 2 fists. Han Shoa laughed in a low voice as he unceremoniously swung his iron fists, fiercely pounding on the Radiant Protection ball of light. The violent bombardment was as loud as the beating of a drum. The Protection of Light rapidly cracked under the bombardment. The Light Grand Magus of the Church of Light, Ferguson, almost had the urge to vomit blood. He had never felt such a lack of the element of light as he did at this moment. He had overdrawn his mental strength to condense it. A deep fear was branded into Ferguson's heart as Han Shoa's fists bombarded him. Only now did Ferguson realize how sinister Han Shoa's schemes were. He finally understood why Han Shuo still needed to release the canopy of necromancy to summon so many dark creatures even with him, a light Grand Magus. It turned out that Han Shuo had schemed against him from the very beginning and treated him as his true target. All of this was because he had joined forces with Maxine to attack by the river last time. Han Shuo had expended a great deal of mental strength to release the Radiant Glory spell, then feigned an attack on Asa so that he could once again use the Radiant Protection spell that consumed a great deal of mental strength. Only then did Han Shuo truly close in on Asa. Han Shuo had similarly wasted a great deal of mental strength to cast the canopy of necromancy and summon the enormous dark creatures. However, apart from being a mage, Han Shuo was also a close combat expert who knew how to use strange martial arts. Although his mental strength was similarly consumed, he could still use martial arts to attack. If all of this had been within Han Shuo's calculations from the beginning, then this person's sinister schemes and precise calculations were beyond imagination. Ferguson had never been as afraid of a person as he was at this moment. "You still dare to chase me? Damn it! Who the hell do you think you are? You can decide my life and death, you old fart. You only know how to protect your own. I'll make it so that you won't be able to chase me in the future." As he cursed, Han Shuo bombarded the Radiant Protection spell. Under the double blows to his soul and body, Ferguson finally couldn't take it anymore. A large mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth onto the Radiant Protection spell. The sparkling white, Radiant Protection was dyed red with blood, and the cracks grew larger and larger. "Florida, what the hell are you still chasing for? Your grandpa is about to be beaten to death." On the other side, Asa continuously chanted lightning spells to bombard Han Shuo, but Han Shuo kept changing his position to avoid them. Fist after fist bombarded the Radiant Protection spell without pause. Seeing that Ferguson was already vomiting blood, Asa finally couldn't help but curse loudly. A thrice berserker couldn't maintain his berserk state for too long. Loriton had already turned to escape. On the other side, Florida was about to give chase with all his might when he heard Asa's curses. He couldn't help but look back in panic when he heard Asa's curses. "Goodbye, old fart." Under Florida's gaze, Han Shuo smirked and smashed his fist onto the cracked Radiant Protection. The Radiant Protection had long since been overwhelmed and shattered in a ball of purple light. A blood-stained Ferguson suddenly appeared and powerlessly fell to the ground. He was obviously dead. Kiki, cackling crazily, Han Shuo flew higher and higher, swaggering away under Florida's murderous gaze. Chapter 265. Han Shuo left the valley and immediately hid in a pile of thick bushes, using his consciousness to contact the Earth Elite Zombie's little skull. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A thin white light flickered in and out of existence under the illumination of the moonlight. It sped through the mountain valley like the wind and quickly landed next to Han Shuo. It was the little skeleton wielding the bone dagger. The little skeleton's 7 bone spurs returned to its back as it carried the bone dagger leisurely, like a child playing in a garden. It didn't take the chaotic battle in the valley seriously at all. It was obvious that it was at ease. As Han Shuo's consciousness connected, Han Shuo felt the Earth Elite Zombie swim towards his feet from the depths of the valley. 10 seconds later, the earth beneath Han Shuo's feet loosened and the silly Earth Elite Zombie drilled out. "Where are they?" Han Shuo hurriedly asked when he saw the Earth Elite Zombie come over. The Earth Elite Zombie was stunned and thought for a while rubbing his head. He once again dove into the ground and moved towards Tunai. However, the Earth Elite Zombie's speed was a bit slower this time. Han Shuo focused his eyes and noticed that the Earth Elite Zombie had just drilled out of the ground had split open a tunnel wide enough for one person to pass through. It looked like the Earth Elite Zombie had immediately dropped everything and tunneled into the ground after being summoned by Han Shuo. He obviously didn't care about the safety of Trunks and the others. After listening to Han Shuo's question, the Earth Elite Zombie finally realized that he was the one leading the way. Therefore, He began to use his talent to dig another tunnel on the way back and forth. The Earth Elite Zombie could freely swim in the depths of the earth, but the others didn't have this miraculous talent. Therefore, a tunnel leading to this place was necessary. When the Earth Elite Zombie used his advantage as a favored child of the Earth to start digging a tunnel to the valley, his speed obviously wasn't as fast as traversing the Earth alone. The three Yin demons were in the distance. One of them was following the leader of the Cairo mercenary band, Loritan. Loritan's body had returned to its second berserk state, and he was leading a group of Cairo mercenary band experts in fleeing towards the Valley of Sunshine. After the fierce battle in the valley, the Cairo mercenary band had suffered great losses. 10 of their experts had been killed, which made Loritan furious to the extreme. However, Loritan understood that it was impossible for the Cairo mercenary band to win outside the Valley of Sunshine, so he planned to return to the Valley of Sunshine with all his might and take revenge later. The other Yin demon was still in the mountain valley. Due to the light Grand Magus Ferguson being beaten to death by Han Shua, Florida had received a great deal of shock. He was currently hugging Ferguson's corpse and bawling his eyes out, completely forgetting to continue leading his men in pursuit of Loritan. Ferguson had doted on his grandson the most and had paved a bright path for his growth. It was because of Ferguson's identity in the Church of Light that Florida had the confidence to compete with Loritan for the position of ruler of the Valley of Sunshine. However, this grandfather who had protected and educated him since he was young had suddenly been beaten to death by Han Shua. It was hard to say if he would still be able to borrow the power of the Church of Light in the future. To Florida, his grandfather's death was something he couldn't bear emotionally on one hand, but it was also related to his own practical benefits on the other. With the two working together, this ruthless and scheming Rainbow Sickle mercenary band leader couldn't help but sob bitterly. Not far from Florida, a group of people from the House of Menlo had heavily surrounded the wounded patriarch Adam Menlo. Under Han Shua's shocking attack, Adam Menlo had first used all his fighting aura to defend himself, but was then firmly wrapped up by the golden-winged rock and managed to escape death. However, although he had escaped death, his companion of dozens of years, the golden-winged rock, wasn't so lucky. The golden-winged rock had almost been turned bald by the little skull's bone knife. More than half of the golden feathers on its wings had been severed. When facing Han Shua's shocking attack, the golden-winged rock had instinctively protected Adam Menlo. His enormous body had suffered a heavy blow and his injuries were extremely serious. At this moment, Adam Menlo's mood was extremely dispirited and also extremely angry. Trembling, he touched the bald and blood-stained wings of the golden-winged rock and roared furiously, "I want to kill him, I must kill him." The small powers that had been hiding around Tunai had seen the shocking changes that had happened to Tunai. Han Shua's violent actions tonight had already been branded into their minds, causing the name of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to resound. Because of Han Shua's actions tonight, it was clear that he had an extremely close relationship with the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. No one dared to underestimate the strength of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Han Shua used the three Yin demons to observe the surroundings. After a while, the Earth Elite Zombie once again leapt out of the ground. This time, the Earth Elite Zombie tugged on Han Shua's sleeve and pointed at the underground tunnel, looking as if he was waiting for a commendation. Patting the Earth Elite Zombie's shoulder, Han Shua smiled and said, "Well done, you did the right thing this time." "What did you do the right thing?" Trunks followed up and jumped out of the tunnel, chuckling as he asked. When Trunks jumped out, Gilbert also jumped out of the ground with a large sack on his shoulder. Behind him, Grant and the others all carried sacks on their backs, their faces full of excitement and joy. "How was it?" Han Shua asked with a smile as he saw the expressions on their faces. He knew that they must have had some gains. It was very difficult to enter inside. Some of the sharp rocks were as sharp as knives. If it wasn't for your help, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to enter at all. We killed a few people from the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band in passing and robbed them of the ores they were mining. We dug up some more and brought it all up here. Trunks seemed to be in an extremely good mood as he chuckled and explained. It looks like the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band has indeed started to take action with their geographical advantage. Florida actually dared to say that he would kill Lordan and that the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band had given up on the Mithril mine. How shameless. Oh, right, how big is this mine and how much has been mined? Han Shuo looked down on Florida's solemn assurance and his expression changed as he followed up with a question. Shaking his head, Trunks said helplessly, I don't know. The places we've come into contact with are limited. We've only been carrying some ores, all raw ores. There seems to be a portion of mithril in them, but we'll need to find someone to verify this time's gains. If the Metal Elite Zombie had refined it, then it would be able to use its innate talent to understand just how big the mine was. With the Metal Elite Zombie's control over metal ores, it wouldn't take long for all the ores in the mine to be gathered together. This mithril mine wouldn't even have a grain of mithril left in a short amount of time. It was a pity that the place of extreme metal was the most difficult to find among the 5 places of extreme metal. It was impossible to refine the Metal Elite Zombie if one couldn't find it for the time being. Otherwise, with the Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo wouldn't need to worry about ores at all. With the existence of the dwarf tribe and the Metal Elite Zombie's instinctive reaction to ores, he would be able to obtain an unending supply of weapons. After sighing slightly, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that Janet and the bandits were making strange movements. He immediately cursed, all right, let's leave this place first. Mountain Tunai is in a mess now, we shouldn't stay here for the time being. Put down the ores on your backs, I'll put them into my space ring. Han Shuo pointed at Gilbert and the others as he urged them. Among the group, only Trunks had a space ring on his finger. The rest of the mercenaries, including Grant, all used the bags on their waists. Space rings were notoriously expensive. It was only natural that these mercenaries didn't have enough gold coins to buy a space ring. However, when Han Shuo gave the order, Grant and the others didn't immediately move. Instead, they cast their gazes at Trunks, seemingly waiting for him to express his stance. Listen to him. In the future, his orders are my orders. Remember this. Trunks had a stern expression as he cautiously instructed Grant and the others. Understood. With Han Shuo's orders, Grant and the others felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They immediately became much more relaxed. They hastily untied the large sack on their backs and placed it in front of Han Shuo. Such a large sack was filled with gravel of all sizes. The weight wasn't something an ordinary person could bear. Even for these mercenaries, carrying it all the way back to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was a painful task. White lights flashed and the sacks of all sizes disappeared into Han Shuo's space ring. When everything was done, Han Shuo waved his hand and said, "Follow me, we'll intercept Janet on his way back. This time, we'll also be bandits and capture Janet." That's right, I must get to the bottom of this. Trunks immediately recalled Annie's matter when he heard Han Shuo mention Janet. His originally joyful mood was instantly filled with sorrow as he shouted with a sullen face. 2 of the 3 Yin demons returned. One of them closely followed Janet's group of bandits, constantly paying attention to their movements. Under Han Shuo's command, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band took a shortcut to intercept Janet. However, they suddenly discovered that Janet's group was acting suspiciously and had actually set up an ambush on the way back to the House of Menlo. From the looks of it, Janet seemed to be planning to take advantage of the House of Menlo's heavy losses to make a deal. Chapter 266. When Janet's group of bandits had concealed themselves and planned to strike the House of Menlo while they were down, she didn't know that she herself had become someone else's prey. Adam Menlo was injured, and the golden-winged rock had transformed into a golden-haired middle-aged man with cuts all over his skin. Under the protection of the House of Menlo elites, he gradually retreated in the direction of the House of Menlo. Arriving at a place covered with lush shrubs and several towering trees, Janet's group, who had long since been lying in ambush, immediately charged out with a battle cry. The old man beside Janet released a wind support spell, acceleration, which landed on the bandits' bodies. The valiant bandits flew towards the house of Menlo, brandishing their weapons and starting to attack. This was out of Han Shua's expectations. He'd originally thought that Janet was lying in ambush to seize the opportunity to plunder. He hadn't thought that Janet would immediately give the order to kill the house of Menlo when she saw them appear. It looked like her goal this time wasn't to plunder. "Adam, you old thing, you deserve your bad luck. You actually dared to plot against me, you must be tired of living." Janet didn't make a move. She shouted in high spirits, her pretty face filled with pride and excitement. "Kill them and the house of Menlo will be finished. Let's see if they still dare to cause trouble for us." The bandits shouted loudly as they brandished their weapons and attacked fiercely. The experts of the house of Menlo, who had already suffered heavy losses, were chased into a sorry state. In this trip to the valley, the major powers didn't send out too many people, perhaps because they had a mutual understanding. The house of Menlo originally had a few dozen experts, but after being killed by Loreton's berserk transformation and the ambush of the corpse resurrected by Han Shua, there were only a dozen or so members left. Facing Janet's group of bandits, who were 3 times their number and also had decent strength, it was only natural that they would suffer a loss. "Protect my father. Our people are nearby. As long as we return to our territory, these damned bandits won't be able to leave alive," a skinny, brown-haired mage shouted as he waved the magic staff in his hand. Sharp spikes suddenly shot out from the ground where Janet and the other bandits were charging. These bandits, who had been buffed by the wind support spell acceleration, were extremely fast. They didn't care about the changes under their feet at all and were hit one after another. Some of their ankles were directly pierced through. "Damn it, shoot them to death!" Janet roared and ordered the archers behind her. Swish! Swish! The sound of arrows piercing through the air rang out as streaks of silvery arrows fell upon the house of Menlo, immediately causing chaos amongst them. Even the earth mage who had cast the earth spike was affected by the rain of arrows and had no choice but to cast an earth wall for defense. Han Shua could clearly see the battle between Janet and the house of Menlo through the Eem demon. At this time, Han Shua and the others were hiding in the shadows tens of meters away, carefully listening to the intense battle and waiting for Han Shua's orders. "Let them fight amongst themselves. I'll have the Earth Elite zombie sneak attack and capture them later." Han Shua wasn't in the least bit anxious as he said leisurely. "Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After tonight, the Valley of Sunshine will become even more chaotic. Our Soul Destroyer mercenary band will take advantage of this opportunity to rise. Be careful for now. After my violent actions tonight, I think the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo will deal with us first without a care in the world. With our mercenary band's current strength, we can't contend against any of the powers. Our current hiding place must not be exposed." Han Shua couldn't help but remind Trunks when he saw the desire on his face. "Heh, that's good too. Because of your craziness tonight, the name of our Soul Destroyer mercenary band has become famous. As long as our name is known, we won't have to worry about not being able to recruit people. As long as we have money and people, our strength can rapidly improve. When we have enough strength, it will be the death of those traitors in Florida." Trunks said with a cold face. Nodding, Han Shua agreed, "That's right, it's time for the Soul Destroyers to show their talents." Han Shua exclaimed softly and said in astonishment, "I didn't think that the experts of the House of Menlo would really be waiting outside. It looks like Janet's group's efforts were for naught." He patted the Earth Elite zombie and it abruptly hid underground. Han Shua turned his head to look at Trunks and said, "I suddenly remembered that with him, we don't need your help anymore. You guys return to the group first, I'll catch up to you guys with Janet. You really don't need help. Janet can be the leader of such a large group of bandits, so her own strength can't be too weak. Plus, there's a group of bandits surrounding her. Are you sure you can succeed? Trunks asked in astonishment. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Han Shua smiled confidently and gave the order to return with Gilbert and Little Skull. He and the Earth Elite Zombie hid in Janet's direction. This night was destined to be chaotic. The experts of the 4 great powers of the Valley of Sunshine had tacitly entered the valley, but they had all set up an ambush outside the valley. As the 4 great powers had all suffered losses in their campaigns against each other, the smaller powers that originally didn't dare to act rashly had long since harbored resentment after being suppressed by the 4 great powers. Add to that the fatal temptation of the Mithril mine, no one could predict if they would do something crazy. Even though Trunks and the others were very familiar with the terrain of the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua was still worried that they would be in danger on the way. Therefore, he had Gilbert and Little Skull travel with them. At least they could take care of each other along the way. When Han Shua planned to capture Janet, his mind spun rapidly. He clearly observed Janet's every move based on the Yin Demon's observation, thinking of the most appropriate way to act. Quick, chase after them and get rid of them. If we miss this chance, there won't be another one. Janet wielded a huge mace, her petite body as fast as lightning as she chased after the fleeing clansmen of the House of Menlo. There were a few bandits protecting her, but because of Janet's ruckus, the bandits were busy chasing after the experts of the House of Menlo, gradually getting further and further away from her. Through the Yin Demon's observation, Han Shua calmly determined Janet's route of advance. He silently hid behind a large tree, slowly adjusting his breathing and heartbeat. It was as if his entire being had become one with the tree, and no one could discover Han Shua in the shadows. The Earth Elite Zombie obeyed Han Shua's orders and quickly shuttled through the ground, closely following Janet. As soon as Han Shua gave the order, he would immediately move underground to cooperate with Han Shua. The experts of the House of Menlo rode all kinds of magical beasts and left the area where Han Shua was hiding. Behind them, a few bandits on Janet's side waved their weapons and shouted as they chased after them. These people all passed by the large tree that Han Shua was hiding behind. Gradually, the panting and angry Janet rapidly approached according to the trajectory that Han Shua had predicted. She raised her mace and cursed loudly. Vulgar words and vulgarities rang out incessantly, without the restraint that a girl should have. Suddenly, Han Shua, who had been hiding all this time, suddenly leaped out like a ghost. He was like a shadow in the darkness, instantly entering Janet's line of sight. Janet, who was cursing incessantly, saw a black shadow suddenly appear from the darkness. She immediately waved her mace in horror and smashed it over. The mace flew over at high speed with a strange whistling sound. Its momentum was extremely shocking. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as an enormous force flowed through the mace and into Janet's body. It was as terrifying as a flash flood. This caused Janet, who was flying at high speed, to uncontrollably stagger backwards. "It's you!" With one strike, Janet already knew that the newcomer's strength far surpassed hers. When Han Shua's figure appeared, Janet immediately turned pale with fright and cried out. Seeing that the newcomer was Han Shua, Janet, who had just seen Han Shua's strength while hiding in the darkness, knew that her strength was inferior to Han Shua's. She didn't even think about it and hurriedly retreated. She opened her mouth and yelled, "Men, take him down." As Janet retreated, she didn't know that the Earth Elite Zombie had already set up an ambush. A pair of arms suddenly stretched out from the ground and accurately grabbed onto Janet's retreating ankles, preventing her from evading. Janet was scared out of her wits, frightened by this sudden turn of events. She trembled and screamed, "Help, what's holding on to me? It's too late." With a light shout, Han Shua had already arrived in front of Janet. Then, Janet felt her entire body tighten, as if her body didn't belong to her, and she gradually lost all strength. "Let go of her, or you will suffer our vengeance at all costs." The crippled wind archmage Billy quickly floated over with the wind magic, haste, glaring angrily at Han Shua as he shouted. I need to ask her some questions. I won't take her life, don't worry. Han Shoa said to the rapidly approaching Archmage Billy as he carried the unconscious Janet. You promise you won't hurt her? On the other side, Wind Archmage Billy was afraid that Han Shoa would kill her, so he yelled at the bandits around him who were also furiously approaching. He stared fixedly at Han Shoa as he spoke. Of course, I won't take her life. Otherwise, she would have died a long time ago. Han Shoa nodded in response, then carried Janet and soared into the air, saying, at most 3 days, she will definitely return safely. Don't worry. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shoa gave the Earth Elite zombie the order to retreat. The man and the zombie gradually moved further and further away in the direction of Trunks and the others. Chapter 267. On the way, Han Shoa met up with Trunks and the others. They didn't encounter any more mishaps and covertly returned to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. After a night of hard work, the group was clearly a bit tired. However, Trunks had waited for so many years and obviously didn't want to waste even a moment. Some of the original Rainbow Sickle mercenary band members also stared at Han Shoa with sparkling eyes. You guys actually captured Janet too. Annie, who had been woken up from her sleep, was making a ruckus along the way. However, when she saw the unconscious Janet with her head drooped, her expression suddenly changed. Patting Janet's cheek, Han Shoa's magical yuan flowed into her body. Just as he was about to wake the unconscious Janet up, he suddenly furrowed his brows in surprise. Making a soft sound, Han Shoa's large hand pressed against the back of Janet's neck. 5 strands of magical yuan wandered through Janet's body like gossamer threads. He suddenly discovered that Janet's body structure was different from that of an ordinary person. Her meridians were much fewer than those of an ordinary person, but she had dozens more bones. Scoundrel, you actually took advantage of Janet. Annie cursed angrily when she saw Han Shoa's large hand on Janet's back. What's wrong? Trunks waited for Han Shoa to wake Janet up, but couldn't help but ask when he saw Han Shoa's puzzled face and Janet still hadn't woken up after a long time. This Janet is a bit different. Her body structure is very different from that of an ordinary person. Han Shoa was truly astonished. He used his magical yuan to circle around Janet's body a few more times and was sure that her body was indeed no different from that of an ordinary person. However, the composition of her bones and meridians was indeed different. There's such a strange thing. Trunks was startled. He stared at Janet for a few moments and nodded, it's her without a doubt. I've known her for a few years. This must be Janet. How can her body be different from an ordinary person's? There's no mistake. Her body is absolutely different from ours. I can guarantee that this Janet is a bit strange. Han Shoa said with certainty. Then, he suddenly remembered the last time he fought with Janet. Even after her dark green fighting aura had dissipated, she still had the ability to make his arm tremble. He was a little puzzled. When Han Shoa told him about Janet's strangeness, Trunks was taken aback at first, and then he said, I know a little about this matter. Before Janet cultivated fighting aura, she was already very powerful. It is said that she showed this when she was young. Suddenly, Han Shoa recalled Fanny's evaluation of him and couldn't help but exclaim, yes, I know what's going on. This Janet should have the legendary body of divine favor favored by the gods. Since her birth, her body structure has been different from ordinary people. The reason why Han Shoa was able to progress so quickly was entirely due to the effect of cultivating demonic arts. She was mistakenly believed by Fanny to have the body of divine favor. At that time, Han Shoa felt that Fanny's theory about the body of divine favor was not credible. But now that he understood Janet's body structure, he realized that there were indeed some magical things on this strange continent. Oh my god! This female bandit actually has the body of divine favor. Legend has it that those with the body of divine favor will become top experts. I didn't expect to meet one. Trunks was also a little shocked as he looked at the unconscious Janet in disbelief. "Are you afraid now? Hurry up and let us go, or else Janet will not forgive you in the future." Annie clenched her small fist and shook it at Trunks with a threatening tone. Shaking his head, Han Shuo smiled and said, "So what if she has the body of divine favor? She's still caught by me in the end. Wake up." After removing the restriction on Janet's body, Han Shuo patted Janet's face and said softly with a smile. %%. As soon as she woke up, Janet didn't say a word and started cursing at Han Shuo. Such a pretty girl spouting vulgarities gave Han Shuo a very strange feeling. "I'll leave it to you. She can only move her mouth now." Han Shuo stood up with a wry smile, patted Trunks on the shoulder, and walked outside. As soon as Han Shuo left the cave, Odysseus and the others also tactfully walked out, leaving Trunks and some of his former comrades behind to interrogate Janet about Annie's past. "Brian, long time no see. Let's have a few drinks tonight," Odysseus immediately suggested to Han Shuo with a smile as soon as he came out. At night, the place was still covered in thick fog, but for some reason, the thick fog that originally shrouded the area gradually dissipated at night, and the bright moonlight just happened to shine down. Because it was already late at night, the other mercenaries who stayed here were basically asleep. After a busy night, Odysseus and the others were a little tired, so they sat down in the training field one by one. "All right." With nothing to do, Han Shuo casually sat down cross-legged and looked at Odysseus and the others with Gilbert. He took out the fine wine that the dwarves had brewed and handed it to Gordon and the others. Even the water adept mage Aphrodite and the female elven archer Nia didn't refuse Han Shuo's good intentions. They took a few small sips of the wine and spoke to the full moon about their inner wishes and aspirations. "I want to become a great sword master. I'll let others know my name sooner or later." Gordon, who had already advanced to senior swordsman, gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and said heroically, "I also want to diligently practice magic and become an archmage as soon as possible. As long as I can advance to archmage, I can receive a title of nobility in any country and become a superior noble." Water adept mage Aphrodite had a faint smile on her lips as she softly spoke of her aspirations. Right, Brian, what are your wishes?" Odysseus turned his head to look at Han Shuo and asked. "Greater strength, as well as money, power, and beauties." Han Shuo lay lazily on the training field, his two hands folded behind his neck as he looked up at the sky and spoke crisply. "Odysseus, Brian, you're so direct. Isn't life all about these things? Although your wishes are different, don't they all revolve around the same things?" Han Shuo turned his head to glance playfully at Odysseus and said with a smile. That's true." Odysseus thought for a moment and nodded. Han Shuo and the others drank and chatted. After a long time, Trunks walked out of the cave alone and sat down next to Han Shuo. He picked up the wineskin that Odysseus had carelessly tossed on the ground, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. There was still more than half of the bag of fine wine pouring into Trunks' mouth. When there was not a single drop of wine left in the bag, Trunks suddenly threw it high up into the sky. With red eyes, he said in a deep, choked voice, "I must kill Florida and butcher Gustav, as well as Kasi Empire's Bradley Pilon." Bradley Pilon was the younger brother of the king of Kasi Empire, Brad Pilon, and a Grand Duke of Kasi Empire. His territory was Caesar City, which was only separated from Valen City by the Kurlan mountain range. In Kasi Empire, he was a great noble who was second only to one but above tens of thousands, wielding enormous power. The chief of the Griffin Legion, Bob Asher, had betrayed Lancelot Empire and sought refuge with him. This person was the city lord of Caesar City, and Kasi Empire's king was his older brother. One could well imagine how powerful he was. With Trunks' current strength, it was basically impossible for him to deal with such an important figure. Patting Trunks on the shoulder, Han Shuo consoled, "Don't worry, I will help you. Nothing is impossible." Trunks fiercely punched the ground. He didn't use any fighting aura at all, but when his fist landed on the hard rock, the skin on the back of his hand cracked and blood gushed out. He roared like a trapped beast, "These damned beasts, I will make them pay the price." Janet, with a cold expression, suddenly walked out from inside. She looked at Trunks, whose veins were faintly visible on his forehead, and said, "For Annie, I will also kill them. Grant, blindfold her and escort her out of here." Trunks turned his head to sweep a glance at Janet and suddenly shouted. The burly Grant walked out from the cave, carrying Annie. Grant's eyes were red and swollen as he looked pitifully at the unconscious Annie. He said in a choked voice, "Chief, what about Miss Annie? Annie is only intimate with me. Believe me, I can protect her from harm. She will remember what happened in the past sooner or later if she's with you. I'm afraid she will remember. Don't say any more. Take her away and help me take good care of her." Trunks suddenly spoke, interrupting Janet's remaining words and saying resolutely. Janet nodded and didn't say anything else. She took the initiative to let Grant help her blindfold, and then slowly climbed up under the lead and escort of Grant and the others. "All right, you will definitely be able to take revenge, I promise you." Han Shuo once again patted Trunks on the shoulder and said solemnly with a gloomy face. Although Trunks and Janet didn't explain, Han Shuo could more or less guess what had happened to Annie from their expressions. Trunks, who treated Annie like his own sister, naturally couldn't let this kind of hatred go unavenged. Chapter 268. That night, Trunks drank without end, his eyes red and sobbing incessantly. Han Shuo wanted to say a few words of comfort, but it was to no avail. He seemed to have completely forgotten about the people and things around him, drowning in his pain and unable to extricate himself. That night, Han Shuo took out 3 of the remaining 5 rebirth pills, one for Odysseus, Gordon, and Aphrodite, and the other 2 for Trunks and Emily. At noon, Han Shuo left the Soul Destroyer mercenary band and headed to the Valley of Sunshine alone. The fierce battle outside didn't affect the merchants of the Tanai of the glorious Sun Valley. They had woken up early and were still busy, completely unaware of what had happened last night. When Han Shuo arrived at the fence, a few members of the Cairo mercenary band recognized Han Shuo and respectfully welcomed Han Shuo inside. Looking around, Han Shuo discovered that the merchants of the Valley of Sunshine hadn't changed much, but the Cairo mercenary band's soldiers were much more serious than usual, walking up and down the streets at a much higher frequency. Along the way, everyone from the Cairo mercenary band who met Han Shuo respectfully nodded at Han Shuo in greeting. It looked like they already knew about Han Shuo's assistance yesterday. Last time in the glorious Sun Tanai, Han Shuo had obtained many precious herbs from the old orc's shop. Now that he'd arrived in the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo headed straight for the old orc's shop. The owner of the shop recognized Han Shuo. When he saw Han Shuo appear, the old orc who had been lying lazily inside hastily stood up with a wide grin and warmly welcomed Han Shuo inside, saying, "Long time no see, what have you taken fancy this time?" Han Shuo's eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise as he scanned the store. He hurriedly picked up a dozen or so plants and placed them in front of the old orc, chuckling, "I want all of these things. Name a price." Apart from the dragonfly fruit, arctic grass, and gold marrow grass that he'd seen last time, he'd also discovered a 9 jade flower this time. He was truly overjoyed, thinking that this store could indeed surprise him. The 9 jade flower had 9 petals, and they were sparkling and translucent like jade, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Using the 9 jade flower and a few other spirit herbs, one could refine a vitality repairing pill to treat internal injuries. Among them, the 9 jade flower was the main ingredient, and it was very difficult to find. "Just give me a price." After experiencing Han Shuo's generosity last time, the old orc seemed to have realized something and spoke very casually with a smile. It was easy to imagine how happy Han Shuo was to be able to collect so many precious spirit herbs. He took out 2 heavy bags of gold coins from his space ring and carelessly tossed them in front of the old orc, saying with a smile, "How about 1,000 gold coins?" "Huh, what a generous young man, thank you very much." The old orc suddenly grabbed the 2 bags of gold coins and grinned from his happiness. His mouth was so wide that it seemed as if he was about to eat someone. "It's you again." Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the door. Cecilia, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, walked in leisurely, her bright eyes looking at Han Shuo, and she immediately called out. Cecilia was wearing a dark purple dress, and her soft long hair casually draped over her shoulders. 2 thin middle-aged men followed behind her, their gazes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. When he turned around and saw Cecilia, Han Shuo also felt a bit surprised. He nodded indifferently at her, gathered the herbs on the table, and was about to leave the shop. "Hi, beautiful lady, it's nice to see you again. What would you like to order this time?" Cecilia seemed to be a regular customer. When she walked into the shop, the old orc also grinned widely and came over to greet her warmly. "He's already bought all the things I wanted. Damn it, he's 1 step ahead of me again." Cecilia frowned at Han Shuo and shouted with some anger. "This." The old orc didn't know what to say and spread his hands, indicating that he had no choice. When Han Shuo was about to leave the shop, he suddenly thought of something and abruptly stopped at the door. He turned around and looked at Cecilia, saying, "Tell me where Emily is, and I'll let you take one of the herbs I have." When the disappointed Cecilia heard Han Shuo's words, her expression immediately brightened. She looked at Han Shuo and said, "Then, take out the herbs you just collected." Nodding his head, Han Shuo took out the herbs he had spent 1,000 gold coins to collect and laid them out one by one. He pointed at the herbs on the table and said, "You can take one. I want this one." Cecilia pointed at the 9 jade flower and shouted softly. The corner of his mouth twitched. Han Shuo weighed the pros and cons and suddenly said coldly, "This one won't do, the deal is off. The higher-ups of the Dark Mantle should know of Emily's whereabouts." Even if he didn't go through Cecilia, Han Shuo could still ask Candide for help. In addition, it wasn't a big deal that Han Shuo wanted to know Emily's whereabouts. He only wanted to use the rebirth pill in his possession to help her be reborn, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, the 9 jade flower could only be found by chance and not sought. It was extremely important to Han Shuo. With the 9 jade flower as the main ingredient, he could completely refine a cauldron of soul-repairing pills. Comparing the two, Han Shuo immediately went back on his words. Cecilia, who had already reached out to take the 9 jade flower, choked when she heard Han Shuo's, "The deal is off." She stood there in a daze for a while and frowned unhappily at Han Shuo, saying, "You're going back on your word. I didn't promise you anything, so it doesn't count as going back on my word. Apart from this herb, I can let you take 2 of the others, if you're willing." Han Shuo first put the 9 jade flower into his space ring, then shrugged his shoulders and said to Cecilia as if nothing had happened. Cecilia stared blankly at Han Shuo for a while with her bright eyes, then nodded fiercely after a while, saying, "Stingy fellow." After taking the 2 stalks of extreme frost grass, Cecilia glared at Han Shuo before replying, "Emily and I have completed our mission and should have already returned to Asan City. The person that Emily holds in such high esteem is actually so stingy. I really don't know why she would think so highly of you. That has nothing to do with you." Han Shuo chuckled, feeling much more at ease after learning of Emily's whereabouts. He thought to himself that he was about to return to Asan City and that she would likely take the initiative to look for him when the time came. It wouldn't be too late to use the rebirth pill to help her cleanse her marrow at that time. You 3 aren't allowed to move, otherwise don't blame us for being impolite." Suddenly, a dozen or so mercenaries from the Cairo mercenary band fiercely surrounded the old orc's shop and aimed several crossbows at Cecilia and the other 2. "What are you doing? Is this how the Cairo mercenary band treats merchants?" Cecilia's face was filled with anger as she looked coldly at the mercenary at the very front. We've always been friendly to merchants, but you didn't enter through normal means. Otherwise, we would have a record of you. Come with us." The mercenary at the front stared unceremoniously at Cecilia and said coldly. It looked like Cecilia and the other two hadn't entered through the fences and had most likely used some other way. Normally, the Cairo mercenary band wouldn't have discovered them, but after last night's bitter battle, the Cairo mercenary band was now on high alert. Everyone was cautious, so it was no wonder that they discovered the anomaly. "Mr. Brian, be careful and come from there." The mercenary at the front treated Han Shuo in a completely different manner from how he treated Cecilia. His tone was respectful, sincere, and even a few traces of fawning. "Mr. Brian, our chief knows that you're in the Valley of Sunshine and said that he'll come see you in a moment. As long as you wait a bit, the chief will immediately come see you after he's finished dealing with Tunai. He'll give you the gold coins that he promised you last night, so please wait a bit." Another mercenary bowed respectfully towards Han Shuo and pleaded. "What's going on here?" Cecilia looked at Han Shuo suspiciously, thinking that this fellow was only a Dark Mantle envoy of the Dark Mantle. How could the hot-tempered and arrogant Lorton allow someone to treat him in such a friendly manner? She really couldn't figure it out. Lorton was famous for being arrogant and difficult to provoke, yet this fellow could make Lorton treat him so respectfully. Strange, truly strange. "Hey, we're together, you must be mistaken." Cecilia's mind spun and she suddenly walked to Han Shuo's side with a smile, patting Han Shuo's shoulder as if they were very close. Han Shuo blanked and glanced sideways at Cecilia. He was about to say something with a cold expression when he heard Cecilia say in a low voice, "We have a mission. We're both members of the Dark Mantle, so if you dare to watch us die, I'll definitely complain to that old fellow Candide when I get back." Heh, you must be mistaken." Cecilia stood shoulder to shoulder with Han Shuo and suddenly relaxed. They're my friends. I promise that they won't do anything to harm the interests of your mercenary band. I'll go to my shop later. If your chief comes, I'll let him know." Han Shuo smiled faintly and nodded at the mercenaries. He then maliciously hugged Cecilia's waist, making a very ambiguous gesture. Cecilia's slender waist was plump and firm. The thin dress couldn't hide the astonishing elasticity. Han Shuo couldn't help but praise inwardly when he hugged her like this. Not only was this woman beautiful, even her figure was so seductive. So that's how it is. The mercenary suddenly understood and apologized to Cecilia. "I'm sorry, I didn't know about your relationship with Mr. Brian. I've been impolite. Let's go, there's nothing else here. We'll go to other places and take a look. Don't let go of any suspicious people." The mercenary bowed respectfully to Han Shuo and shouted before leaving with the group of people in front of the door, "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.